Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we got a lot of stuff. First, how did you guys play yesterday in the golf tournament? Did you guys play well?
We're just getting settled in here. Dell and I were having a serious conversation.
What? You were not serious people.
Dell is having a very serious conversation with me. Very serious.
Yeah. Okay. Very serious.
By the way, speaking of very serious,
conversation,
I was very happy to hear last night I went to a dinner with the wife at Josephine's. Have you ever gone to Josephine's? I think you'd like it. You and Wendy would like it.
I don't believe I have.
It was a crawfish dinner. It's nice. The guy.
It's a Cajun place, right?
Yeah, well, it's not. It's Gulf Coast. Yeah, I mean they take food from Texas, from Louisiana, from Mississippi, from the Gulf Coast, because that's where this kid is.
And Nicole went.
Dell did not go. Me and Nicole, Solis, and
you two were in a hotel room the night before.
No, we're separate hotels, separate rooms. But his apparently had CBS. Mine I had to watch on computer. But it was a crawfish dinner, so it was a 6-course crawfish dinner. It was pretty good. I think you would have liked it. It was only the best crawfish, no Vietnamese crawfish, only Louisiana crawfish.
Louisiana crawfish.
Only Louisiana
big
crawfish.
Now too, y'all. They're getting big now.
Are they really?
Yeah, they were small before. They're getting big.
The oysters are a little small right now, but good. I have not even stopped in for when you scared me off with how much crawfish costs a pound. Now I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's over $10 a pound.
I don't want to do that, but this crawfish dinner was good. But I got a text. My phone lights up. My wife gets mad, as she always does, when I check my phone ever at dinner, and I get scolded like I'm 6. I look at it, and hey, it's Jamal Shed. And I'd reached out to him during the game when I thought Houston was going to win. And all I just said was, hey, I'd love to get you on the show. And he reached back out, a day later and said, I'd be honored to come on the show. So we're going to have Jamal Shed on at 9:00.
Nice.
To talk about Houston and the Final Four and kind of what Jamal Shed's, what's going on with him in terms of going from Houston into the NBA. So it'll be good. We're looking forward to talking to Jamal Shed. He's one of those guys that I really like. I've always liked. The more I've gotten to know him a little bit, it's a really neat guy. I mean, total leader. He's going to be super successful in life, no matter what he does.
Yep.
He's that kind of.
So we got a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on. We'll get to you guys playing, how well you guys played in the golf tournament a little later in the show, but we got to talk. Okay, so there's 3 things. There's 3 major things that we got to talk about. First of all, the Rockets have guaranteed themselves the 2-hole. The Rockets in the 2-hole. Congratulations. That was.
What an accomplishment, right?
It really is.
From out of the playoffs to the 2-hole in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
What?
And,
2-hole. No, you say in the 2-hole. Dell's screaming seed.
What?
I mean, I guess you could say second seed. I guess. But we don't say somebody's batting in the second seed. We say in the 2-hole. When you say, Jose Altuve sitting in a 2-hole, we don't say Jose Altuve sitting in the second seed.
This isn't baseball.
Yeah, but it's the same, the 2-hole.
It's the same thing. Yeah. They're in the 2-hole.
They're in the 2-hole.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
For getting into the 2-hole.
That's
and
right.
Staying in the 2-hole.
Yes.
That's the impressive part. They got there, but then they were able to stay there. And through everyone around them tried to get them out. And they stayed there.
Yeah.
They did.
A lot of people. It's this end run here that they're making. I mean, when you're beating Oklahoma City, this was supposed to be the hardest part of the schedule. Yeah. And the last 5 games, slap, and they're in the 2-hole, and they can't get out now.
They're in it, and they're not getting out of it.
And they're not getting out of it. Well, they were going in and out before, but now they're not. Okay, they were in the 2-hole.
You are not serious people.
And then they weren't, and now they are back in there.
Gone
it's
too
great.
far. But they technically did.
They did
technically, and then they
fell out, and then they went back in. And
the Nuggets were in there for a while, and then the Rockets.
Do you know that Pastor Gibson listens to this show?
The Nuggets slipped out.
Do you know Pastor Gibson listens to this show?
Oh, That's true. And Father TJ.
Maybe not anymore after this.
Father TJ.
I don't know if Father TJ
saw play
listens
basketball.
anymore. I did.
Father
My
TJ
daughter,
played basketball.
my wife got sick with my stomach virus. The whole family, we went 5 for 5. And so I took my daughter to the priest versus seminarians basketball game, and it was at Rice, and I couldn't. The place was packed. I sent a picture of Tori Andrews, who played at Rice. He's like, "Oh my God, we haven't seen those crowds forever." It was packed with a bunch of Catholic kids running around and parents, and there were priests versus seminarians. And then I was like, Father TJ, that's our Father TJ. Yeah. And luckily he's not one of the guys who tore his knee up, because that was obvious somebody was going to tear a knee up.
Oh no, that's
so somebody tore a knee up, but yeah, they got run out of the building by the seminarians, the young guys who are just fresh off like playing varsity basketball 3 years ago. That was, you weren't going to beat those young guys.
All right, so Rockets in the 2-hole.
They're there.
A big deal.
There they are.
Astros win in extra innings.
Yep.
Extra innings.
Good job by Fromber to keep you right there. And then
Fromber was great.
And then Scott did a Scott.
Scott is, it's a second night in a row in Seattle that he can't last an entire inning.
Nope.
He didn't get through an entire inning. And, you get the 1-run lead. And by the way, now, listen, I got tweets. Cam Smith did pull the ball down the left field line. It was a hanging slider, okay? If I'm a pitcher right now, I'm throwing the kid just fastballs because he can't catch up to him. He had no chance against Luis Castillo. He had the bases loaded, and he really had no chance against Castillo to get any hit a weak fly ball after he struck out the first time. I listen, I want Cam Smith as much as anybody. He did pull the ball down the line, which is a good sign, but it was a hanging slider. He's not catching up to that fastball. It's a major league fastball. It's different for him. But he did get that RBI. That was awfully nice. That was really, really good. Taylor Scott comes right back out, and boom, we're tied at 1. We go to the 12th and finally win a baseball game. Very nicely done. The Astros win it 2-1. Was the final.
I mean, it was sometimes struggle. You can only hope for 2 runs. That's it.
Yeah. Caratini came in to hit for Cam Smith. So that spot in the order got the 2 RBIs. Caratini came in and singled, and Roger scored, who was on second base.
By the way, excellent job by the bullpen. Excellent job by the bullpen, hanging in.
Like, who's a Stephen Okert? And, I mean, there's all kinds of – there's new guy. Oh, by the way, there's a guy that's gone, too.
Is how you pronounce it. Okert.
There's a guy that's gone, too.
There's what?
Montero traded to the Braves. How about this?
Oh, yeah.
How about – Good
news. Get that jinx out of here.
That's a good trade.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Astros got for him. All I saw was Montero traded to the Braves, and I was like, "Yay, team!"
It's funny.
Good.
He's
good for him. He had one good year.
Helped win a World Series, and we can't wait to get rid of him. He helped win a World Series.
Yeah. That's right. He absolutely did. But he was not good after that. Presley having his problems as well. So. Hopefully those problems out of the bullpen. Now Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott's another one of those guys that had a more innings than he's ever had in his life last year.
Mm-hmm.
And look at it; it's showing now. Taylor Scott is really, really struggling, and it's early, but Taylor Scott is really, really gotta clean it up.
But yesterday, Astros in 12 innings combined for 17 strikeouts and just 3 walks. And Fromber had 8-1, which when you see those numbers, Fromber has really dealt. Like if he's got 1 walk and he's got more strikeouts than innings pitched, and he is, he's on one. But it wasn't just him. I mean, you had King was dealing again. I don't know how he punches so many people out. When 1 1/3 has 3 strikeouts, he does not have a plus fastball. It's just been hard. He's hard for people to hit sometimes. Hader came in and did his job for 2 innings.
2 innings.
Kept it where it was supposed to be. 4 strikeouts, no hits, 2-inning clean sheet. No hits, no walks, total clean sheet. And then you just kept it was kind of like going back to that 18-inning game in the playoffs where every bullpen pitcher had to do his job because you just waited. Like, is this the inning we can get a run? Is this the inning we can get a run? And then Jeremy Pena secured it for you. But it was kind of like that where you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And then Caratini delivered for you. And, 5 and 6, you'll take any win you can get right now.
Yep. No, absolutely. 5 and 6, and you listen. It's early in the season, and you're going to Seattle. It's a division rival, and Taylor Scott doesn't blow that game. They could be up to. They could be 6 and 5 instead of. But they didn't. It happens. It's baseball. King looks good. King looked good this spring, and King is looking good already. We'll find out about Stephen Okert as we go along here. But yeah, Hader looks really, really nice. You what?
Dell, I think, accidentally was playing something.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
He's just goofing. He's watching Fox.
Sabotaging the show as usual.
Yes.
I mean, it was nice to have Mapes on the show yesterday. He didn't sabotage the show once. Not once. It was nice to have a producer who actually is on board and not.
Is this the 14th straight day he's made some reference to
Mapes.
this?
If you like Mapes so much, why don't you marry him?
Yeah, he's not going to F you, John.
Oh my God! You wait.
Wow,
you got a problem with a 2-hole?
Wow.
And this is what you say?
Yeah,
you got to smash the melons.
You started it.
Smash the melons with your big hammer.
I mean, if you're going to start the segment the way you did,
holy crap!
Why not?
No subtlety at all.
No,
Mr. Gallagher, you just hit that melon.
Sorry, you guys set a precedent.
Wow,
I'm just following your lead.
I learned it from watching you.
And then the other bit of news, if we still have time here. Yeah, we got a little bit of time.
We got time.
Pop Isaacs is transferring to the University of Houston. Pop Isaacs is a guard out of Creighton. He only played in 8 games, but he averaged. I mean, he averaged over 16, over 4. What were his numbers? Pop Isaacs is a really, really nice player. 16.3, 4.8.
He does not have university
4.8 rebounds and 3.9 assists.
Yeah.
He broke his he had a hip injury, and he season-ending hip surgery, and now he's coming to the Cougs, but he almost single-handedly beat Kansas last year for Creighton.
Well, this is his third.
Rebounds and 4 assists.
Now he is an NIL baby. So we got to be careful about Kelvin's got to be careful on him. This is his 3rd team in 3 years. So he went from Texas Tech to Creighton to Houston. So you hope he's not a guy just running around trying to get a bag, because Houston will players get paid too. But the number one thing, the main thing is the main thing over here, Pop. Just need you to know that Pop Isaacs.
Well, how does this affect Harwell? Does this affect
probably not
the guys?
Not
Kingston?
5 stars. It's not going to affect them, because if it does, they're gone. They won't. 5 stars. That's the one thing they'll take. 5 stars don't. If they're not playing right away, they don't stay.
Yeah.
So but if they're not built for it, they're not built for it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Whoever the best players are to get the best results.
Right. Well, and we'll see, because we got guys like Sharp, who didn't play at the beginning. We got guys like Terrence Arsenault. We got guys like Malik Wilson. We got guys who have been here and they are ready, and whenever they're called upon.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if Harwell or Kingston or any of the other guys, CNAC, we'll see whether or not those guys can fit in with this culture.
But Isaac is a full-time starter, though.
To fit in.
Pop Isaac is a full-time starter. He's never not been a starter. In his entire career, he started 66 of the 67 games. So that's what he is. He's a starter. He's used to being a starter. I would imagine that he's probably going to be a starter for Houston if he's coming over. There's no way he's coming over to be on the bench. So, I mean, it'll be interesting. You have some players leaving, Cryer's leaving, and so he may fit right in there.
Cryer, Jawan, Javier, and Malik are all leaving.
Yeah. It's Malik's 4th year?
Yeah, he's done.
Okay.
He's done.
Hey, there's room. There's
some room. We got Uzen, Sharp, Tugler, Arsenault, Ramon Walker, Mercy Miller, Jacob McFarland, Chase McCarty, Cordelius Jefferson.
So Mercy Miller is Percy Miller's son, right? And I think he's supposed to be at Master P. He's supposed to be a pretty good player.
Yeah. And how about this? The kid, he sat and watched.
He sat. He wants to stay, and his dad wants him to stay.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. Yep.
Hopefully he's good enough.
713-780-3776 is the number if you want to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about, this is something that I got yesterday, And I talked to Allie over at Chastain Ford, and it is totally, totally sweet what they're doing over there. How about employee pricing? Employee pricing this month, right now, at Chastain Ford. Chastain Ford is going to get you into that Ford truck, that SUV or that truck, and they're going to do it with employee pricing. What does that mean for you? It really means a lot. Employee pricing is something that you do not get. That you do not get. You do now. No dealer add-ons, no markups. You pay what a Ford employee pays. That's the A plan, and Chastain Ford makes sure that there is no BS, no extras. While other dealers, stack on fees, Chastain Ford keeps it honest and straightforward to buy a truck or an SUV. No dealer add-ons or hidden fees, how truck buying should be. Chastain Ford, it is the place to get your truck on. You customize it exactly how you want it. Don't let the dealership do that. You do it how you want it at Chastain Ford. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, John, before we go any further,
welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Can we take a look right now quickly, since I guess it's not breaking news. It happened last night, but how in the world does an NBA team fire their head coach before the playoffs?
And GM.
What are we doing? Who's the other team that fired? What's the Memphis Grizzlies? I mean, you got two teams that are in the playoffs in the West, and you fire your head coach and GM with the Nuggets. This is a guy, by the way, who has won a title with you just
2 years ago.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, and he's getting fired. Like, we are truly becoming the Premier League, where you just new manager. This guy sucks. Give me a new one. This is before the playoffs, though. How are you not letting this play out and then you make a change? What's the deal?
The Nuggets are 11-13 since the All-Star break. Apparently, Malone and his general manager, Calvin Booth, don't talk. They don't talk.
Well, we got rid of both of them?
So, yeah, apparently they said, okay, we're done with both of you. Get out.
Right, because Calvin Booth had no chin. I remember when Calvin Booth played at, like, Penn State or whatever, and he has no chin.
Well,
I wouldn't talk to him either.
That was the source of the aggravation between the two of them. Maybe Michael Malone just can't handle a guy with no chin. I don't know.
Yeah, if you look at him, go look at him. No chin.
I did. I saw a picture of him, but I didn't.
It's disconcerting. I wouldn't talk to him either. I'd say, look, let's just text. Nothing face to face, Calvin.
Why can't they talk face to face because of no chin? Okay.
Honestly, what are they doing though? You're getting rid of your head coach?
Well, I don't know. They're only 11-13 since the All-Star break. They're not playing well.
Well, you're not allowed to have a downtime?
Well, this is a time heading into the playoffs, though.
Listen, we just get rid of head coaches for anything now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be something more to that. If you're firing him before the season's over, Michael Malone, did he do something? Did he do something? You're firing a guy with a championship. You're just Ed Ogeroning this guy. Did he do something?
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, they just there's the story behind the scenes is that they didn't. I don't know if that was the cause for the consternation by ownership or what. I don't know what it was, but apparently, maybe Michael Malone is just too much to handle. Maybe he seems like an angry dude, and maybe you're just tired of, you win, but when you don't win, guess what? Well, we're about sick of it. So you're out of here.
He's the all-time leader in wins in Denver, but according to people who cover the team, the players had kind of tuned him out. They had fallen on some hard times. Jamal Murray's been hurt recently, so that hasn't helped their cause, but their defense had really slacked, and even the players say, hey, they're telling us what to do. It's on us. We're just not doing it. And so that, along with the fact that him and Calvin Booth don't see eye to eye on roster management, because Calvin Booth wants his young guys to play. As a veteran coach, you might want more veterans on the roster to play, considering you're trying to win titles.
But you get rid of them both, Dale? Usually, as a power struggle, somebody wins.
Well, maybe they decided we're going to clean house and start fresh.
Yeah, well, I guess. You worry that when players start making this much money, that any little thing, when they decide they don't like you, you're gone.
And they said Jokic was informed beforehand, but he wasn't asked, like, hey, would you stump for him or not? They just, hey, this is going to happen. And that might be Jokic's personality, where he's not going to come out and go, hey, you got to keep this guy. So they let him know. But this move they felt had to be made.
And apparently there have been moments when players have shown emotions on the sidelines. Even normally calm Jokic is displaying rare frustration recently while on the bench trying to sort out the Nuggets struggles.
But we can't get through a year, though. I get all this stuff.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is just so rare that Carstens, it's one thing, like, and that guy's a really good coach too. But you're getting rid of some really highly respected coaches before the playoffs in the Western Conference. It almost feels like it's either one of two things. It's a give up, or it's more than likely a Hail Mary, where you say, I feel like the Nuggets, it's a Hail Mary, like maybe a change of different voice, a guy on whoever his number one bench guy who's taken over, maybe he can, get these players to buy in. Maybe for them, it's more of a Hail Mary. The Carson's things felt like there was something else at play there. For
Being
them
Jenkins?
I mean, Jenkins is what I meant, not Carson's. That felt like maybe there was something else at play.
Hey, listen, I love it. I hope fire JJ Redick. That's great. Beat it. Okay, fire Steve Kerr. Get out. I hope they fire everybody. And the Rockets. You know what? If I could remember, I can never remember Oklahoma City's.
Mark Daigneault.
He was coach of the year. What's his name?
Mark Daigneault.
Yeah, see, I can't remember that.
French Canadian.
So, yeah, nobody cares. So, fire them all. Fire everybody so that the Rockets – listen, do you see this? There are 4 teams now at 47 and 32, and the T-Wolves lost, so they're 46 and 33.
They blew a giant lead. They're up
5 teams that could possibly be the Rockets' opponent.
Well, not just that.
5 different teams.
Not just that.
And the Lakers are 48 and 31.
There's a chance the Rockets play a team. Now, the T-Wolves play Memphis, and I think the Warriors have a game against the Clippers, so they won't land. Not all of them can be 50-win teams in the regular season, but if the team the Rockets face wins the play-in game as a 7th seed, that could be a team who won 50 games to make the playoffs.
Right.
So as great as this Rockets season has been, their treat is, hey, you get to play a 50-win basketball team.
More than likely not.
No.
Yeah.
They're all. What I'm saying is not 50 wins the regular season, but let's just say it's Memphis who makes it. They may get to 49 in the regular season and then go win a 50th game in the play-ins.
They won't. No, the Rockets will sweep them. So
okay.
So they won't get to 50.
No,
but since the Rockets are going to sweep them.
I don't.
Oh, because of the
no,
play-in.
the regular winning,
and
the play-in, you might. Their team might make it to 50 wins, and the Rockets will see them as the 7th seed.
Yeah, that is something. And there's 5, really 6. The Lakers could actually still be in the play-in game. They're 48 and 31.
Now that's insane to me that they were battling us for the 2-hole because we're in the 2-hole right now, and we're staying in the 2-hole in case you didn't see here, and. They were battling for that, and now they may have to play extra games.
Yeah,
I would fire JJ Redick right now.
So what do you do? So what do you do now if you're the Rockets? They got the Clippers tonight. They got the Lakers on Friday and Denver on Sunday. All those teams vying for playoff positioning. You are locked in. You can't get out of the 2-hole. You're trapped in there.
What would I do, or what do you think Ime is going to do? I think Ime is going to play it out. I think Ime is going to play it out.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about it. I just don't. I know they're going to play hard. I just a little worried. You got 3 games basically that are meaningless.
Yeah,
and you want. I just don't know. Yeah, it's just a little bit worrisome. We saw in a meaningless game, Amen get hurt. It's a tough situation because you don't want to take your foot off the gas. You love the way that these guys are playing.
Yeah, I mean, they got so much momentum.
I know. I mean, you're beating the snot out of Oklahoma City. You're beating Golden State at Golden State and you can't take anything away from that win because Golden State is fighting tooth and nail to get playoff positioning, right, and not be in the play-in game. So that was a great win. It's a place you don't win, and you're playing with an intensity that I don't know what we've seen. Alpi in these last 2 games. Vanessa interviewed him, and he's like, I'm angry. I'm mad. And people around here are mad. And you got to keep that, but I don't know how you keep it now when you're locked in.
Well, you got to. I don't know that the edge is going to go away. Like Ime's built that in. It's baked in that the world is against the Rockets, and that's fine. Like whatever you have to do to convince them because it's not real hard convincing. All ESPN will talk about is the Lakers. So. You know, if you're looking at ESPN programming, they don't care about the Rockets. They don't talk about them. Las Vegas doesn't take the Rockets seriously. They've got them 6th, 7th, and 8th in terms of chances to win in the West, and they literally have locked into the number 2 spot. And Vegas gives them no respect at all.
Check that again.
Let me see
when we go to the break.
Oh, what the latest is?
I would imagine
it would have to be
these
different
last few
now.
games. That the Rockets are going to catch a little bit more respect. They'll put a little respect on them.
Well, you better put respect on their name, but I'll check what the latest numbers are.
Yeah, see what the latest is. I am going to check right now with HR&P to see if I can get you guys, well, Dell fired again. Here's the deal is if you have a problem at your work like we do, then you need to take care of it, okay? You need to, and you don't take care of it because you could mess it up, but HR&P takes care of it. And I'm telling you, it's kind of a big deal. Companies have been sued, and you got to handle this thing right. First of all, they're going to come back and they're going to sue you maybe for damages and EEOC, all of these things. You got to make sure that you do things right. You don't know it. You're not in the HR game. How about HR experts? How about payroll experts? How about technology that's second to none? How about they can get it to you cheaper than you can do payroll? They just do. They just do. And especially if your business is growing. Now, you may be with an admin company right now. Oh, I'm with somebody. Never mind. They're doing my payroll. They're doing my HR. They're giving us our 401k. They're doing our insurance. Okay, great. How much are they charging you? Take a look at it. Let HR&P come in and take a look at it because HR&P, we think they're better, and we think that they could save you money. I've seen them do this. I've seen them do it. And they'll partner with your business to make your business great. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ira, we got to get to something that we have not talked about yet, but let's get Ira in here first because he was here last segment and we want to get him in. Hey, Ira, how are you doing?
Hey, good morning, fellas. First quick question. Lance, who's the program person who picks out the instrumentals?
What'd you say?
Who's what?
Who's the person who picks out like the instrumental play music?
Oh, that's
they
Dell.
Go in and out of the breaks.
That's Dell.
Dell.
And Dell was Dell. You pick some great music, man. I just wanted to let you know that.
People always hate on your music, Dell. You see, you got people who like your music.
I don't. But.
Dell doesn't care what people think of him, but
no, I appreciate it, Ira. Thank you.
All right. No, man, so I want to talk about the Rockets, man. First of all, congratulations on being the second seed, man. I'm really proud of the team.
Oh, that's
this, to me, I've been a lifelong Rockets fan, and so I've been watching them since the Twin Tower days, right? To me, this has been like the best coaching job of the young talent that the team has. Usually they'll get young talent and try to trade it away for an aging superstar or older player or something like that. And I'm really glad to see the job that the coach has done. And to be honest with you, I think he's the best coach in the league based on what he's done with the Celtics and what he's now done with the Rockets. But when I woke up this morning, I saw something on Instagram. I don't know if it's true, but seeing that the coach and the GM got fired from Denver, they were saying that Jokic might be on the trading block trying to come to Houston. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why would we do that? Like, even though he's a good player, don't mess up the chemistry of what we have right now. Like, we got a nice core with Green and Thompson and Alfred. So why mess that up? Let's see what the coach can do with it before we start tinkering with stuff.
Well, Ira, if you could get Jokic, I think you mess up.
Well, but I don't say I'm looking everywhere right now.
Yeah,
I can't see anything. Like I can't see the Nuggets trading Jokic.
No.
That's a long conversation you got to have there if he were available. It would cost you an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
To get a Jokic.
But if you could get Jokic, I mean, Ira, right. I like our team.
He puts you
the best player in the league.
Yeah, it puts you in immediate. It's what do you subtract for him would be the question. But I don't even think that's up for grabs. I can't imagine. You already see what Nico Harrison's dealing with.
Can you imagine if you're a Nuggets fan and they trade?
Oh, you might as well just quit watching the Nuggets.
I mean, didn't Nico tell anybody anything about from Dallas? Didn't he tell anybody about how not to do it?
Completely checked out on that. I mean, you get some good players from the Rockets if you've made that deal. But to his point about Ime, Ira had a serious basketball call. I agree with you. Ime is, for me, he's the best coach in the league. And it's not just I think X's and O's wise, he's pretty good. I think that's sometimes overrated in NBA basketball because players just play. So the X's and O's stuff, it's really about substitutions. It's about sometimes changing how you defend guys at the top of the key, some of that stuff. But the main thing for him right now is that he gets the guys to play hard all the time, every time. Everyone's bought in. I don't have a problem with Ime Udoka in the least. Well, that's, who would have a problem with him? But in terms of believing he's the best coach in the league, I mean, find me a better one. The guy went from the 11th seed to the 2 seed overnight.
By the way, Ira brought up something. He called them the Rockets. They're the 2 seed.
Yeah,
they're the
we need to start saying 2 seed actually. Now that Ira brought up a good point for us.
A good point.
Let's start saying 2 seed now.
2 seed.
Because the other could be misconstrued.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're thinking.
Yeah.
How about Octavio Dotel? That is so sad. A building in the Dominican Republic collapsed, a ceiling collapsed, and there were, I think the count was 120 people that were affected in some way, shape, or form?
Two
And
major
Octavio
leaguers,
Dotel-
Tony Blanco and Octavio Dotel, were of the 110
Wow.
people who died when the roof collapsed on them.
A roof collapsed on, and it was a concert. The roof collapsed, and wow, Octavio was apparently he was trapped for 11 hours. He was finally pulled out. He was still alive, but by the time he got to the hospital,
255 people were. Well, actually, there's conflicting numbers in the same articles because it says officials said at least 113 people were killed and 255 more people were injured.
Yeah,
I mean,
Whoa,
and Nelson
gosh,
Cruz's
man.
sister was killed. It's
Wow.
the collapse occurred
tragedy.
at 1 a.m. during a merengue concert, which drew athletes, politicians, and others to the Jet Set nightclub in Santo Domingo, Dominican capital. Truth be told, this is one of my favorite pitchers. When he was with the Mets and came over to the Astros, I liked him with the Mets. He had an electric arm. He was a starter. Came over to the Astros as a reliever. Tried to start, but he just wasn't.
No.
He just wasn't built for the marathon. He was a sprinter. And man, he had a whip. He had an arm whip that created a lot of movement on his fastballs, on his two-seamer. When Octavio Dotel was on, he was really, really tough. He was built to be a setup man, either set up or set up to the setup. He did both of them. And actually, no, Lidge was a setup man, and then it was Dotel was the
was
Lidge was a setup to the
Dotel,
setup, and then
Billy.
it was Dotel, and then it was Wagner. Then Dotel tried to be the closer, and he just wasn't. Some guys just aren't built to be closers. But
man,
Lidge
ended up being a really good one.
I mean, Dotel was.
But that's 7, 8, and 9. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th was you just had to get your starter through 6. Holy crap, was that good?
I mean, look at his
That
2002, John. 97 and a third innings pitched, 58 hits allowed, 118 strikeouts, and 27 walks. He had a whip of .87 that year. I mean, he was a monster, and an ERA of 185. And this is in 83 appearances. 83 appearances. The next year, 76 appearances. His whip was .96. It was also a really, really good season as well. But he kind of fell off a little bit the next year because he just
he was a really good guy. That was when I was doing the pre and post game shows.
Did you like him?
Oh yeah, I liked him a lot. He was always happy. He was always happy. He was a really good guy. He didn't speak great, so it was difficult, but we got him on as much as we could. And
Spanish, make it happen.
Yeah. Well, but the viewers of the post-game show don't.
Well, you could have translated.
Well, now I speak it better than I understand it. So I mean, especially Dominican, it ain't easy, bro.
Yeah.
So he was a really, really nice guy. Just a shame that what a tragedy. All those people affected. Man, oh man, oh man. That's awful. When I saw that, I was just like, oh my gosh, that's terrible. He's too young, 51. Man, we're getting up there. If Octavio Dotel is 51 years old, holy crap. And I'm covering him in that locker room. Man, oh man, holy crap. He was 51 already. So that's just a shame. Just a shame. He was a really, really nice guy. That was, I don't know. I'm going to say this. I mean, it was pretty good with Abreu and Presley. Well, and Montero, Abreu, Presley, the World Series year. So listen, there was no better bullpen ever in the postseason than the Astros 2022. That was good
but from a talent standpoint, I'd put up Dotel, Lidge, and Wagner against anybody.
Lidge, Dotel, and Wagner was the best threesome that we've ever had in the city.
Yeah, it was dominant.
Yep.
It was lights out. You got to the 7th, it was over.
Yep. It was fantastic.
Let them get a 2-run lead, and you were cooked.
Lidge had a really, really nice career. Billy's a Hall of Famer, and Dotel was just that couple of seasons. And you're right. The way to describe Dotel was a whip.
Yeah,
he whipped it. He had his arm. I mean, it was actually was a whip.
Yeah, the 3/4 arm action, but it was the way it came through.
Yeah. That's just a shame. So, thoughts and prayers to all those people. Goodness gracious, what a tragedy.
Man.
What a tragedy.
Terrible.
Let's break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're listening to ESPN. Don't go anywhere.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance. Rockets squarely as the second seed. They cannot be knocked out of there. Got the Clippers tonight here in LA. Matter of fact, I'll be right across the street from there. I'm going to go play a little poker. The Hollywood Park is right across the street, and then so is where the Rams play, SoFi, and Intuit is right there. So maybe I'll go to the game, and
maybe you do go to the game.
Maybe I will go to the game and wear my red. That'll be totally sweet, and show all those Clipper fans just who's boss around here. The Astros win in extra innings. Nice job. Frommer looked great. The bullpen was great, other than Taylor Scott. He's got to straighten his stuff out. 2 nights in a row, he's really not been good. So he needs to straighten Taylor Scott out. You want to talk about an outlier, Lance? The dude had 68 innings pitched last year. His highest before that was 12.
Well, Astros are going to make a bullpen work. We know that. That's a league-wide trend, but the Astros over the last several years have made their bullpens work hard. You always set records for – last few years have been about guys setting records for usage, including Renel Blanco, who may be catching up with them a little bit. We got a caller. Before we do that, you ask about where the Rockets were. I've still got them 8th on this website. Dell's got them 7th at ESPN Bet. I found them at another site where they're 8th at 2,600, still behind Memphis, the Timberwolves, then the Clippers. The Clippers are plus 1,700. The Nuggets 700. Golden State Warriors 6 to 5. Lakers 5. The Rockets are 26-1 in the 2 spot. Like I can't.
That's crazy.
I can't do that anymore. It's a great value. Fire on it.
Put something on it. Put something. Put something on it out there. 25, 26? That's crazy. Ronnie, Ron's here. What's up, Ron?
Hey, guys. And I've enjoyed you guys for years. I hate to admit that I'm that old, but, with the Rockets, do they have somebody's lottery pick when the draft comes around? And who do you think, I don't know where they're going to draft, but who would they go for? And also, I'd like to know, are you guys not broadcasting Space Cowboy games anymore?
Dell?
Are we doing Cowboys
I don't think
games?
we are.
We are no longer broadcasting Space Cowboys games.
Yeah.
Oh, Space Cowboys.
Our friend Abigail had to, that's why she had to go work in the real estate business now.
We were doing Dallas Cowboys. We were doing Space Cowboys. We're your home for the Cowboys.
Well, not anymore.
State Cowboys?
Well, not Space Cowboys, but NFL season comes around, we'll probably have Cowboy games on.
Okay.
Abigail did not move on. She's still here, by the way. She still works here, but she did not move on simply because the Space Cowboys were no longer part of our deal.
She didn't go get a job in the real estate
world? No. I don't
Did
think
it have more to do with benefits and better pay?
And a full-time job.
Yeah.
No. But she does the Boston of Gloss. She'll do some weekend stuff, so she's still around.
Seen her, she's all dressed up. She looks all fancy.
But
now.
as far as what he said, they do own the Suns pick.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be very nice, considering the Suns aren't going to make the playoffs.
Very nice.
Who are they looking at? That's possibly the 14th overall pick. No idea.
Well, possibly as high as the 10th pick.
Well, or the first pick.
One pick.
Well,
it could be the first pick.
But there's still lots of losing to do for them.
Well, not so
not
much.
lots of losing.
3 games, I think.
Well, then go on 3.
Yeah.
Right. They're 35-44. They're tied with the How about the Suns and Blazers are tied? Wow. That's how bad this season has been for the Suns.
And it's been a really good year for the Blazers, considering how bad they've been. They've shown some promise, and the Suns, the complete opposite. Yeah, they are a full 3 games behind the Mavericks. So the Mavericks making the play-in is their magic number is 1. So the Suns are very likely, almost 100% probability that they'll be in the lottery, and then that leads the Rockets to a real shot.
Yeah, no, right now they're 9. Right now, if they lose out to the Blazers, if they drop a game, they're the 9 seed.
A 9th pick.
I mean, the 9th seed, the 9th pick in a lottery.
Yeah, and that could go up. You could have
Absolutely.
a top 5 pick. You never know.
Absolutely. Now, who do they target? I don't know about who. We'll have to look at that down the road here. But what do they target? I think it's going to be. I think they target. They use that pick. They have it sitting there, and they decide what they're going to do with their roster in the offseason. I don't think they're going to sit still in the offseason.
I think you almost got to go point guard.
Yeah, I would say, because I don't trust Reed. Like, I do trust Reed Shepherd as a shooter. It would be great if he could be Mark Price and be a guy who could take you off the dribble and score. But yeah, or a shooter or a shooting guard. But if you do that, you're admitting that you're on the way out with Whitmore. But I think that's probably the case. I think Cam Whitmore probably is going to be moved at some point for a second round pick, just kind of to ease up the roster a little bit, and free up just a little bit of money since he's a first round pick. I could see that happening. I don't know if you get a lot back for Whitmore. Like, he's talented, but I don't know that they're looking to add more. They've already got a lot of guys that can play right now.
No, but Cam, I think Cam would be coveted out there. Cam's a good shooter.
He should be. He's valuable. He can score. Yeah. He has legit scoring ability. From inside, outside, he's an athlete. Like, I like Cam Whitmore. I don't know how he fits with this team necessarily, because he's going to want to start. He wants to play. I totally get it, but he's not going to.
How does he fit? He fits on the bench. I mean, he ain't playing him. So, I mean, that's coach's decision. Every time it's coach's decision. And coach just ain't playing him. So
right.
No. I don't know how much
could be a trade piece though. The 9th pick could easily be a trade piece.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's something.
Exactly
I think we got to see how the offseason goes, but it wouldn't shock me if the Rockets say, "All right, we're really close. Let's it's a little dangerous, but at the same time, if they say it's really close, you got let's say the 9th pick of the draft, and Jabari Smith and Cam Whitmore and Steven Adams from a salary standpoint, if he's still on the roster, I think they still have a year with him, but I'm not sure. I have to see about free agency to make salaries match up, and you go out and move and get a player.
Yeah.
And I like Jabari. I just think at some point Jabari is most likely to potentially be traded, because I don't think they're trading Tari. I know Amin can't be traded. He's got to be untouchable.
I don't know about trading Jabari. I mean,
who you going to trade?
He's coming into his own right now.
Well, I know, but teams want, it's got to hurt a little bit. They don't just want Cam Whitmore in the 9th pick.
Let me see what you're getting. Let me see.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think the Rockets are trading for a slappy. If they're going to trade, you know how they are. They're going to want a little splash.
Steven Adams is an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, so you can't. I'm not sure that they have anybody after the end of the year that you can use for salary match purposes.
Only Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, well, he could be that guy then. But boy, I get the feeling Ime is a Dylan Brooks lover.
Yeah, he's playing well too, really well.
Well, then don't make any trades.
All right.
I mean, everyone's playing well. Don't trade anybody
unless Jokic is available.
I don't. You don't believe that, do you?
I heard that rumor.
No. Do you? I mean, I'm not saying that Ira didn't see that on the. I'm not saying Ira didn't see that on Instagram something, but it may have been a page called NBA Centel. So you have to watch. But I mean, there's no way they would. He's the best basketball player in the world right now. Why would you trade him? That doesn't make sense. And
they don't even have a GM to make that trade right now. So when they hire, I don't imagine the new GM's first major move is trading Jokic.
Luka, I get. Luka wanted $370 million, and Luka is like, I could totally understand the Luka thing. Jokic, all he does is show up and deal at an incredibly high percentage.
You're one of few people who can understand the Luka thing.
Yeah,
you're not in it.
Well, I understand wanting to move him. Yeah. I don't understand what you got back. Let me put it that way. Wanting to move him, not wanting to get stuck with a $370 million price tag for a guy that doesn't work out in the offseason and take care of himself. I totally get that. Getting Anthony Davis back, not even getting Austin Reeves back from the same team, that's pretty, that
not
just
even
none of
opening
that
it up. Hey, not opening it up to everybody.
Right. That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make
I don't have
sense.
a problem with them moving him. Not creating a bidding war made no sense.
I think that the mindsets between an NFL guy and a basketball guy are kind of playing out here because NFL people will do this thing where they go, okay, he doesn't have good NFL or football character, so we got to make this move what's best for the team. We just saw it here. We just saw Tunsil's not Luka, but we saw a version of it here where the text was like, all right, you're the best player on the line, but you're not what we're looking for. We'll deal him. In the NBA, people who talk about the NBA, who write about it, who cover it, couldn't understand making a move like that because I don't think you hear about good basketball culture.
James Harden. I mean, he was moved all over the place because
he requested those moves.
Well,
he forced his way out.
Yeah, well, I mean, but even still, you don't get rid of great players.
In the NBA, you do if they ask out.
James Harden would have played for all the time. 4 teams for four different teams in the NIL era.
Well,
bag. That's it.
Well, and listen, you guys don't know. Denver might have their own brick, okay, over there. Okay, and he might trade Jokic. You don't know.
They're on Brick.
He signed
Brick.
Remember, it wasn't Brick. It was the other
one.
kid.
It was the,
Stan
I don't care.
Kroenke.
I
It's
like
the
Stan
younger
Brick.
one.
Yeah.
It's like the 12-year-old.
Not the
It's even
14-year-old.
worse. I had somebody who worked at the Jets who said, no, Brick's actually level-headed. It wasn't him. It was the younger son. I was like, oh, my God. I said, how old is he? He's like, like 15, 16 years old of Snacks. I'm like, oh, my God. Snacks can't
Can you
even make a
imagine if
decision
Snacks
about
was running an organization.
I mean, it's just terrible. No.
What's his dribble package? That's what we got to find out.
I know.
We got to right now, but we got to figure out. Oh, how about it's Masters week? So it golf. It doesn't get any bigger. Well, that's the first major of the year, right? We got the first major on the LPGA tour right here in the city of Houston coming up, and now it's not that far out. It's just a couple of weeks out, people, and we need you to get your tickets at thechevronchampionship.com. It's awesome. I love it. I'm going to be out there starting on Thursday afternoon, so I can't wait. I really like watching them play. I really, really do. I think they're great. I think that they can play. Listen, of all women's sports, golf, I think that they are the closest to how guys like to play. That's as simply as I could put it. Guys, they're great. Bring your daughters out there. Bring your young daughters out there. Let them see competition at the highest level. And go get into one of the tents on the 17th, 18th on the first hole. They're beautiful. They're wonderful. Food, drink, everything. You can bring your clients there. It's a great event. You're looking for a great way to see the highest competition right here. Well, in the Woodlands at the golf club, at Carlton Woods, the Nicholas course, thechevronchampionship.com. What are you doing there? Can you remember what you were doing when you were doing that? You have no idea. What were you thinking at that time? Astros win last night. Rockets are the 2 seed. Okay, we got those two things going on. Pop Isaacs says he is coming. That came from his account. That he says he is coming here to the University of Houston, along with everywhere I saw has the Cougs as the number 1 team next
Where's
year.
Pop coming from? He went from Texas. Creighton, that's right. From Texas Tech to Creighton. Both good basketball programs, by the way. And he's been a starter the entire time. 3 years in college basketball. Last year, hip injury. Does he get is that a that's a red shirt? That should be a medical red shirt last year.
Yeah, 8 games is all he played in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how it works in basketball.
I don't either. No one ever talks about it.
Well,
I don't know who takes advantage of it.
You would think. You got that going on. Sad news: Octavio Dotel dies in the Dominican Republic in the building collapse. There were at least 110 different reports. 113 people died. So Octavio Dotel, just a sad story. That happened. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The best title game ratings since 2019.
Whoa.
How about that?
Wow, that's surprising
and the best
to me.
Final Four ratings since 2017.
What's Dell laughing about? What'd you chuckle and guffaw out loud about in that room, Dell? It wasn't about the Cougars title game, was it?
No, that wasn't funny.
Okay.
It was something awful that Tony sent to us.
Oh, no.
With Jeff Bagwell being firmly in the mix.
Why are we doing this?
What?
Now I got to look.
Well,
that's great. That's great that Houston got that kind of love and play. I'm sure a lot of it sparked interest for the casuals who saw Houston come from behind against Duke and said, "Ooh, let me see this through to the end." My wife was one of them.
Well, and it was 4 number 1s. So the people wanted to see the best basketball teams. Look at some of the Virginia and Texas Tech and the recent. Actually, that one rated pretty good, but the recent championship games have not been, but been great matchups. This was a really, really great matchup, and I think people were captivated by I think the majority of people in the country wanted the Cougs to win, liked the way that they played, loved the Kelvin Sampson story. It's a storied program, and it just is just a shame they came up short. Jamal Shedd will join us in an hour from now. So those of you that are Coug fans and or Raptor fans, you want to hear from Jamal Shedd, stick around. He's going to be with us at the top of the hour. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say. I want to know what it's like going from Kelvin Sampson to the NBA. That'll be one of my questions, is that adjustment from that intensity and that, when you only play 34 games, 38 games, whatever it is, 30 and 4, you play 34 games, and then you play your conference, and then you play your tournament. What is it that the intensity that brings every night, which you don't have in the NBA? You just don't have that. So how difficult is it to ramp down for a guy who's going from the Marcus Sassers or the Jarris Walkers or the Jamal Shedds? How difficult is it to ramp down and play in the NBA?
Yeah. What's it like to get a break off?
Yeah.
From having to practice against Cougar defenders. Yeah, that'll be fun talking to Jamal Shedd. Boy, I found out there's some really sensitive people. If you say that Ted Cruz is a jinx, which we all know he is a jinx. He's 2-17 in his last 19. If you say that, there are some people who will almost start to cry, and they can't, they can barely function. You're a puppet of he's a jinx, bro. Who cares? Shut up. Jinxie the cat is Jinxie the cat. We all know it. He's a mush. There's no political affiliation here. We are all sports fans who don't want a jinx to show up. I don't care what anyone's politics are. If they're a jinx, don't go. If I think I'm jinxing something, I stay out of it. I won't go to something if I think I'm a
care.
jinx.
He's too selfish. He is too selfish.
Yeah, he is selfish. The entire state, the entire country doesn't want him. The state doesn't want him to go. Don't go to games that we want to win. Now, if it's Aggies versus Longhorns, you know, I know the Longhorns are sending him like, hey, you need to go support your Aggies and stuff like that. That's ugly. Because you know what you were doing, Longhorn fans? You were trying to get Ted to jinx him. You don't weaponize Ted. I don't want to weaponize Ted Cruz's bad luck, jinxy habits. I just don't want him on teams that I want to win. Stay away from Rockets, Astros, Texans, Cougars. Stay away from Longhorns if they're playing for a national championship. Aggies if they're playing for a national championship. Don't go to a Rice game, okay? If Rice is trying to do something, stop screwing up teams. Just stay home. Stop being greedy. I need to be there. No, you don't.
This is, we were just talking about the Cougs ratings. It is kind of funny, there was so much talk about, there was so much race talk with Caitlin Clark. They had 18.9 million viewers when she was in the championship game. This year, it was 8.5. That lost 10 million viewers with Paige Beckers in it.
Well, we know that. What is this something new? There's no one who actually
it's
thinks.
Just but it's funny. I mean, the race baiting thing is kind of funny in that. It's just a Caitlin Clark thing. It's amazing. I don't know what it is. Did you see her? Did you see the video that came out this week? Her playing against the Iowa men?
No.
It had to be AI because she was throwing. I don't know. Go look it up. It was on X, on Twitter this week. She was throwing up stuff. She just walked past half court and just throwing stuff up, and she scored like 20 points in a matter of minutes against the men, and she was just throwing up stuff from
it's an old video.
Yeah, I know.
Of when she coached her. It's not.
Sure, it's not Doctor.
No. It's not AI. I'm looking at this.
It is incredible.
No, I'm looking at this. Well, that's why she's special. Look, I don't care. People can say whatever they want. The fact is, she played unlike we have seen. And, unfortunately, there's a lot of people who would probably say, what about Aja Wilson? Probably she does play like that. It's just people didn't see that. They weren't paying attention to women's basketball. You see somebody shooting these threes from the logo, and it's what? In the women's game? She just caught the attention. It's like it's too bad people have to get caught up with race. I don't care who. It's good for women's sports to get more accolades and to I know there's some people who I don't understand. If you don't want like women's sports or whatever, you don't want women playing sports, whatever, just don't watch. You're fine. What difference does it make if I don't understand why people who don't care get so caught up in making sure that you have to make sure you tell everyone that women suck. Like, what's the point?
Why?
Why are you doing that?
What was that for?
That's what I don't know. Why people like, but shit, they suck actually. Like, what's the good for them making more money? Good for them getting more exposure. That's great. It's great. My daughter, women, men, whoever want to watch. Like, I don't understand if something you don't even care about it. Well, why do you have an opinion about things you don't care about? But because that's what happened with college basketball. If Caitlin Clark never played, there's a lot of people who wouldn't care about college basketball, or women's college basketball, or pro basketball.
How about this though? What was it? Shams or one of them reported that Notre Dame guard is staying, and she could be a top pick. She's going to be a top pick in the WNBA draft. She says, "I'll make more money here.
Yeah,
way more money.
Well, that's the problem with
more money.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the problem with that. The WNBA structures, they're not profitable. Well, they haven't been, but they will be now because of the TV deals that are coming. The only unfortunate thing is the TV deals are so tied to Caitlin Clark's popularity. And so you have to make sure that you get, like, their brand of basketball is way, way better than it used to be. I remember when we used to see it when it first started, when you and I first started radio, John, Lisa Leslie, and it was like painful. And the comments actually had some ballers like Cheryl Swoops and Cynthia Cooper. Cheryl Swoops would just be another player in the league today. I really believe that, watching some of them. I think Cynthia Cooper actually had she had something to her game that I think would have translated. But
Cheryl could shoot now.
Yeah, Cheryl could shoot. She could shoot. But They had some, they had some players, but the players now there's some really, really good players. If you ever just sit and watch, you'll be like, oh man, they're actually way better than I thought. The game is really advanced.
But
the shooting is so much better.
They got to figure that out where it's much more profitable and more advantageous to stay in
With
college
TV
than get
deals.
to their league.
TV deals. That's why they got to fight for better TV deals.
Well, and they signed the dumbest thing ever, and I said it was so dumb. They sign it right before Caitlin Clark walks in the door. Are you guys idiots?
Yeah.
Sign an 11-year deal before your superstar.
And now they're trying to they want to walk it back and do a new one, and that's what the Players Association. But
they signed it, dumbasses.
That's what they got to do. Like, they're clearly worth way more right now, whether it's Caitlin Clark in the league or not. She's in the league, so it doesn't matter. So they're worth more. Their games are worth more. They should be paid more. And you're right. A top women's college basketball player probably does make more than now. There are top women's players who make more than the rookie wage scale. So you can make more. And the ones who get, like Angel Reese has a lot of advertising. Caitlin Clark has a lot of advertising. Their salary is just paying off tax bills because their money's really in the advertising.
Angel Reese's Wheaties boxes, throwing it in the basket and missing it in the shopping cart.
I've seen that.
It's just ugly.
You seen her McDonald's commercial? I wonder how much she gets paid for that.
I don't know, but I don't know. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, I want to talk about Champion Energy right now. I want to talk about Champion. I want to talk about the best electricity company. I mean, I've been with them for, 17, 18 years, and we're moving right now, and I'm going to get Champion Energy, and we're in the apartment that we're going to now. I'm going to have an apartment in Houston. I've had it at the house for 17, 18 years, and it's just been, I just don't have to worry about it. When my contract is up after a couple of years, they'll give me notice and they'll say, hey, sign up now. We got a better rate right now. Take advantage of it. I feel like I should be paying about nothing because I feel like I don't know how many times Champion Energy, we got a better rate right now. Okay, I'll sign that. Yeah, absolutely. Here, right here. Boom. And I get better savings. I just think Champion, and I've had buddies that were with other companies and they said, oh, let me try that Champion. And they were like, holy crap, it really is different. It is different. So if you're looking for a great way to get electricity to your house and spend less, champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. Hey, tomorrow you guys are going to be out at East River 9. The whole station's going to be out there, except me. From 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Kick off the start of the Masters. The Masters. Par 3 today, Masters tomorrow. And then Friday, the Paul Gallant Show and the Killer Bees are going to be broadcasting from 12 to 6 for the Bracket Madness prize pickup party at St. Arnold's Brewery. Winners will receive an email on Tuesday if they were a winner in Bracket Madness this year. That was yesterday, okay? So if you were a winner, you are going to go pick up your stuff at St. Arnold Brewery on Friday. That's just a party. That's a great party. It's a great way to go about it. Pick your stuff up. All right, and drink some St. Arnold's beer. That's good stuff.
Well, there's been a lot of people talking.
See?
Oh, go ahead.
Can you see this? I'm doing what you did at my house.
Hold on.
Can you see it?
Well, what are you doing?
I turned the lights all off, like you did.
Yeah.
And I got just the light,
the ring light.
Ring
yeah,
light
yeah,
on.
yeah. It looks good. You can tell it's dark in the background.
You can tell it's well. You did that.
Yeah, but mine wasn't dark in the background.
Because you were
that ring
so
light's
close
so
to the
strong.
back. You were, but you were so close to the stuff behind you. I'm not.
That's true.
So, but Lance taught me a little trick. Where have you been doing your hits from?
I was a hotel room on Thursday, and then I got TV on Monday, which I have no idea where, and then Thursday, and I'm finally done with the Insiders for the year. I'm on Mondays and Thursdays on NFL Insiders. I did SEC guy. So they said something about somebody used the word like not haberdashery. It was some kind of Southern sounding word. Tom Pelissero did. And I said, well, bully Tom, I say, that's not what I was thinking you were going to say. And he just started, he thought that was the funniest thing in the world. And he goes, I want to hear you do a whole segment like that. He had no idea.
Oh, he doesn't know.
No idea. And I was like, oh. So afterwards, I texted, I said, I don't think Tom and Ian Rappaport realize that doing a whole segment like that would not be a problem.
Guy, which started as Masters guy.
Yeah, started as Hootie Johnson.
Hootie Johnson.
That's a lot of people, you would know that.
And it's Masters Week. Who you guys got?
That's right. That's right. It used to be like this here, much slower.
Yeah.
And Masters Week, so Cody, who listens to our show, is also a big draft guy. He listens on YouTube, the YouTube channel. He wants to know if you have a good long shot.
A good long shot. I like the way Russell Henley and Lucas Glover are playing right now. So those would be long shots.
Russell Henley?
Russell Henley.
Russell Henley? Man, that's got to be a long shot. No one even knows him.
He won this year, so not that crazy. But he's playing well, and Lucas is playing really well. Lucas is in, and he's at the top of leaderboards every week, it seems like. So Lucas is playing. I would love to see Lucas competing at the Masters and just bring back all Dick Harmon.
When's the last time Lucas won a major? Has he won a major?
Yeah, he won, and he won. I want to say he won an Open or was it a PGA? No one knows. Anyway, he's got one. He's got one major.
He does have one.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
Had to be a PGA. I don't remember him winning another.
So let's get Robert in here. He's got a question for Lance. Hey, Robert.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Long-time listener. I wanted to talk to you, Lance. Man, I agree with you about Ted Cruz. Man, he's definitely a jinx. But you know who's even worse jinx than him?
Who?
It's the lesser talented group member of UGK, Bun B. A couple years ago, man, he was the ultimate jinx.
Everyone says that, and I know it bothers Bun that people say that. It actually makes Bun mad when people say that. Bun has had some losses, and here's for the Astros, and here's how you know. Anybody who does anything at home for the Houston Astros is going to end up catching an L because they can't win at home. And so Bun, when he makes the, when he says, let's play ball or whatever they do, or throws that first pitch or any of that stuff. Yeah, I know Bun gets hit with that all the time, and I hate it because Bun has had some wins too, but Bun hasn't lost across the state.
I actually called a couple years ago when y'all had him on, and just
Are you the one that pissed him off?
And I pissed him off.
You're the one that pissed Bun off. I remember how pissed he got about that.
I had to throw another jab out there, man. You have a good morning.
Why are we? Yeah, but listen, I mean, I'm wide open to jinxy stuff. I'm a superstitious person. So Ted Cruz, for real, I don't want him ever going anywhere. I don't even want to say this, but I kind of screwed it up the other day. I went downstairs to watch on a proper television, and they were up 3. Now, I went downstairs, and they went up 11. Downstairs at the hotel we were in. Well, I just needed to see it on a real TV. I got tired of watching on my computer. And so I went downstairs because I knew it was downstairs, which made me know, like, somehow we have TV, we have channel 11 here. So they were up 11, and then they started getting some and ones, and they cut it to 5. So I ran back upstairs, and they were still winning. So it probably wasn't me being a jinx, but I will say that I wasn't trying to take a chance. So I ran back upstairs. I wasn't going to finish watching downstairs. So I had to get back upstairs. So it definitely wasn't me. It was definitely Ted Cruz. And maybe some of it was players not getting shots.
Maybe it was both of you.
It could have been both of us.
You started the slide. Once you started, it didn't stop because
but it could have been also
did.
guys not getting shots off.
Why would you even leave?
I don't know. I did think about it at the time, and then when they took a big lead, I'm like, this game's in the bag.
Oh. By the way, Lucas Glover won the 2009 U.S. Open.
Yeah, it was a ways away.
I'm going to go with Robert McIntyre as my winner.
Robert McIntyre's a nice.
That's a good pick, Dell. Yep, that's a good
nice pick.
I like that. I'm
so,
going.
Dell, what about you?
Minwoo Lee.
What about Robert McIntyre? You keep leaning into Minwoo Lee.
He's hot.
No, he is hot.
Well, I'm going to go Robert McIntyre. He's playing pretty well. He's got 4 top 5 finishes in the last 11. So I like a guy. I like a guy who's feeling pretty good, and he's trending upward. And it's a good pick. Not the favorite. I can win some money on it.
Yep.
Good money if he wins. So I'm going to go with him.
It's a good pick, Dell.
No, he's playing well.
So I rely on Dell for my Masters.
That's
stuff.
right.
Which side of the ball does he hit from, Dell?
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
The good side?
The good side or the bad side?
The good side.
He's a lefty. Well, he's a little trickster. I like a little trickster in golf.
I kind of like Joaquin Neiman a little bit.
Joaquin Neiman.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good pick, except he hasn't done much of anything.
Well, but apparently he's had some really good practice rounds lately.
Well, you just stick with Minwoo Lee because you're hot.
Do you know, gentlemen?
Is he playing in this?
Do you know, gentlemen, that Robert McIntyre has a pair of top 25 finishes
know that?
in his last 25 Masters?
Dell knows a lot about golf.
I've done my research because I knew this stupid question was coming.
Looked up.
I was ready because, of course, this dumb question always comes every year. Hey, Joe, who are you taking? Well, I'm taking Robert McIntyre. I won't be watching him perform, but I'm rooting for him.
I'm not going with Victor Hovland this year. I'm staying away from Victor Hovland.
I'm going to change my pick, and I'm going to put Robert McIntyre.
No, you're
not allowed to do that, John.
Stay away from my guy.
No.
That's his pick.
So I got 7 guys that I can pick in this pool that I'm in, and I'm going to put Robert McIntyre in.
Man, still my joy.
I'm going John Rahm.
I'm like Jimmy Butler. You can't find my joy anymore.
I'm going John Rahm. All the haters say John Rahm.
That's not a long shot.
Well, he's 15 to 1. That's pretty good.
All golfers. What is Scotty 6?
Scheffler is 5.
5, yeah.
Xander Schauffele's 24 to 1.
Xander's a good pick.
Which golfer this weekend is going to whine about the media having the ability to talk to them or not talk to them? Isn't that a thing like Morikawa and McIlroy talking about how the media covering them isn't up to snuff? Morikawa was complaining the last couple of weeks about this.
I don't remember that.
He said, you guys don't have, like, he doesn't have to talk. Apparently golfers don't have to talk after the round. So he goes, you know what? I don't want to talk to you guys. I didn't want to be around anyone. That was a point of contention even this week about how the game is covered. I don't have to, guys. I've been a top 10 player for a while, and you guys only talk to me when I'm doing well. If you want to know the ebbs and flows of the players, you should talk to us all the time, even if we're not playing well.
Oh, you want people to talk to you when you're not playing
well?
That's
what he said.
No, he doesn't.
That's what he said.
He doesn't. Stop lying. I guarantee you they don't want anyone to talk to them.
He goes, you shouldn't just be asking me questions when I'm playing well. If you want to get to know who these guys are, you should talk to them even when they're not going good, according to him.
I'm taking Koepka out, and I'm putting in Robert McIntyre.
This is a good set. I'm starting to like this segment.
Yeah.
Once Dell started really delving deep into golf, I became more
he
interested.
Just picked one guy.
I knew the
he gave you all the details on.
And I knew the Morikawa
he's
thing.
got his bio.
I don't have his bio pulled up.
No, you don't. He watches.
I had the Morikawa thing ready to go. You didn't even know anything about it. How the golfers are upset about how they're covered. You had no idea.
Sad.
And you're supposed to be a fan of the sport. Beat
don't
it.
Care about Morikawa whining like a little biatch.
But you didn't know, and I did because I'm a golf guy. Thank you.
Yeah, you are a golf guy. I love that about you. I love that.
I don't love it about myself.
By the way, this is not the men's team.
What team?
I'm watching Caitlin Clark video. This is not the Iowa men's
it's the
team.
practice players that they
it's
students.
Like, it's students. She's beating students, which I figured
it doesn't matter. She's throwing it up from 40.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what she did in college.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's got that range. That's what drew me in.
She wasn't
like,
knocking down shots over the Murray brothers, Keegan and Keith or whatever the other guy's name is. No, it wasn't those guys. It was Jeff from Bio.
And Kenny, who likes loose meat sandwiches.
Yeah.
But the distance is still impressive.
Yes, it is. I don't care who she's playing against.
But she wasn't being guarded by NIL babies who just came over from Iona, D'ing her up 75
Well, the one that I
basket.
got said she was playing against the Iowa men.
Ooh,
it was
there are men from Iowa.
It was men from Iowa,
okay.
yes.
Yeah. These are clearly not these are not the droids you're looking for. I can tell you that much.
All right, you know what I'm looking for? What if I'm looking for windows and siding?
Well, I got Allstate Windows and Siding. That's pretty simple. Allstate Windows and Siding.com. Put a nice little neat bow on it right there. You can go to the website and it'll tell you the special offers they have right now. 30% off of each window, minimum 10 window job. But you know what the tricky little part is here? Oh, you get 30% off. How about the fact that you will get an additional percentage off when you tell them you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5? That's pretty cool, right? They're going to give you an extra bump. So they already have 30% off of a job if you do 10 windows or more. And most people are going to do 10 windows or more. You want to do, a lot of times you want to get the whole house done. And I know that it can be a little bit cost prohibitive at times, can be a little intimidating. But what if I told you could get more than 30% off of each window and you have 12 months of no payments and no interest available? Now's a great time. And the windows are made right here in the state of Texas. So that's also a nice little feature for you. Understand that you're not going to get hit with the tariffs. And you also have windows that are made and designed specifically for this Texas weather. Double pane, double strength, eliminates a lot of the noise and sound outside, makes the house look great, highly energy efficient. Everything about it is something that is going to upgrade your home in a multitude of ways. Allstate Windows and Siding.com, trustworthy company who offers fair pricing and who does incredible work. Leave a very clean job site, whether it's a siding job you're getting done or a window job. For more information, go to the website at allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
$8:37. Just letting you know that we are going to have Jamal Shedd, former University of Houston point guard and team leader, a guy who helped build the culture over there along with Kelvin Sampson. Did you see the video that was going around where Kelvin Sampson in 2016 was going to, and I remember when it actually came out, he was going to students with he had a bullhorn with him, and he would go to students and like, hey, I need you to come to the game. We got a game this Saturday, okay? I'm looking at your eyes. Lock it in. Let's fist bump. And we lock it in. He's going and giving tickets to students, asking them to please come to the basketball game. He takes his bullhorn and goes, he goes into like a cafeteria and goes, hey, we have our first basketball game of the year coming up at 7:00. Well, I want all of you to come out to the game. Get out there. And they've got video. They've got still shots of the actual 2016 game. You got still shots of the roster, which wasn't intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have still shots of the background, and there may have been 200 people. Oh, that's awfully high. May have been 150 people in the stands at that game. And they showed what Kelvin Sampson was doing in 2016, like literally boots on the ground, bootstrapping it, trying to get anyone to come out that he could. And he had a vision, obviously. He knew what it took. He had success at Oklahoma and, and of course in Indiana, we know it kind of went sideways on him with recruiting stuff. Been an NBA coach. He knew what he was getting into. Well, I don't know if he knew what he was getting into, but he figured it out pretty quick.
If there is found footage of your head coach being a carnival barker on campus, you know your program was down bad.
Oh, it was down really bad. And Kelvin's begging people to come to the game. And he's actually, as soon as you fist bump, he said, let's fist bump it. And that means it's locked in.
Yeah, you got to show up.
You have to come now. Now you have to come. He said, I'm looking in your eyes. I see you. I know who you are. And he's basically mildly threatening people if they don't come to the game after fist bumping, that they could catch an ass whooping. It's kind of how I internalized it. And to go from that to where he is now, like, that really deserves a lot of credit. I mean, a lot of credit to begging students to come out. Literally tens and 20s of people in the stands.
The man coached in the NBA. He coached at Indiana. He coached at Oklahoma.
I know.
And what he's doing is, he built the foundation and it worked, but he had to scrap and claw to get attention from the program.
Did you ever see that
early.
video, John, with him begging people to come to games in 16? It's crazy what he was able to accomplish, what he's been able to accomplish.
And no. Where he's brought this program 2 Final Fours, a championship game. Man, oh man. He's one of the best. I think he's not in the Hall of Fame. He gets in after this, right?
I think so.
I think so too.
I think so. It took Guy Lewis a long time. Guy Lewis got to more than Kelvin. It took him a long time to get in.
Yeah. I just had to go move my truck again. Oh my God, this guy that's parking in front of the houses. We're moving houses, so I'm happy. We got 3 more days here, and I just can't wait to get out of here. It just is a nightmare. Anyway, that's why I was late today. But normally, I mean, I'm the hardest worker at the station, so for me to miss the beginning of the segment, I apologize. I apologize to all the people. All right. So anyway, I had to move my truck for my wife. Bye, sweetheart. Love you. Anyway, so 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's hear from Zach Lowe. Let's hear about. Amen Thompson has been spectacular. He's not even in, which tells you, it's so stupid, these betting sites that they don't no respect for the Rockets. You know what would be a good bet right now? I don't know if you can find it, Lance. Defensive Player of the Year. Amen's not even listed. Wasn't even listed, right?
So he can't be a good bet because he's not even available.
Well, how about that? How about a write-in? Hey, let us put a write-in on Defensive Player of the Year. Here's Zach Lowe talking about Amen after shutting Steph Curry down for getting 3 points for Steph Curry. Here is Zach Lowe talking about Amen.
And Amen Thompson announced himself not only as a first-team all-defense player, he made a big final sort of statement like, hey, first-team all-defense. Not only that, in this jumbled Defensive Player of the Year race, don't ignore me. I know I'm only a second-year guy. I don't have this great reputation or whatever yet. I'm not Draymond Green in terms of my historical import to the game, but look what I can do.
I mean, when you look at his defensive rating, but that writers don't know that the books don't know about this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the Rockets thing. If you missed it earlier, the Rockets are still either 7th or 8th to win the West in Las Vegas, behind teams like Memphis, the Nuggets, who if you're just joining us, fired their coach and general manager last night, fired their GM and their coach before the playoffs, and they are ahead of the Rockets, who have quite possibly one of the top 2 coaches in the NBA this year. They have one of the finest defenders in the game this year. They have one of the most consistent rosters in the league this year. I understand being skeptical because the Rockets win seasons went like this: 17, 20, 22, 41. But believe the jumps. Believe the jumps from 22 to 41, and then from 41 wins up to 50, however many they're going to end up with. How do you not believe that that's who they are when they've beaten Oklahoma City twice? They've beaten Denver. They've beaten every team in the league, basically. How do you not believe? It's fine. I mean, it's a better value for if you're trying to make money, but it's just shocking to me that they have this little respect when they're actually showing. This is not a hypothetical thing. They're actually beating these teams. They're beating these teams. The Amen Thompson thing, all basketball people know how good he is. That's just kind of, Vegas is just not, who cares? Whatever. If he doesn't win it, he doesn't win it, whatever. If Wendy came into the house and you woke up in the middle of the night, John, and you're like, you hear something, and you remember that scene from Goodfellas when Karen is straddling, what's his name? The main Henry Hill. Ray Liotta, and she's got a gun pointed at him, and he goes, whoa, Karen, what are you doing? What if Wendy, you woke up and Wendy's got a gun pointed right at your face, just like Karen did to Ray Liotta, and she says, who are you trading, Amen Thompson or Alperen Sengun? And she forces you to make a choice. Who are you getting rid of first if you had to make a trade?
If I had to make a trade, I would get rid of Amen.
Well, now I got to find a new radio host because John just got shot in the face.
No, she'd be like, no, I got to have that big. I got to have the big. I got to have the guy who has a 35-point game in him. I have to have the all-star. I have to have the guy who's been here, done it, and has proven it for 4 years now. Not just some newbie, okay, that coming over here trying to defensive player in here. Listen, they're not catching up to what the Rockets are doing here. They are playing with a white-hot intensity. I don't think they're giving Ime enough credit here. Whoever the Rockets get, I was worried. Oh, no, you're going to get Anthony Edwards. Oh, no, Memphis Ja. Oh, no, might get James Harden. I don't give a rat's ass who you get. This team is playing with a white-hot intensity. Don't care.
Yeah.
They got something to prove. They got a chip on their shoulder, and they're playing like it.
Well, that's how I've been this whole time. It doesn't – to be the best, you got to beat the best. So it really doesn't matter. Like, if you get really good and there's a team that heckles you, once you get to some point, you're like, oh, well, let's have – I want this to be the easiest trek possible. we're just now in the playoffs. It's been a long time coming. You just play who you play, and you beat who you beat. And they're probably not built to go all the way this year, but you know what? I mean, they're red hot right now. Game in, game out. They're proving it, and they can defend, and they can play tough. And I can tell you this: I doubt anyone wants to play them.
Listen, if it stays this way right now, whoever they get in the first round, they get the Lakers in the second round. Okay, there's no reason that they couldn't beat the Lakers in the second round in a 7-game series, and then they play. You know what? I think Denver's going to give Oklahoma City all they can handle. I think this Denver thing might be the best thing for them. If they're tuning out Michael Malone right now, they're too talented to be 11-13 after the All-Star break. Granted, injuries, but they get everybody healthy. There's no reason.
That's why it's a panic. That's why it's a panic move. You don't fire your head coach and your GM. GM, who cares right now? But you don't fire your head coach when you have that much ability and potential. That's just dumb. I'm glad you did it. Congratulations.
Unless they're tuning them out.
Well, but you still wait until the end of the year. This is unheard of. This is unheard of for a guy who won a championship 2 years ago. If they tune him out, you wait until after the year and then you fire him like everyone else would and ever has done before the playoffs. That's just crazy to me, but good. Like you said, John, fire everybody. Let all of y'all take a chance. All of you.
Absolutely. I remember when who was the head coach Bill Frieder. Bill Frieder left Michigan right before the NCAA tournament. And I was on the air and I was like, well, take Michigan off your bracket.
Yeah, that was
Steve Fisher took over right before the tournament started and won the NCAA tournament.
That team had so many pros. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Emil Robinson, Sean, what was his name? The three.
Glenn Rice.
Glenn Rice was a most outstanding player. They had 4 starters who went to the pros. 4.
They had
all first-round picks too.
That was a
Lloyd
fantastic run they went on.
They had Lloyd Vaught on that team.
Yep. I was on the air. I was doing the sportscast. I was like, wow, Bill Frieder's gone. They're going to replace him with some guy named Steve Fisher. Take him off your bracket. That's terrible. Right before the tournament starts.
Why didn't that? It's because he was leaving, right? Or did they fire him, or was he leaving and they said, get out?
No, he was going to Arizona State.
Right? Yeah.
And they said, if you're going to go to Arizona State, you're not coaching.
Dude, John, they had 5 first-round players in their roster. Glenn Rice, Ramil Robinson, Lloyd Vaught, Terry Mills, and Sean Higgins. 5 first-round players, 5 first-round draft picks and NBA players. Find that now. You know how hard that is to find right now on any college basketball team?
I got a team that was just in the finals and got 0 first-rounders.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Yeah, 0. So they were just in the finals. And they got 0. So finding 5, forget about it. You're not finding 5 on one team. No chance.
And they had 6. Demetrius Caleb, I guess, also was on that team and played in the NBA. They had 6, but 5 of them went in the first round, and they were all starters. That was some deep, man. Senior, junior, sophomore. Man, that's like we were saying. Back then, college basketball was serious business, man. You had to face off against like legit rosters with grown people who had played a lot of basketball.
And it's going to get that. It might stay that way with NIL now. I'm going to stay in college now.
Yeah, except you're going from team to team. That's the only difference.
As opposed to going to play in Europe or whatever. Why not stay?
No, but I mean, it's hard to keep everyone at one place.
Yeah,
you can't really pay everyone. You can't pay everyone. You got to pick and choose who you're going to pay.
That's true. Listen, if I've got a roof problem, I'm going to pay Brinkman. I'm going to pay Jason Brinkman. I'm going to be. We talk about guys who've been around. I mean, it's been the Brinkman name has been around for 50 plus years in the city of Houston. His dad, now Jason, doing. I mean, it's incredible how good they are. Incredible. I talked to Jason, and it was like he was talking another language as far as they know more about roofs, and it be it a tin roof, be it a solar roof, be it what shingles, be it whatever. And now they got solar shingles, which are incredible. They look great, and they're going to save you money. If you're putting in a roof, you need solar shingles. They pay for themselves over the long haul, okay? They pay for themselves. You're building a home, get the solar shingles from Brinkman, and your electricity bill is going to be, and they look great. I mean, a big part of the reason why you don't get solar is because of the panels, and it's I'm not sure I want my house to look like that. How about shingles? Your house, every house looks like that. But if you are somebody who has owned a house for 5, 10, 15 years and you haven't done anything about your roof, you need to at least get a checkup, get an inspection, and get a clean bill of health and have it on paper so that if anything happens, you've got that. Please do this. Go to brinkmanquality.com. That's brinkmanquality.com. Tell Jason you heard it right here. All right. For those of you waiting for Jamal Shed, unfortunately, he had to reschedule. He had some kind of a rookie thing that he had to do. We apologize. Well, Lance should apologize because when I say I'm going to get somebody like Fran Fraschilla, I get him. Lance sets something up and it falls through. So there's the difference right there.
Jamal had he was a
oh,
little off on the timing of everything.
So when I said we were going to have Fran Fraschilla, you said supposedly. And I should have said when we're going to have Jamal Shed supposedly. Yeah, but I come through. That'll just tell you the difference in the two of us right there.
Any other differences you want to list that put you in a positive light and him in a negative one?
Oh, there's plenty. There's too many to enumerate right now. But
you're a great teammate.
Great teammate. Great teammate. No, Jamal will reschedule and be here at some point.
His season's about to be over. He's gonna have plenty of time.
Yeah,
he's got like 3 games left.
That's all. We'll probably have him. He might even join the team. John, Lance, and Jamal.
Well, certainly more talent would be added to the roster if he's around.
Oh, no, absolutely. So, Lance did deliver Frank Caliendo. He did. Yep. On the phone. Then he was supposed to come in studio, and Lance screwed that up.
You screwed that up?
No.
Not really.
You want to tell him why he couldn't come on, John?
Or is that industry secrets?
Yeah.
I mean, you can if you want. I didn't screw anything up. I would love to have Frank on. We couldn't have him on.
We couldn't. We had other obligations, other comedic obligations.
He did show up on another station.
He did?
Yeah. Well, good for him. I want him to sell his tickets and do well.
Yeah. He needed
that's no problem. We had a good comedian on that day.
Yeah.
Alex, I heard from somebody who went and said Alex killed.
Alec?
Was it Alec? Alec
How
Flynn?
about you learn the team?
I think it was Alec Flynn.
It's Alec.
You talked. You met the man.
Well, Alex, you just never know.
Well, you named a kid Alec.
Well, you named a kid.
Well, my wife did. She had the name picked out by the time she was 14, probably. I met her. Our first son's name is going to be. I'm like, I don't care if that's fine. I don't care. And then the second one, she's like, and the second one's name is Mason Gerard. I'm like, okay. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? I get the third one. Third one was me. I said, I'm gonna put some German in this. I'm gonna put some German.
You're
in
a
this
giant Janikowski fan. Is that what happened?
Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Oh.
And so I said, I'm gonna name him Sebastian. We're gonna get some Germany going off in this. So I changed it a little bit.
So he
is named after Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Who decided on Mariana?
It's a name the neighbor girl mentioned, and I liked it, and it's a saint name. And so
appropriate considering.
And now my wife is pissed because so many white people can't say her name. They say Mari.
Of course.
And when Mariana tries, and she goes, no, it's Mari. Okay. Mariana? My wife's like, we should have never named her that. I said, it's fine.
No, the name is fine.
Just if you have a problem, it's Madi. Just say Mari.
Mariana.
Yeah, it's not hard.
I'm not white or Hispanic, and I can find a way. It's pretty
Madi.
easy.
Just think of it that way, Madi.
But it's that really simple. It's Madi.
We should have never named her that. I said, I like that name. I think it's a beautiful name. I'm glad she named
Mariana.
Mariana's a great name.
It's a great name. Yeah. But so no one thought to name one of the boys considering your wife named the boys, she had no thoughts of, I guess, giving them what you might call a traditionally Latin name. That was not a choice ever.
No, my wife is.
Well,
she names
what, John?
He's not. He's German. It's
not him, but what about her?
Oh,
name what?
Well,
what name?
I don't know.
Her names are Alec Morgan.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how she rolls. Alec Morgan.
What would her parents? Did her parents have thoughts on the names for the kids?
No, because our parents don't get a pick.
Okay.
Why do they get name picks?
Normally,
who's the last grandparent to try to pick a kid's name?
It happens.
And plus, women now just name their kids foo-foo names. That's just true.
Nicole is not exactly.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
No.
So I mean,
their son's name is Hector.
See.
Yeah.
Name the white Hectors.
I can't.
Go ahead. I'm waiting, John.
I can't.
Hector. No, you
Hector.
can't. Hector.
Well,
No, you
first of all,
can't.
her name Nicole was a middle name.
What's her first name? Does she
Can't
not give
tell
it
you
out?
because she eliminated it.
What?
She didn't like it. It wasn't a Hispanic
Oh, I gotta
name.
find this out.
It was not a deeply Hispanic name, but she didn't like it. I don't like it. I'm glad they got rid of it.
You don't want to say it?
No,
like you wouldn't
I
want
would
to
have
say
to
it.
get divorced.
No, I
if
mean
she found out.
No, I mean all your life. You don't. That name is not a name
No,
you would want to say.
it wasn't terrible, but no, I don't want to. I like Nicole.
Okay,
that's how I knew her. Everyone else knows her as Nikki. I was Nicole. She used to call. For those who don't know, we met because she would email the show and argue with me about Major Applewhite and Chris Sims. She was a Chris Sims stan, and I never met her. I'm
cute.
like, what are you talking about? Then she told some story. The Aggies said Longhorns ran on the field and ran over some old man. And she's like, these Aggies are a bunch of losers. You know that's a lie. And why do you have your field? And she just, I never met her. I was just like, man, this Longhorn Nikki is got a lot of piss and vinegar in her.
What's her? See, my sister-in-law's name is Bruna, but her real name I just found out is Enza. So I call her Enza.
Enza, but she's got some South Louisiana.
No, she's born in Italy.
Oh, I was gonna say, so that's on your brother's
wife.
side.
My brother's wife.
Not Wendy's sister. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that sounds right. That sounds very Italian.
But nobody in the family knows. I don't even think her kids know her name.
She was worried she was she get tied to Mussolini.
The world know.
Did she didn't flee anywhere, did she?
She was worried she had to flee because of Mussolini. She wouldn't get tied to that.
They're from Sicily, so
I had a PE teacher named Adolf Acker. I would have thought somebody's parent named him Adolf. I mean, based on his age, like
maybe.
It was junior high. He was probably Adolf. I don't know when he was born. I don't know. It was right around that time.
Right around that neighborhood.
There's not a lot of Adolfs running around anymore.
Maybe they were pro Adolf. You don't know.
Maybe they were Adolf, and then maybe they named that oh my God, we have the worst luck. Guess what's happening? Guess what's happening? World War II. Guess who's in the middle of it? Adolf Hitler.
You know, I got a text yesterday from BMAC. It's a different subject, but I played your audio. He wanted to know where your Lance EP was, like the Songs of the South. I'm not sure what the Killer Bees are doing with it, but
every show wants it.
So this is my question for you guys. And I told him because I'm in the middle of a nap or something. I think I was woken up, so I wasn't really thinking clearly. Do we want our proprietary material on other shows? Do you care?
No,
I personally don't care.
Okay,
I don't care. All promotion is good promotion.
Okay, just wanted to know.
Yeah,
I don't know why anyone would play that.
But they're not. Nobody's getting All Systems Go though.
Yes.
No.
No,
and we haven't even played that this year.
There's no reason for it.
Well, we can't because it's Dyken Park now.
Yeah, we need
That's
you
the
to.
First time in 20 some years that
sounds dated now.
The song does not fit.
Lance, we need you to go in with Michael and go Dyken Park, and then we'll just insert it into the song.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to go in studio and get Michael to go Dyken.
No. Tony said if we send that song to him, he will AI it. He will change
really?
It. Yeah.
Oh,
so
he might be able to.
So the question is, do you want it in someone else's hands, John?
Oh no, Tony is.
John's the one who's very protective of it. That's all. Do you want it in someone else's hands for any amount of time?
I don't know if we can trust Tony the way he tweets.
Yeah, that tweet earlier was rough.
That tweet earlier was about as ugly as it gets. Tony.
I wasn't laughing because it was funny. I was laughing because of how ridiculous it was. Like, what is going on?
Tony, clean it up. Okay? Clean it up. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win. Rockets are the 2 seed. Cougs get Pop Isaacs from Creighton. Good day. Rafael Montero is a Brave. I mean, lot of good stuff happened yesterday after a dismal start to the week with the Cougs losing on Monday night. But we are definitely trending in the right direction after yesterday. There's no question about it.
Let me ask you something about the NBA and innovation. A lot of people don't like the product, whether it be the threes or lack of physicality. What do you think about this genius in the making in Memphis who decided, you guys got a problem with my finger guns? You know what I'm going to do? Since you didn't tell me that I couldn't do this, I'm going to shoot a three and make it and then mimic throwing a hand grenade into the crowd. Hey, I call that innovation. I call that moving the celebrations forward. No, lighten up the crowd with guns or the opposing bench with bullets. But how about a hand grenade? How about that? You didn't tell me I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I guess you can just keep doing stuff until they eventually catch up with
Unless
all the weapons.
They say no actions that involve weapons.
What about ordnance next? What's
Is
next
that what
for
that's
John?
called?
Yeah, I think it's called ordnance. What's next
just
for
drop it in there and it goes boom.
Yeah, what's next
Sounds
for
like
John?
a potato launcher.
Yeah, what's he gonna do next?
By the way, I've got two Ted Cruz guys on me that are so mad that people say they're jinxes. I'm like, you're just a liberal sissy.
Who's
like,
a Ted Cruz guy when it comes to sports?
Guy, what are you talking about? The guy is a bona fide jinx.
No, he's 2-18.
He's
or something
2-18, guys. You got to stop being his best friend. You stop holding his pocket. I swear to you, you don't have to hold his pocket. It's okay.
It's got nothing to do with his
your
politics.
help. He's still going to go to
terrible
games.
at games.
God
he's
almighty.
awful.
These
If he
guys
was
are
a
the
Democrat,
biggest
Republican,
snowflake,
whatever.
whiny babies I've ever seen. Stop crying. Tell them stop going to games. I don't care what your pup. If Joe Biden is a jinx, then don't go wherever you are. If Obama's a jinx, don't go.
Doesn't matter.
If John Cornyn is a jinx, if I find out one guy keeps losing, then don't go.
Yeah.
I mean, I want Bun to keep going, but he needs some wins. Did you see what happened to Slim Thug?
What happened to him?
Houston rapper Slim Thug was on his Instagram story, said, I'm headed to San Antonio to support my Cougs. I think Slim went to U of H. I know Paul Wall did. Anyway, he went there. He's been a big supporter of the team. Oh, people who followed him on social media said, oh, he's out of town. Let's go break into his high-rise apartment. And a high-rise apartment with security and all that was broken into. Money, cash, jewels, electronics were all stolen from his house while he was gone, sometime between 3:30 and 11 p.m. And this is just another in a high-profile entertainer, athlete who put something on social media about, what they're doing or where they'll be, and then people take advantage of it. Unbelievable. I thought the security is supposed to be really good in those high-rise places.
You're not supposed to be able to get up, that's for sure.
Unless it's an inside job. They said some door was forced open or something like that. I don't know, but Slim Thug thought he was good in the high-rise. Nope, apparently not.
Wow.
All his stuff was broken into and stolen.
That is they're good. They gotta be an inside job. Gotta be some kind of inside job. Knowing which one has got all that stuff in it. And I mean, there's gotta be somebody on the inside. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you're more than welcome. We right now are talking about Aqueduct Plumbing. We're talking about a guy we really, really believe in. Billy Brown, a guy who has helped us and will help you. 281-488-6238. That's the number that you put into your phone right now so that you have Aqueduct Plumbing's number. You don't know when you're going to need it, but when you do need it, make sure that you got Billy's number in there. Emergency services available. And trust me, when it's leaking, when you got a leak in your house and, man, or the water's pouring in, you need somebody right now. And Billy and his guys are really, really good. They help me, and they will help you as well. They're experts in the business, and they're not going to charge you just to show up, okay? They're going to give you a square deal. We love Billy. They've done work for me and Lance over the years. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on the show. You are more than welcome to do that. How about joining us at East River 9 tomorrow? The boys are going to be out there to kick off the Masters tomorrow morning. What? I was just watching a video of Bryson DeChambeau on the driving range. I mean, he is nothing like any other golfer. He is swinging. He is hitting his driver and swinging so hard. And then he swings before the ball's even in, but just when it gets in the air, give me another ball, puts it down, and swings as hard as he can. That dude, I'm taking him this week. Bryson DeChambeau is going to win the Masters this week. Bryson DeChambeau, just book it right here and now. Probably shoot about 7 over.
Fair enough.
Yeah. No. I got a few other. Somebody said, oh yeah, David had Laney Mc. I don't know. See,
are these Masters?
Yeah, the
competitors.
Masses. Yeah, the masses. That's what Art calls it. The masses. It's not the masses. It's the Masters.
I mean, I'm sure that word was said at one point near the area, but that's not what they call it right now.
Yeah, Lethan O'Leary. There's no such player.
You don't know.
Jackson McKendry and Caleb Swanson. No, they are not. There's no such thing.
Look, guys, Robert McIntyre. His pairing tomorrow, is Horschel and Dunlap. Just take McIntyre for the win. Just
nice.
Stop talking with all these. Don't listen to John. Don't listen to Lance with all these names. McIntyre's been playing well. Top 25 finishes in the Masters the last 2 times.
Got a point. Dell's got a point.
Go with him. And
when Dell
60-1.
When he talks about futures bets in sports, he's got a track record of success, John.
No. He is Robert McIntyre is a good pick.
You tried to jump on McIntyre.
I did jump on him. I put him in my 7-man pick. I took Koepka out and put him in. So I'm Dell. If that happens, remember when Lance bought you a pair of shoes because you made picks for the basketball?
After we shamed him because he didn't acknowledge that I helped him.
Right.
No, I didn't need to be shamed. I'm a good person.
You were shamed.
I didn't need to be shamed.
And it was the Game of Thrones Adidas drop.
Well, you didn't give me all 4. You didn't give me all 4 Final Four teams.
Yeah, I only got 3 out of 4 this year. I had Michigan State making it, and they didn't make it.
Yeah, I had 3 out of 4. I had Alabama making it, and they didn't get there. So, 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in with us.
Back to just for a brief second, I wanted to name, when I was a kid, I used to love University of Houston football team because my dad was coaching there. So there were these twins named Elric and Delrick Brown. Delrick Brown was a quarterback, and I loved Delrick Brown. He was the backup quarterback. So I told my mom one time that I was going to name my first son Delrick out of respect to Delrick Brown. And that never gained any traction with
why wouldn't your
anyone
wife
I was ever with. Nobody I was ever with ever really.
Don't know why. Great name.
Delrick didn't really. Yeah, they didn't really. It hasn't really. I don't know a lot of Delricks regardless. But
how cool would it be if Drake's name was Delrick?
Yeah, it would be very cool. It would be very cool.
Fireman now, Delrick the fireman. You know how fun. Okay, roll call. Where's Delrick? You're Delrick? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Delrick?
Yeah.
You're a Delrick.
Sounds a lot like Dedrick, and Delrick doesn't feel like a Drake, what your son's name should be.
No,
that's
Drake
why it would be
white.
confusing. It
Drake's
would be very
skin
confusing for people like, where did you get your name? Yeah. My dad liked the backup quarterback for an option, for a veer option University of Houston team.
I was trying to figure out where I pulled Dedrick from. It's the Mike Tyson character from The Simpsons. They couldn't use Mike Tyson's name, I guess, so they just called him Dedrick Tatum.
They called him Dedrick?
I was trying to, where did I pull Dedrick from? Oh, it's the Simpsons character that they base off of Mike Tyson. He had the same haircut and all back when Mike was. He sounded exactly like him. They just couldn't use Mike Tyson for reasons back then in the 90s.
Without paying him.
Well, also, that whole 90s. Mike wasn't big in the 90s for reasons. Like, he did some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they using it. That's one of the more amazing comebacks in the history of anything.
Mike Tyson?
Where Mike Tyson was.
It's the greatest comeback that I've ever seen.
To what he became now, where he can
all thought he was going to die.
Be in hit movies. He can be this jovial figure that people love.
He was on Broadway on a one-man play.
This is what I'm saying.
He had a one-man show on Broadway. The same guy who was getting embarrassed by, what was her name that he was first married to when they were with?
Robin Givens.
Robin Givens embarrassed him on national television.
Yeah.
When they were interviewed, he went to prison for rape. Like Mike Tyson, we literally thought he was going to die early. I didn't think he'd ever make it to 40. No way. I can tell you that Broadway, one-man show on Broadway certainly wasn't on the Vegas board, nor was being a star in movies, nor was like Mike Tyson's comeback is one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen.
Yeah,
bar none.
Prison. Jelly Roll's proven pretty good.
Yeah, but we didn't know anything about Jelly Roll.
Well, we saw Mike's
There's been
fall.
lots of guys who come back from prison.
Yeah, but Mike's fall.
Mike Tyson's entire life since age 17 has been on display.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
we saw how bad it was for him.
Man was yelling about eating
Wrecked the
people's
car
children.
and gave it to a police officer so he wouldn't try to. You remember that? He ran into a tree and like, here you go, officer. Please don't tell anybody. And he tried to give him the Bentley. He had a fight with Mitch Blood Green in the streets. He punched Mitch Green in the streets at Dapper Dan's dry cleaning. He was like, Mike Tyson stuff has been just an insane level of stuff with Mike Tyson. And to come back and be just the jovial, he just seems like the nicest guy in the world. That guy with the face tat, no big deal. I think I'm just going to get a face tat. This is well before Post Malone was getting face tats.
Right.
Well before. Mike was
Vick.
getting a Maori tribe, a New Zealand Maori tribe face tat, a tat on half his face. He was going to get the entire face tattooed, and he's decided, I'm just going to stop right here.
That was enough. Mike Vick with a great comeback.
Yeah, but never got on Broadway.
Kim Kardashian with a great comeback.
When did she come back from?
Yeah. What was her
Apparently
fall
you
from
guys
grace?
never saw that.
No, that jump-started her career.
That wasn't a comeback. That was a glow-up.
That
Apparently
was
you guys have never seen the outtake from Parks and Rec.
Oh, no. I've not
Parks
seen
and
that.
Rec?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've seen Chris Pratt. I've seen that, yeah.
What happened?
Well, I can't really say the joke. John said enough. Just type in Parks and Rec's bloopers, and Chris Pratt said something that
and
got
Kim
the whole
Kardashian.
Yeah, and the whole cast fell out. Couldn't believe what he said. I've seen it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I've got to look it up.
Robert Downey Jr.
Well, that was a comeback.
Yeah, thanks to Iron Man.
That was a real comeback right there. That's
Charlie
another guy we
Sheen.
thought 100% dead by 30.
Charlie Sheen.
Did he come back?
AIDS. Not sure he came back from anything.
I guess he hasn't come back. He just had a good. Well, he
had a crazy run.
He had a crazy.
No, you're right though. It was Robert Downey Jr. and Mike Tyson, probably the two greatest entertainment-based comebacks I've ever seen. for people who I thought legitimately were not going to be with us. And Robert Downey Jr. gets the Marvel Comics. he came back so strong he could even do blackface, and nobody cared.
Tropic Thunder.
In Tropic Thunder.
Yeah. Oh no, there's a Jetters reference there with comeback, so we got to stop.
Is that
there.
what they called him? Was that his nickname?
God. That apparently that was Jetters' nickname. High school. Poor Jetters. Yeah, he had a lot of nicknames at Jetters.
Yeah.
Did anyone ever call him by his actual name? He's got a nickname every show.
And he actually came to our Christmas party and introduced himself.
Is that a credit to us that he can turn our nonsense into some inappropriate nickname he was given in high school? Is that an insult to us, or are we doing a great job that the dumb things we say, that's what they called me in high school?
Yeah, well, that's their whole little Twitch culture.
But they can do it every episode or every show because of what we say.
Well, they just listen for us to say something they can, like if you talk about golf, the shaft of the shaft. They're really an extension of our silliness.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You couldn't do this.
It's fourth grade. This whole show was fourth grade.
Yeah.
It started that way.
Yeah.
That's the way. That's how
it started that way today.
Fame.
Yeah, because the Astros made it in a 2-hole.
No, the Rockets.
The Rockets made it in a 2-hole. Yeah. That's how it started.
That's how you get in the Hall of Fame. That's it.
You don't have to try hard.
No.
Just be fourth graders.
That's all.
It's not a hard.
Relate to the lowest common denominator.
You just have to Stephen A. Smith it.
Oh, you mean run for president?
Well,
John almost ran for president a few years ago.
He did run for president.
John ran for president, and now Stephen A. Smith is going to. First John and then Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah. That's how you get there. Okay. Did you ever run for president? No. Dell, that's why your show's not a Hall of Fame show.
I have not
many reasons why, yeah.
I have not run for president myself. I don't want that. I don't need that.
Well, they got John to
go
If you run
for president, you're going to, like Stephen A. Smith is going to, any skeletons in his closet will be on.
Yeah, we talked about that off air yesterday. Does he know what he's getting into?
You don't want to do this.
Like anything he's ever done.
Oh, people are going to come out of the woodwork. And if there's anything where they say, oh, I'll show him. Yeah, he doesn't want to do this. This isn't what you want. Sir, you're making $20 million a year. Isn't that what he makes? 20? Is it 10 or 20?
5 years, $100 million?
Yeah, it's 5 years, $100 million. Sir, you're making $20 million a year. Don't get too far over your skis. You kind of got embarrassed by the whole LeBron thing. Like, you came off looking really bad. You were saying things about Dwayne Haskins being a running quarterback. It's just take your money. This is a great, you've had a great run. Great run. Just keep cashing in and don't get outside of your lane, sir. It's not going to go well.
Stay right in it. Let's break. Bottom of the hour here on ESPN. We got one segment, then we got News of the Weird coming your way right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking own well, okay? It is, if you're a Texas homeowner, okay, you own a home, and you haven't done anything yet, you're going to get your tax bill. I don't know. You probably should have already gotten it. You're going to get your tax bill from the government on what your property tax is. And you can fight it. Okay, this is one tax that you can fight. I don't know how you fight income tax, whatever, but you can fight it. If you don't fight it, you are going to the 3-year impact of not protesting in Texas is ridiculous. How the money compounds and how high it goes. And guess what? They could have you way off, and you know what they're going to do next year? They're going to ask you for more. They're going to go up again. That's what the government does. They never go, oh, you know what? We're off on this thing. Let's go down. And they never do that. 86% of Ownwell's customers, 86%, they win, okay? At an average of $1,100 per. That's a lot of money that we're wasting if you don't do anything. Are you kidding me? They're local tax experts backed by cutting-edge technology, best-in-class customer service. And you don't do a thing. You sign up, it takes 3 minutes. You don't do a thing. They do it all. And you don't pay unless they win. The deadline to protest is May 15th. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is the last segment, and then we usually go over anything that we may have missed in this segment. Guys, is there anything that you can think of that we passed over today? Del? What you got? What are you holding back, Del? Because this is what you usually do.
I'm not holding anything back. I felt like I gave great effort today.
You did. You actually have been. You haven't even been sassy today, which is something different.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
You are the aggressor at all times. I simply respond. I give the energy I'm given. So if you want to be nice, we can be nice. If you want to,
always
yeah,
nice.
sure, I'm sure. Yeah, that's the realm you stay in. Nice.
Cannot be nicer.
I don't think we've missed much, unless you want to talk about Paul Skeens being terrible yesterday. But
yeah,
he's a Pirate, so I'm not sure how much interest there is.
What about losing again? The U.S. MNT losing again.
Oh, that was the U.S. women, I believe. Yesterday.
Oh, the women lost.
Yeah, they lost.
Brazil, right?
They beat Brazil a couple days ago, and then they lost to them on a late goal. I mean, it's friendly. Yeah, friendly, whatever. So be it. But yeah, it was just nothing that I'm going to be that concerned about. Yeah, they lost in stoppage time. So the men don't catch any slander because they weren't available too. Arsenal destroyed. If you're sticking with soccer, Arsenal kicked the crap out of Real Madrid in a Champions League the first match in their tie. So Arsenal well on their way to making a quarterfinal against one of the best. The best European club of all time when it comes to winning that, but that's just soccer. But there's not a lot that we missed. You mentioned the Cougs getting a transfer. We talked about Dotel earlier. I will credit you guys for hitting the main stuff instead of talking about things you're just interested in.
Yeah. We did. We could have spent a little bit more time on Astros. It's early in the season, but it's still a good win to go in and battle. You had your bullpen actually is really punching a lot of people out. It was a great start by Fromber. You're not getting a whole lot going with the bat still. Yiner is it time to maybe sit Yiner for a while?
He did walk and he hit a ground ball. He actually scored the run because of an error. Their third baseman has been very generous to us these last couple of games, so we really appreciate him. But
Yiner's down to 61.
He had a walk yesterday.
That's we have to celebrate a walk now.
Well, he's really struggling. I mean,
that's why I'm asking you, should they maybe put him on the bench?
And then Victor Caratini comes in as a pinch hitter and gets the game winner. So, I mean, maybe Victor Caratini's a better option at the plate. Not behind the plate, though. I mean, they're going to run all day on that arm. They're running all day on that arm. At least Yiner's close to throwing guys out.
He's one of his last 32, John.
Who?
Yiner.
Oh, yeah. It's bad.
He's got one hit in his last 32 at-bats with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, it's bad. There's no question.
Oh, my goodness. Man, is this bad.
Yeah.
Man, is this bad. And 2 walks. I just think they should sit him down and let him take a couple days off, try to get his mind right. This is bad. I mean, he's he can't get a hit.
Yeah. I'm with you. He's really bad, but your other option is really bad defensively. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. Listen, you got to count on him. He dropped him in the order last night. You got to count on him to come through. He's a better hitter than this for whatever reason. And this in the spring. It's the same. He was terrible in the spring as well. So I don't know. I don't know that there is an answer. Is this Yiner now? I mean, let's not forget this dude came out of nowhere. He was not the catcher of the future. They were able to trade away the catcher of the future because Yiner came on. He came on so fast. He was wonderful. And then he was held down by Dusty. And then last year he was good. He was good. He was fine. This year it's just wow, just awful.
Yeah.
But it's an 11 game. There's only 11 games in. So, I mean, This is how Alex Bregman usually starts. So we have a little patience. We got to have a little patience. Who knows? He may come around. Yeah, I think that's about it. We talked about Octavio Dotel. We talked about the Astros, about the Rockets, about the Cougs.
The disrespect of the Rockets that never ends.
The disrespect, that's right.
Well, it ends next year. I mean, no matter what happens, everyone's going to respect them next year. That's fine. And I like it because you get a little bit of a chip on your shoulder. And I think it's good for the Rockets to have a chip on their shoulder.
This is how Golden State started. I mean, and then they had to fire Mark Jackson.
Are you saying that Ime's got to go in 2 years, John? Is that what you're saying?
No. Ime is the Steve Kerr.
Okay.
He's the one that came in and saved the day. Like Steve Kerr came in and said, but they had to go through, their playoff woes first, and then it finally hit when it takes a couple of years. Hey, Calvin Sampson the other day, he said, you know what? Failure, you don't win without failure is something that you're going to have to live with and you have to learn from, and you know what? The Rockets are going to have that. They're going to have bumps in the road, in the playoff road, because they haven't been there before, and it's going to take a little bit of time. So maybe that's what they're looking at. This team isn't going to come out of nowhere and just and when how much playoff experience do they have, and they're just going to win right away? No. So maybe those are the right odds, because what kind of chance do you give them of winning the championship this year?
I mean, I say not great. Vegas says not great, but why am I saying that? The only reason I'm saying that is because, okay, from a basketball standpoint, I say that because I think they're inconsistent in half-court sets. The game is going to bog down. They're going to have to have ways to score more efficiently. But then they also defend. If you're going to be in half-court sets, you want to be able to defend and give yourself a chance by scoring points off turnovers, getting second shots on offense, and they can do all those things. So I don't know why I don't think they have a chance, other than who goes from the 11th seed to having a legitimate chance to win a championship. It's hard to do. It's hard to fathom that, because it doesn't happen much, and yet on the court, they are playing like a team that very much has the ability to compete.
Historically speaking, and that's part of the reason why they're not getting the respect from Vegas. Now, people who talk about the game like this Rockets team, they talk about them in glowing fashion. We heard from Zach Lowe, Kevin O'Connor. We didn't play the sound. He talked about the double big lineup and how great they've been. But you just look at who wins titles. The Celtics had Jason Tatum. He didn't win. He didn't even win Finals MVP, but he was their best player. Nuggets, obviously, Jokic. Golden State had Steph, Giannis, then LeBron, then Kawhi, then KD and KD. We're talking about all-time greats. Well, Tatum, we'll see. But the rest of those guys are legit Hall of Famers, all-time greats who are leading teams to titles. This is why the Rockets, currently speaking, don't have great odds, because they don't have that type of player that people know and believe in. Well, now, what that says about what actually happens, that's different. But if you want to speak about why they're being disrespected by the bettors or the guys who make the odds, that's one of the reasons.
Well, okay, here's another one. Go look up how many teams didn't make the playoffs the year before and won the NBA championship the next year.
You have that in front of you?
No.
Well, don't have us do it.
Well, how
Tell
many?
Grok or
what is your bet? Didn't make the playoffs the previous year and won the NBA title.
I mean, before the play-in, it's probably happened where there was a 9.
Maybe.
It happens in football and baseball all the time.
It happens in football. But
basketball, you don't typically have, you can make a jump over a 2-year period, and that's what's happened with the Rockets. But that requires a bunch of first-round picks, which they've had. It requires hitting on it, which they've done, and then spending smart money, which they have, and hiring the right head coach. Everything that they have to do to be in this position, they've done. Everything. So why do I not, I don't know.
Because you have to go through it. History says they have to take a lump or two.
Working off of
that's
a
all
long
it is.
Memory of watching basketball playoffs, and these type of teams have to face, they hit a hill that
They have to
get over.
And if you think they're going to win the title, you are saying the Rockets have to be the exception to a rule, and I don't play that game.
Historical rule.
Yeah,
I never happened.
Yeah, don't believe in exceptionalism when it comes to your team. A lot of people do, and they say, "Hey, why not us?" Because historically speaking, it's never this team.
All right.
But on the court though, they're competitive.
1977, the Blazers didn't make the playoffs, won the NBA title. 1975, Warriors with Rick Barry didn't make the playoffs and won. The Phoenix Suns made it to the championship.
Wait, how many playoff teams were there back then?
Not as many.
Okay.
Not as many.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Just 6 NBA teams have won the finals 1 year after missing the playoffs. And it's
over the course of the league.
1977 was the last.
And by the way, there was no Bill Russell on that team in 76 for the Portland Trail Blazers.
Bill Russell or Bill Walton?
Bill Walton. There was no Bill Walton.
The year before. Okay.
The year before, right. He was hurt.
That's a big addition.
Yeah.
And what did they win? And
well,
it was
the Rockets
by the way, wait.
The Rockets added Reed Shepherd, though. So
wait.
Hang on a second. Steven Adams.
Did you say, John, what year did Portland win it?
77.
Okay. So hold on a second.
What are you saying?
Well, in 76,
yeah.
Bill Walton was on. Okay, I'm looking. 76, 77. Yeah, he was on the previous. Hold on, let me see. The previous team, 75, 76. Yeah, he was on that one.
Yeah,
he was his rookie year.
Back then, only 10 teams made the playoffs, 5 teams from each conference. And the number 1 seed got a bye. So much different playoff
that's way
format.
different than now. So in the modern era,
of
playoff seeding, no team.
Now 20 teams make the playoffs.
Basically,
yes. Yeah. Postseason, 20 teams are in.
Yeah.
But even if you went back to 8, I doubt there's any. I mean, well, there wasn't any. Even if you went to just 8, 16. 8 only, there was none that had done
Since 16 make the official playoffs, no team's ever done it.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is why looking to be the first.
Which is why whatever happens, it's kind of gravy. You win a first round series, maybe compete in the second. Great year, no matter what.
Oh no, it's a great year.
Yeah,
I think. Don't they have to win a first round series though?
To submit what has been a great year, sure.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be very disappointing if they lose in the first round.
I just think they're in a spot where, as I said earlier, there's a chance the team they face had to win 50 games to get the 7 seed over the course of the play-in and the regular season. So you're the 2 seed, but depending on how you close out this year, you're 3 to 4 games better than the 7. And will the Rockets be favored in the 2-7?
Yeah, they'll be favored in the 2-7.
If they see the Warriors, would they be favored in 2-7? Which is a possibility.
Well, if they're not, put it on them, because the way that they played at Golden State the other night, I mean, they ain't scared of that. Now, Steph ain't going to be held to 3 points, that's for sure. But Amen's going to be on him the whole series. I wonder if Amen could hold him to a series low
of his entire career.
That'd be incredible.
That'd be incredible.
Well, it'll be a team thing because Amen can't run around. He's great, but that's a team effort because you got to call out screens. You got to have 2 on the ball at times. He's a great individual defender, but the Warriors will have a plan for the face guarding. I don't know if they had it in their game. It'll be the entire roster in a series, but we do have evidence that Amen at least can hold him down for a game.
Yes. And he got credit, even though I'm sure there were some screens he came off too. But Amen fights through them, which is what, man, Florida the other night, goodness gracious, they fought through everything. There was I don't remember one successful off-ball screen. I mean, it's just crazy how good Florida was defensively against the Cougs in that last 10, 15 minutes. And yeah, holding them to 3 points. 3 freaking points all night for Steph Curry. Holy crap. That is awesome. I ain't scared of none of those teams. None of them. But not the way this now. It's going to be interesting to see. And it starts tonight with the Clippers, how the Rockets are going to go about this thing now that they're locked into the 2 seed. It's going to be interesting to see how they go about it, how intense they're going to be, how if they're going to rest guys, if they're going to want to keep this momentum going into the postseason, risk injury. There's all kinds of stuff that they've got to decide here over these last 3 games, which are meaningless. These 3 games are basically meaningless. All right, News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk about John Daspit.
Let's talk about the Daspit Law Firm. And man, first thing I thought of was Slim Thug is when he got stuff stolen. John handled a case where a group of people had a lapse in security that caused them to have a lot of things stolen from him, and he represented them and won a case about loss of property due to security, security issues. And this happened when the hurricane hit, and I didn't even know that was something that he did. And that's something that John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, that's one of the areas that they will work on for you. If you go look at personal injury lawyer, he's does so much more than that. Go to daspitlaw.com, daspitlaw.com. I can just tell you this, John Daspit stays really, really busy with cases. He is very much, he's a lawyer who is very involved with caseloads and what's going on. He stays in contact with his lawyers who are handling your case. He's hired a high number of lawyers so that he is able to give people the amount of attention that they deserve. When you have a lot of these other companies who simply treat you as a number and they want to get a settlement, they'll work even with the insurance companies to make it as easy as possible to get that check and move on. And when I say get that check and make it easy, not in a good way, they want to just make it as easy as possible on them and the insurance companies so that they get the settlement, they give you a check, and they don't care if it's going to be a fair amount for you for pain and suffering, for your medical bills, for your time missed from work. They just simply want to get a commission and move on to the next thing. You're a turn and burn. You're not a restaurant table that people are trying to get at. That doesn't happen with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They're going to treat you fair. They're going to treat you right, and they're going to work hard for you. The Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com. That's daspitlaw.com, or just call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
I'm going to go play me a little poker today, as a matter of fact. When I'm in Houston, I'm going to Texas Card House. Texas Card House is awesome. It's clean. It's nice. They're accommodating. You're not waiting forever to get into a game. They open up games right away. They move it. I mean, sure, you got to wait sometimes to get into to sit down at the table, but it's minimal. They've always got enough dealers. They're ready for you. The tournaments are great. I play on Friday in the senior tournament over on Westheimer, but I played a big tournament. They have a Trailblazer event series that goes on, and I went up to Spring to play in that one. Beautiful facility. All of them, you feel secure. You got a bar that's open till 2 in the morning. The Texas Card House is open until 24/7. There's always games going on. It's awesome. It's the place to play. You're looking for a great place to get your poker on. Texas Card House, Westheimer, and in Spring, TexasCardHouse.com. Oh, that is real weird. Cops are investigating if Missouri foster mom traded a kid for a monkey to boost her exotic animal collection. Lance, have you ever thought, now Dell, you probably wouldn't think about this, but would you trade your kid for a monkey at any point? Lance, Dell?
I would have before I saw that show that was on HBO where the chimp turns into the ape or whatever and can rip people's face off. I probably would have thought about it before, but then I've seen videos of monkeys jumping around, and it just seems like I'd rather just deal with kids who get zeros in school than monkeys tearing people's faces off.
Car accidents.
Wrecking cars or dealing with a monkey full time?
Yeah, the monkey thing, and they get too big and tough. And
which is worse, paying for the car or getting your face ripped off by a monkey?
In this economy?
Well, you'd have to pay for the reconstructive surgery too.
Yeah, monkey's worse.
Dell, would you trade a kid from?
I'd trade a kid for a chicken sandwich.
Don't ask him.
I'm the wrong guy.
Right. I just don't feel like this is a good foster mom. I don't know. I don't know that I would. I think they should look at their qualifications for foster parenting.
Right.
If you are someone who would trade a kid for a monkey.
Yeah, no, that's not where you want to be.
I think we got to look at the whole system now. Yeah. A Nevada man was arrested after 7 emotional support tigers were seized from his home.
Yep, that's tough action now.
Do you guys have any support tigers, and would you like 7 of them?
I don't have any currently, and I don't think I'm going to have any.
You don't think you're going to have a support
I'm Gen
tiger?
X. We don't have support anything. We just deal with it. You just push it down. You're like that too, John. You just push it down and you deal with it.
Yeah.
You see how it comes
push
out.
It way down there deep.
You push it down, and then you get mad because Jeremy Branham just says one little thing about Jose Altuve said the same thing about Jeremy, and then you lose it because you've pushed down all that anger, and you have no one to talk to, so it just comes out like, shut up, Jeremy Branham.
It manifests itself that way.
You get mad about something you shouldn't even get that mad about.
And not for nothing so far, Jeremy.
So far, Jeremy's winning that one.
He's right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I got to take the L on this one right now. I got to sit back a little bit on this.
An 18-year-old from India was awarded the Guinness World Record for the hairiest face on a person. They determined he had 201.72 hairs per square centimeter of skin. I mean, he literally looks like a werewolf. His whole face is haired.
Yeah, I hate that for him.
I don't know. Are you in the Guinness World?
I'm not. I'm in the Texas
Record?
Radio Hall of
Are
Fame,
you?
though, and I didn't have to grow a whole face full of hair.
No, but he's not in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
No, he's not.
But he's in the Guinness Book of World Records.
No, I get what you're saying, John. I guess it's an accomplishment. There's some things you don't want to win. I wouldn't want to win that. You know what? I want to be the person who can't make the record books because I don't have that type of hair on my face. I'm
Well,
happy for the person
least amount of hair
for making the most of this situation, but really, you're in the book, and what does that get you? You still got to live your life with all that hair on your face.
Yeah,
that's true, but you're in the Guinness.
Cool. You know what
of World Records.
Hey, girl. You know what I did? I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records
First
for most hair
there's
on my
no girl
face.
Who's talking to you if you look like a wolf?
Exactly, and you know what she's gonna say? Yeah, I know. I can tell. I'm looking at your face.
Now beat it, Wolfman.
Well, wouldn't you want though?
Like that Teen Wolf.
Stop trying to convince us to have a face full of hair.
That Teen Wolf movie is ridiculous.
What are you doing?
That guy's
not.
He's not dunking. If they're not letting him play, first off, in on the courts, the opposing team is walking off the floor, and secondly, he's not winning any girls over.
I don't know.
That's a ridiculous movie. If you couldn't tell,
listen, it'd be a conversation starter. That's for sure.
Well, no, or conversation ender.
Yeah, it's like, excuse me, why are you talking to me?
Oh.
Wolfman.
And that's ugly that the kid does nothing. It's not his fault.
Yeah, it's not his fault. But if John's asking the question, would you want to be in the Guinness? No, not if that's the reason I'm in.
Well, I don't know. It seems like it's pretty cool.
Would you want to be in it for that reason? Let's turn it around.
I want to be in the Guinness.
Nope, for that reason.
In the Guinness Book of World Records.
Not for drinking the most Coors Light in a 24-hour period.
What?
For the hair on the face thing.
There's something I can dig into.
I'm sure, but you won't answer the question because you know.
There's something I can dig into. We're already past 10 o'clock, and you got John. And John has tried to convince us that it'd be cool to have a wolf face.
What's wrong with him?
What's happening to him? He needs to start drinking again.
What I will.
You think
Coors Light John would never say that was something.
You would assume it'd be the product of drinking, but it's not. This is sober John.
Gaslight us into believing a wolf face is
Hey, you know what, John? You've made a good point. I do want to have wolf hair face.
I am pissed that my whole face isn't covered with hair.
I'd love to accomplish that.
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time.
For us, not for you.
What do you think about Heaviest Man who had to be buried in a piano case?
You know how
trained
much
out of his house.
Eat?
Well, you're in the record books though.
Yeah, you get to eat a lot. That's sweet. Okay.
What about the tallest man, Robert Ludlow, whose back was basically broken in half because he couldn't sustain it at 8'4"?
But you're in the book. You're in that book, though.
What about the hula hoop people?
What about the lady with the long fingernails or the guy with the long fingernails that look like snakes coming off of his hand?
Any other things
but he actually wanted that.
Any other things that normal society would shun people for, you want us in the book for?
Yeah. Yeah, I want you two in it for, not me.
Not him,
Not me. All right, we're done. Underdog is next.
Underdog Fantasy is now. Go to Underdog Fantasy, download that app. Guess what? We got basketball playoffs are rolling in, man. It's a great time to go. Well, you know what? You could find advantages. Go look for teams that you think may start resting players. Go lower on some of those numbers. If you think teams are going to start resting, I'm just trying to give you advantages. All I'm trying to do is help you make money. That's how much I like you, is because I want you to make money and I want you to look at this, evaluate it, analyze it. You're going to watch the games anyway. So say, you know what? This guy is due for a big game rebounding because this other team has their center out. And so we're going to hit the boards harder. You take the information that's readily available, you utilize your knowledge of the sport, and then you go higher or lower on whatever statistics you want to choose from. You pick anywhere from 2 players up to like 6 or 7. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. It starts at $1. You can make a play for a simple $1. Now go make your deposit. So you want to deposit and start playing these games on the Pick'em Challenge on Underdog Fantasy. But first you make a deposit. And when you use promo code Lance, you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. So, put a little chunk in there and you're going to get the big chunk of bonus cash back. That's free money for you to play with. Turn it into some real money. Later on, take it out and do whatever you want with it. But I'm giving you a chance to make money with Underdog Fantasy, but you must be 18 or older and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Welcome into the show. Back to our normal schedule. At least Sean is. I work 10 to 12 or 7 to 12 no matter what, no matter where I am. But Sean, who had a 7 to 3 yesterday, grinding, but he's back in his normal time slot. Did Joe get you your lunch, or is that to come?
No, I got lunch yesterday.
What did he pony up for?
The tacos downstairs from the conservatory.
Okay. So credit to our assistant program director. He's not assisting anyone, by the way.
He assisted me
with lunch.
Yeah,
yes.
with lunch.
But what I meant was there is no actual program director. He just does that job. But his title currently is assistant program director. We're missing bodies. We had a lot of moving parts. So Sean had to work 7 to 3 and he got lunch out of it. And maybe some extras that I won't reveal because that ain't my business. But the lunch part of it is because I love a good taco as well. So that happened, but we're back. And what happened last night was the Rockets, through not playing, clinched the number 2 seed. And I know that's been a bit of a talking point. People care about that a lot because it speaks to an accomplishment for the Rockets, not just winning 50 games, not just making the playoffs, but bouncing back from a bad run, the not last year, but the 3 years before that, from near the play-in to now the 2 seed in the Western Conference. That's cool. It's an accomplishment, but I've always been more interested in who they're going to play, which still needs to be decided. The Rockets have a bit of a say in that. That happens, and the stretch run for that particular 7 seed begins in earnest tonight. The Clippers face off against the Rockets in LA. Will the Rockets play their guys? I think guys will get minutes, although Fred VanVleet's banged up, so he's unlikely to play, and there's one other guy, forgetting the name. So you won't get the full roster, and some of that has to do with just the grind of the year and guys being banged up. Now, will they play these guys minimal minutes? Will it be a 25-minute limit for some of these guys? I can see that happening, at least tonight. I don't think they're shutting it down completely with 3 games left. 2 games left, I could see it. And will the Rockets be in on the shenanigans of trying to manipulate who they play? I know there's a lot of confidence from people watching them. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Just roll the ball out there. I don't care who we play. And maybe the Rockets aren't in a spot where they are going to try to manage their opponent because they can control what they can control, but the 7 and the 8 still have to play. So they have no impact on who wins that game. But who's it going to be? What is it, like 5-6 teams who are capable of landing in that spot with 3 games to go? And with the congestion of the West, which got more congested last night because the Lakers lost to the Thunder in a game where they were big runs. Luka got ejected for yelling at a fan. And Mark Dagnall, the coach of the Thunder, was like, I appreciate the referee holding the standard of how we should be in games, because I got suspended. I got ejected for a game, I got ejected out of a game for saying something very minimal. So I'm glad that the official is holding that standard. Oh, you're glad that Luka got thrown out of a game? I bet. I'm sure it was all about the standard of the game and not the fact that they threw out one of the best players in the game in the middle of a competitive game. Either way, Luka was talking to a fan. I don't know that if the ref knew that or didn't care about that, but he got thrown out. The Lakers lose. They have Dallas tonight in Luka's return game, in a game that they're gonna try to win because they don't want to fall into the 7th seed. Who do I want for the Rockets as we come down the home stretch? We've got, could be the Warriors, could be the Clippers, the Nuggets, who just fired their coach. Do I want a team who just fired the coach as the 7th seed? Or do I want a team who just fired the coach, but only a couple weeks ago as a 7th seed, like the Memphis Grizzlies? It's crazy that there are 2 teams who will be in these playoffs who just fired their coach, and I can pick between them to see who I want the Rockets to play.
2 teams that they could very easily not be in the play-in. Like they could be solidly in the playoffs. Give me the team that just fired the coach that does not have Nikola Jokic on it. Although seems like bad vibes. Even despite the coach getting fired, like seems like there's just bad vibes overall with the whole Westbrook thing going on.
Did that break
which is really strange.
Did it break them, Westbrook missing that layup and then fouling?
And then not talking to the media for like 2 or 3 days, and then when he does talk to me, they ask about like, so how's is the group still cohesive? And he goes, gotta ask them. It's like, whoa, that's bad.
Now, Michael Malone, if you missed it, the now former Nuggets head coach,
Gone but not forgotten.
Just well, we'll see how long it takes for him to be forgotten. He'll be in the record books for a while. He's the Nuggets all-time winningest coach. He does have a title under his belt as well for them just a couple of seasons ago, and now he's gone. There appears to be a tune-out factor between him and his team. Christian Brown talked about it just maybe a week or so ago about how the coaches are telling us what we should do, where we should be on defense. We're just not doing it. So that might speak to a team not listening to a guy who's been around there a long time. We also have the Calvin Booth, who was their GM. He won't be getting a new deal, so he's done with the Nuggets as well. That was announced yesterday. There's a back and forth about who should play. Calvin Booth drafted some young players. He wants them to play. Michael Malone, as you might imagine, the veteran coach, would rather play some older players. Of course, Russell Westbrook's among them, and we saw how that played out just a couple games ago. But Russ has been a good pickup for the Nuggets because they just need a guy who can eat up minutes, and it just is a problem when Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. are out for games that he has to play all those minutes.
It becomes a hey, he's playing too many minutes now. Like, actually, our team shouldn't be this dependent on having Russell Westbrook on it.
Yes, and that came to ahead in that Minnesota game, in a game which they are up by 1 with the ball in their hands. And Russ didn't have to go for the layup. He went for it, missed it, and of course, what happened with him fouling NAW, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, him knocking down the free throws, and the Nuggets losing. And so they decide with 3 games to go that their head coach has to go. That could be a team the Rockets play.
Yeah,
I will agree.
Ime Udoka has to watch his back too. Be careful.
Maybe not this year.
Oh, okay.
60 games into next season, he better be on the lookout.
Yeah, 2 years after he wins the title.
Well, okay, then maybe in 2031 or something.
Yeah.
Ime has to worry about his job status. That's a long way away. And if there's a title in between, I bid you adieu, Ime. I appreciate the title. If they have to fire you 2 seasons after that, that just means they won a title. But I agree with you, Sean. I'd rather play the team without Jokic, who just fired the coach, because if I'm playing the team with Ja, he may pull off another ammo celebration that gets him thrown out of a game or suspended for a game, because if you missed it yesterday, Ja's like, okay, you don't want me to do the simulation of firing a weapon. How about I throw a grenade? I pull the plug on the grenade and throw it into the crowd. How about that? Which, he threw it into the home crowd, which is, if I'm one of the people sitting there, hey, what are you doing? I don't want you. What are you simulating?
Although if you do it at the home crowd, they can play along. You can get some audio. Yeah, and they'll
oh yeah, we've been blown up. While the road crowd would
maybe next time he does it.
See that as inflammatory. Yeah, he didn't. No one was ready for it. Next time he knocks down a 3, everyone will be ready for it. Yeah, so we will see. That happened last night as the Grizzlies, the other team playing without the coach they started the year with, was in action. I'm almost at the point where I just want the narrative of, will Kawhi be healthy throughout a playoff series, and is James going to fall apart against his former team? That's kind of where I'm leaning. As much as it was fun to watch them shut down Steph Curry, I don't need to see that. It's funny. I did a video about that. I didn't do a video specifically for social media, but we do this thing every day where someone's time is for social media a clip to be on social media, whether it be on Instagram or YouTube. We put these clips out, and the clip I did on Friday was player I least like to have the Rockets face. And of course I picked Steph Curry, and then 2 nights later, he has his worst game of the season. So bad timing for me. So be it. Should have taken into account Amen Thompson, I guess, who is racing up the leaderboard, at least for people talking about the game when it comes to all NBA defensive team, or DPOY. It's not really affecting the betting odds. He's not even on a lot of the list. But as far as the likes of Zach Lowe and others, Amen is someone who should be really considered for that, and rightfully so. He's been great this year and has helped the Rockets win their 50-plus games as they secure the 2 seed. Okay, we will continue to talk more about the Rockets. We got the Astros to get to as well, as they won a game late last night thanks to their pitching and their backup catcher. Throwing some Cam Smith as well. We'll get to that when we continue the show. If you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776. I don't normally call out listeners. Hey, Lazy J, where are you? You can call in today. Shout out to your Real Madrid squad for what happened to them. And by that, I mean the beatdown they took at the hands of Arsenal. Real pulls rabbits out of the hat all the time, but 3-0 going back to the Bernabeu. Good luck with Arsenal. So I know you're out there. I know you watched Vinny do nothing while Declan Rice was putting on a show. Champions League in mid-afternoon, if you got nothing else to do on Paramount, it's a good watch, particularly if you're hating on Real Madrid yesterday. So a lot to get to, as you can imagine. We're just getting started here on the show. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So in the Western Conference, seeds 3 through 11, only the Kings are locked into any type of spot. The Kings are too far behind to reach an actual safe spot like the 6th seed, and they're too far ahead of the Suns to be out of the play-in. Everyone else, Mavericks, Suns, Wolves, Grizzlies, Warriors, Clippers, Nuggets, Lakers, all can either be in the play-in or be safe in the playoffs, or in the Mavericks case, in the Suns case, out of the playoffs or in the play-in. So very volatile standings. The Grizzlies and the Wolves play each other. The Wolves blew a giant lead last night against the Bucks. I think they're up 95-71 in the fourth quarter, gave up a 23-0 run and lost the game. So that's why they're currently in 8th with a real shot of maybe going on the road in a play-in game, and then if they lose, hosting a game. So a lot of things to be decided. The Rockets will play their part because guys may or may not play. And a couple guys who are banged up, Alperen Sengun and Jabari Smith, are both questionable for tonight, and Fred VanVleet is doubtful. We're not going to see Fred tonight. The doubtful tag is just, okay, he's out. The only people who do the doubtful thing and then actually play sometimes are Joel Embiid when he's like going for the 65-game mark when he's trying to win a postseason award. Most of the time you see doubtful, the guy's not playing. But will Jabari and Alperen play? If they're banged up, don't play them. I think it's pretty simple. Get yourself some Landale and sit Steven Adams too. Who else can they play from the big rotation?
Jeff Green.
Sure. Small ball 5, Jeff Green. Let's see a lot of that tonight.
They can probably call someone up from the G League.
That too.
Dante.
He's probably up with the big team now, right? I did see a clip, a clip. It was a post by Steven Adams. He was hanging out with Dante, and he tagged Dante, and then he tagged like immigration, which, it's a bit of a touchy subject, but if you're doing it to someone, one of your teammates, I guess it's fine. So and Steven Adams ain't even from here. It's fine, right? You're from New Zealand. It's fine to do that.
That's just how they joke there.
Yeah, it's got a different sense of humor than that, because a Rockets reporter laughed at it, and then afterwards she was like, "Wait a minute," and then she quote tweeted the picture and pointed out how funny it was, and then under it, yes, it's funny, but we have real serious concerns going on, so she had to clean it up a little bit. That's the world we live in, where sure, Steven Adams is making a joke, but if you laugh at it, you got to let everyone know, look, I understand what's going on, but it is funny if Steven Adams does it.
But then not funny if he actually gets sent back to Mali.
Yeah, it becomes less funny if he does get sent back. Hopefully that's not the case.
Because the Rockets need a big man to play the next 2 games.
Oh, that's the only reason it wouldn't be good, because they need bodies. Thanks.
For game 81 and 82 of the
season. Yeah, if they need to play Cam Whitmore at center, I think that'd be fine. Cam Whitmore's probably going to get some time the next couple nights.
This is Cam Whitmore. Raise your draft or raise your trade value season.
If I'm the Rockets, I'm like, Cam, we're not even going to ask you to mix in a pass. Don't worry about it, man.
Just get buckets.
Just go out there, score, and show the talent that some people thought you should be a top 10 pick for.
Yeah.
And then when it comes down to it, we'll trade you along with a couple picks for whoever we need. Just go out there and ball. That should be the Cam Whitmore experience over the next couple games. Go out there and ball.
How would you like to get traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Go out there, kill him.
Cam, how do you feel about Milwaukee? What do you mean? Just generally, how do you feel about the city of Milwaukee?
I don't know. When I was at Villanova, we played Marquette. Didn't love it.
Yeah, the fans are kind of rude. But what if they were on your side? Actually, they would not be on the side if he's one of the guys who got traded for Giannis. They would definitely not be on the side.
No, it'd be a Dallas situation.
Yeah, I don't know who the GM there is. I think the owner.
We would learn his name.
Is it John Horst? Is that the nickname? The GM's name?
I think that is.
Yeah,
or at least that
sounds
the guy.
right.
At least maybe he got fired after winning the title. We don't know.
Still the general manager.
Okay,
he's not trading Giannis if he knows what's good for him. You've learned your lesson. Don't be Nico. Of all the things we've learned about the NBA season is don't be a Nico.
No. Or if you are, like, character assassinate the star on the front end. And then,
not on the back end.
Yeah.
The stories about Giannis should leak as soon as they get eliminated from the playoffs. In fact, in the middle of the series.
Yeah, when they lose the third game of their series.
Yes.
It should be like
the stories about Giannis being a divisive figure.
Yeah, wait, what's this from Tim McMahon?
Yeah, how he wanted Chris Middleton out because they love Chris Middleton. How he and Brook Lopez are at odds.
Yeah.
Whatever you need to do to make it seem like Giannis is a giant problem before you get rid of him. On the back end, it's too late. You got to salt the field. Let everyone know this guy's a problem.
You got to whip people up.
Yeah.
First.
And he's complained about the state of Wisconsin, Milwaukee.
Exactly.
All the things.
Oh, or what you really could do, and you have to trade him after you do this. Be like, his wife wants to live in a bigger city. Actually, that's how you get. That's how you get Midwesterners mad at you.
It's true. Oh, the hanger-on. No, his wife. Oh, the hanger-on. The hanger-on doesn't like our city. Beat it. Yeah, that inferiority complex really pops up when someone says they don't want to be there. Then get out. We don't need you here. So, John Horst, we set the plan for you, but really, just
and
don't
then trade him for Cam Whitmore. Do that, and then Cam Whitmore and
you think people bitched about the return for Luka, and they got Anthony Davis back. If it's a bunch of picks and Cam Whitmore and Dylan Brooks to make salaries work, good luck.
No, Van Vliet.
I'm trying to help him out any way I can. Not for Van Vliet. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it for the guy who's got a $40 million option that you'd have to take in to make
John
all
Horst,
the deals
imagine
work.
that Van Vliet Lillard defensive backcourt.
Oh. Shout out to Damian Lillard. Hopefully he gets healthy. Doesn't look like he will, at least for the playoffs. No indication that he'll be back with the blood clot, but it's more about health than anything else for him. But if they were healthy together, that's what does Shaq say? Barbecue chicken?
Yeah.
That would be the barbecue chicken backcourt. We can all fantasize about Giannis being here. We had a caller who saw something on Instagram where Jokic was on the trade block after
what? No way.
I don't know if it was a reputable source. He just said he saw it.
Would you trade Şengün for Jokic?
Would I trade baby proto Jokic for the actual Jokic?
We got Jokic at home.
But I got
just keep him in the sunlight and water him. He'll turn into Jokic.
He's younger. I don't have to pay him as much.
He's not a coach killer.
Well, Steven Silas did get fired. They both have
one. Kevin Porter Jr.
They both have one coach fired on their resume. If we're going to call Jokic a coach killer. The least likely guy to ever.
That's how I draw you into my trap. I
was like, wait a minute.
You're saying they're equally coach killer.
Wait a minute. What's he talking about? No, I don't think either one's a coach killer. But to answer your ridiculous question that has no basis in fact, yes, I trade Şengün for Jokic if it was ever on the table. If the Nuggets wanted a clean reset,
kick in a first round pick.
Yeah, I got it from the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be clear,
to take on the salary.
I just wanted to be clear about what you were talking about. Like the Brock Osweiler trade.
Yeah.
Dumping Brock Osweiler.
Don't want the Nuggets don't want this malcontent.
The brothers are a problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He hangs around a tough crowd. His brothers.
He nearly paralyzed one of the Morris twins.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the other twins on TV telling people how not good Jokic is, because he nearly killed his brother. All reasons to devalue the great player and make him come here.
And also, at the same time, I would not want the Rockets to play him in the first round.
Yes. Coach killer or not. Keep that guy out of Toyota Center too. But it's possible. We'll see how they finish down the stretch.
Yeah, it's so tough. It's like looking at these teams. There's not really a team that you're just like, that guy.
Unless you are of the opinion that it don't matter who comes in here, we're gonna beat them. Then you're like, bring anyone in here.
Well, I think that's what makes it so tough is that I think the Rockets have a chance against all. I agree. Roughly a chance. All these series would be in the 60-40 range to one side or the other. So like the Lakers, I'm not terrified of them.
Neither am I.
But then it's also you're just signing up to play Luka and LeBron.
Yeah, I did want to get into this. I've tried to get into it a couple times. I've just forgotten. It's no one's fault but my own. The importance we're placing on this regular season and the difference between how teams who have been in these playoff series before treat the regular season. Like winning in Golden State, big deal. You don't ever do it. You did it. You shut Steph Curry down, and then after the game, while Rocket fans and you would think the Rockets organization and it's temporary certainly because they know it's just a regular season game, are pretty excited about what they did. The Warriors are just laughing. There's a question about Ime Udoka and Steph Curry's back and forth as they were walking off the court after the first half, and Ime was talking about once we have guys complaining about physicality, that means we're doing the right things. Steph Curry was asked about it. He made a joke about Ime not showing up to he and his wife's restaurant. That's the vibes. Like, they barely care about this stuff. While here, we're like, yeah, got another one. We beat OKC. OKC, and they're a young team too. They don't have a lot of accomplishments. Do you think they cared so much about the Rockets winning? Sure, they would rather win, but they're the 1 seed. There's not a lot that they can gain other than possibly winning 70 games. Now that's out the door. There's not a lot for them this year. So when the Rockets are beating a team in the regular season, and they've had 2 really good wins recently, what does it actually mean other than they can play with these guys on a night-to-night basis in the regular season? Does it translate to the playoffs? The betting odds say none of that stuff matters to them. They're 7th favorites to win the West in one place, 8th favorites in another. So as good as they've been, nothing is really reflecting in how at least the people who allegedly know things are kind of evaluating them. Now, media beyond locally are talking about the Rockets very positively. In fact, let's hear from Kevin O'Connor, formerly of The Ringer, now with Yahoo. I think I saved it over there, Sean. He is discussing the 2 bigs, a lineup that has gotten a lot more recognitions lately. He talks about how effective they've been, and he's not the only one talking about the Rockets and how great they are, but this is just one of the national voices talking about what the Rockets are doing and how good they've been.
This lineup with Adams and Şengün, I looked this up earlier today because I was curious, like, how are they performing? Over the full season, they've played only 156 minutes together, but of the lineups with over 150 minutes together, hundreds of 2-man lineups, Adams Şengün is number 1 in the NBA in net rating. They outscore teams by 31.7 points per 100 possessions. That is number 1 in the NBA of every 2-man lineup.
They've been great, and it's a lineup I didn't think we see a lot of this year just because double bigs aren't that much of a thing in the NBA anymore. You very rarely can make it work because spacing has been so important over the last decade or so in NBA basketball, and you have 2 non-shooters out there, but the Rockets have made it work. Hell, they're a team full of guys you can't really depend on beyond Jabari and Dylan Brooks to knock down threes. Jalen will have his moments. He's streaky. We know Fred will be great one game and then absolutely atrocious the next, but they've made it work to great effect. So the voices around the NBA world like this Rockets team based off their regular season stuff. But you went on to ask these guys about what this Rockets team can do. You will hear them say they could do this, but if you put them to the fire, I haven't heard anyone go, yeah, I think the Rockets are Western Conference finalists. It's a lot of, yeah, I like them. I think they can, but not a lot of they will. And that is partly because they've never seen it before. And no matter who they see in the first round, it's going to be a team other than the Grizzlies because they haven't accomplished much due to injuries and the jaw stuff. Other than them, you got a Western Conference finalist in Anthony Edwards, the Nuggets, as we talked about, of course, the Warriors, and the Lakers have LeBron and Luka. So that's the obstacles in their way. Either, no matter what it is, it's going to be a major one. It's just unfortunate that you win 50-plus games and you may see a team who is near 50 in the first round.
That won 49.
Yeah, and may have to win 50 to get to 7th seed because they have to win a play-in game.
Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna be tough. We might have to talk about it like all week. Just like talking through, because now after last night, it's like, actually, maybe you do want to play Minnesota, or Minnesota would have been one of the last picks if you're going, the playground method of lining up all the teams and go, give me him, give me him.
Yeah. Do you want to see Anthony Edwards for 7 games? Not really, but
no,
that I can say.
But they also just blew a 25-point lead last
in Milwaukee,
night.
To Milwaukee. And do I want to see healthy Kawhi? Well, that's first. Do we get a healthy Kawhi?
Yeah.
Do I want to see a Clippers team who's played really well with healthy Kawhi? No, but that speaks to the strength of the Western Conference. It'll be this back and forth up until we find out who the matchup is, and we got a couple days.
And then I'll go, happens. That's who I wanted the entire time.
Yeah, I'm not scared of this team at all. Bring them on.
This guy's food.
We're picking at other flaws while ignoring the Rockets, who don't have many, but they have some, and we'll see how they work around those, no matter who the matchup is. Okay, we'll go to break. With that, we are going to get to the Astros, but we'll eventually get to them here when we come back. But first, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to whenever you're thinking about getting a new car, particularly if it's a Chevy, because that's what they do. They have a pre-owned inventory as well that goes beyond Chevys. But if you're into Chevys and you're looking for a Silverado 1500, that's the place you go to because they're offering their spring savings. What does that mean? You get the savings that the employees get. Employee pricing on the Chevy Silverado 1500 because they want to treat you like the family they are. Their family with they have a family there, and once you step on the lot, you become family too. All you got to do is check out the inventory at monumentchevrolet.com and see all the great cars they have to offer. From the pre-owned inventory to the new cars, and maybe you're looking for something for your business, they have a large fleet that you can take advantage of as well. So see the cars on the website, and then go head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, and maybe you'll run into Sammy, who is their salesperson of the week. He's very personable. He knows all about the car business, so he'll walk you through the process and make sure you get the best car possible for you. So the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and you go out there to Pasadena and take advantage of what they have to offer. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Astros win in extra innings yesterday. Late last night, they beat the Mariners 2-1. So the bats are the bats. They're still not hitting. I mean, 8 hits, but they're not putting together big innings at all. But you're happy to get the win. Cam Smith had an RBI triple, and also Victor Caratini in extra innings. with the difference. So it was important for Framber to get back on track. He was poor in his last outing, and it was the typical Framber thing where he has a blow up and then he gets it together. But the blow up was enough to decide the game. This time, 6 innings, no earned runs, and an efficient 94 pitches. So that's the Framber we are used to, and that's what we want. 8 Ks, not a 1 walk. So he was really good, and you got to credit that bullpen outside of Taylor Scott. He has struggled. He has not been the revelation that he was last year. So that's a couple guys who were better than you could have even have imagined last year, in Ronel Blanco and Scott, who have gotten off to rough starts, and it's kind of predictable. These aren't guys who have a long track record of success. Scott was a minor league invite, a spring training invite, and he turned into a dependable, whether you want to call him a 6th, 7th inning guy, but that's what he was, and that's what they hoped he would be last year, and he fulfilled that role. He has tried to be a guy in high leverage situations this year that would come through, and that has not been the case. But you give credit to King and Hader, who was awesome, and Gusto and Kurt, who closed the deal. So the Taylor Scott thing is concerning. The Ronel Blanco thing is concerning. There's a lot of concerns, and you're 5 and 6. So if we need to overreact, I guess we overreact to those things where guys you're depending on who maybe you might have wrongfully expected to duplicate what they did last year aren't doing that right now. But the guys you know are good and consistently good on that pitching staff showed up last night. Valdez and Hader, big. And then maybe Gusto's he's the new Scott. Maybe just replace one with the other.
No, that's too far. Do it. You have to do it for longer to reach Taylor Scott levels. All right.
Okay.
Come on, Ryan Gusto. Great performance last night. But I'm not throwing around you're this year's Taylor Scott so willy-nilly.
Yes, he has to pitch beyond what he's ever done.
Yeah, I was gonna say do it for like 20 innings. Then we can talk.
As you like to say, do it in the playoffs.
Well,
we have
but
to get
Taylor
there first.
Scott didn't really do it.
Yeah, he didn't really have a chance. But that's generally your tag. Do it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Gusto, do it over 70 appearances.
Yeah, Gusto. Do it. Get back to me in July.
And are we sure it's Gusto or Gusto?
I think it's Gusto,
yeah,
but
Gusto.
I like saying Gusto.
Gusto, I think, is what it is. Gusto, it's more fun. But let's call him by his name. Ryan Gusto. Great job last night.
I can't promise that I'll call him Gusto.
Neither can I, but I'm going to try. Gusto/Gusto will be the Hardenstein thing for me. Depending on how I feel, depending on how my brain is firing, that's what I'll call him. I'll try to call him Gusto because I believe that's what his name is. But he was good. He's been good this year. And hopefully.
Yeah, I like him.
Hopefully he'll be our Taylor Scott because the current Taylor Scott ain't what I'm looking for right now. The Taylor Scott is the Rafael Montero, who was good for 1 year and then was not good. And by the way, if you missed it, Montero out. So their last remnants of Jeff Bagwell's major decisions out the door. They traded him to the Braves. So now, while we'll always reference that dark time when Jeff Bagwell was the official decision maker or unofficial decision maker for the Astros, the biggest decisions he made are out the door. I hope Jeff Bagwell has like a little list of all the things we aren't talking about that he did that were great. But I don't think it exists because I'm not sure he did anything that we can compliment him for. Did he have like any minor moves? Like he said, hey, this guy should be brought up. This guy's pretty good. Does he have any of that? Or is it always going to be us focusing on Abreu and Montero?
Because it was basically from 2 days after the World Series until like January. So like all he did was F things up. all he did was the biggest moves that they made. Even then, like even if he wants to take credit for, I'm trying to think of like 2023, what was the good stuff of like, he was like, no, we don't need another catcher. Yainer Diaz will do. But like, even
what if he was pushing for Yainer Diaz to play more?
Actually, no, that was still a Maldi year, right? Yeah, Maldi played in 23. So
Maldi played and Dusty didn't want to play Yainer.
Yeah, Yainer DH most of that year.
But what if he was pushing for Yainer and we just don't know about it? Well, 2025 would say you shouldn't have been pushing so hard.
Exactly.
So far. 2024,
exactly.
yes, you're right. 2025, not good. Not good so far.
Jeff Bagwell being like trying to take credit for or just like slamming his fist down because he's like, I can't even take credit for Yainer Diaz.
Because
these animals are so upset.
It's been a rough run, but it's over. Thankfully, they were able to trade him. We always talk about untradeable contracts, and that's usually an NBA thing. I felt like Montero was untradeable, but nope.
The Astros are paying for
that's the thing.
80% of his contract,
and the Braves are like, well, how much are you going to pay? Sure, whatever.
I think they're saving $3 million or $3.5 million or whatever it is.
The fact that anyone would take on any of his salary.
Yeah, I know. The fact you're signing him for 1 year, $3.5 million, because that's they gave up a player to be named later. Well, I don't really ever know what that means, but
they'll
get a player.
Do the Braves get their pick of like a certain 4 guys they can name and give to the Astros? Do the Astros get a choice of a certain number of selections? How does that work?
And like, can they just go like this guy with drop foot? You get him.
This guy with gout.
Yeah.
This guy with gout.
This guy stinks.
That's who we're sending your way. Like, there's no chance of this guy coming back to haunt us. You can take him, and you can DFA him, and he's no longer in baseball. Trade's over. Is that how this is going to work?
I don't know.
It is for Montero. So how could it be a good prospect? Like, the Braves didn't start off great, but they've been a good franchise. They're not going to – well, the Dodgers did the Yordan thing, so I guess everyone can slip up. But I don't imagine trading Montero is going to lead to anything positive other than he's no longer a guy Espada can go to. Sorry. They took that out of your hands.
So I looked up best players to be named later in MLB history.
Okay.
Someone that Jeff Bagwell doesn't get to take credit for this, but he is someone who Jeff Bagwell gave money. Michael Brantley was a player to be named later.
Okay.
Coco Crisp.
Got some Trey Turner on here.
Yeah. Moises Alou.
So there's a chance.
David Ortiz. What is the order? Oh, I guess this is alphabetical. No, it's not alphabetical. I don't know what this order is.
Is it just a list? It might just be
David
a list.
Ortiz is the second to last name after Scott Posednik.
Either way, Jason Smith, the former pitcher. So there is a chance that the Braves give the Astros a good player. Not a great chance, but you never know. Shoeless Joe Jackson, cheater. He was a player to be named later too.
Yeah,
they were doing that back in 1909, or 1910. That was when he was traded. It's a long-standing thing for baseball to send a guy one way and then, hey, don't worry about it. We'll get to it. You'll get a player at some point. So we'll see what the Astros get for Rafael Montero.
Hopefully the next David Ortiz, which they already have. His name's Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, they don't need another David Ortiz.
Oh.
How about a next Wilyer Abreu? How about that? How about we do that?
Well, if Dana Brown gets the pick, Dana Brown knows the Atlanta system.
It's true. So
he knows where they're hidden, where all these superstars are hidden.
So did the Braves make a mistake? Count for with Dana Brown being someone very knowledgeable about what they have and what they don't have?
I don't know.
We'll find out. Right?
Is it going to be a Ocean's 11 style heist where he knows how to do all the Jet Li stuff that Jet Li did in that movie?
Well, the last time you attributed a heist to Dana Brown was not very long ago, and that's not going in our direction
I said
currently.
Fleecing.
Oh, okay, you're correct. A fleece and a heist are different, so you're right. A heist is a theft. A fleece is someone is aware of what's going on. You just got over them. What Daryl Morey used to do? He used to fleece teams.
Yes.
Like they were consenting in the trades. He would just win them.
He fleeced the OKC Thunder that one time, but then not the second time. But he did that one time.
He did that one time.
The
Correct.
first one.
Well, correct. One of the best fleecings of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And he hung on to the biggest piece of that fleece for years and years.
I would too.
Went a little far.
My entire professional reputation is built on this one guy.
Yeah, but once he fat suited his way into Brooklyn, maybe don't bring him to Philly.
That's fair. You know what? That's fair.
Know when to let go. He didn't do it, and now he got called a liar by that guy in a foreign country, a country who doesn't like him to begin with. So that was full circle for him.
In a room full of kids.
That was the time that James Harden chose to speak on Daryl Morey. Look, China and the NBA hand in hand, thanks to Yao Ming. But how many kids knew what the hell he was talking about when he did it? How many?
How many knew the name of Daryl Morey?
Yes.
Probably not a lot.
Probably not a lot. Maybe some giant Rockets fan.
Even then, they would have to be like 25.
Yeah, that's true.
The
Those kids
10-year-olds are just not knowing who the former GM of the Rockets is.
Maybe some of the people with cameras, like the actual film crews knew. Maybe. That's a maybe. Okay, we'll go to break with that. You want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon. We will be back. We've been, and rightfully so, very focused on our own former AL MVP switching to a different position that we didn't recognize that Mike Trout is now playing right field. And I say we because I had no idea because I'm not paying attention to Mike Trout. Although the Angels are 7-3, so first place in the AL West, off to a good start.
Astros trying to chase him down.
Yeah, Mike Trout didn't get off to a good start hitting. He's gotten a little better, as you might think, and he's actually playing games, which is new for him. But he's also now playing right field. And while Altuve had his issues in the spring, and certainly he had a misplay during the regular season, Mike Trout had an awful misplay last night. He overran a ball, lost it, and can I really blame him? He's playing in a minor league ballpark in Tampa. I'm going to use that as an excuse if I want to shoot Mike Trout any bail. Playing in that fake ass ballpark for the Rays because they have to play where the Yankees minor league stadium is until they either fix or don't fix Tropicana Field. So he just misplays it. He loses it. The ball falls behind him in fair territory, but didn't stop the Angels from winning 7-3. Kikuchi's who they acquired hasn't been great. Was rough in his last start, but I don't need to think about the Angels being a real contender for the AL West. This is fake, right? Right. I mean,
yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for confirmation that this is fake.
Yes.
I'm glad of that.
They're not going to win 70% of their games.
Well, this is certainly not real, but are they a team that wins near 60? I'm going to doubt it. But right now, at least so far, the Angels off to a good start. It's been a good run for Southern California baseball. The Dodgers started off great. The Padres right there with them. And then now the Angels, like that area, hasn't had enough baseball success.
Well, to be fair, only one of those teams has had
the Padres. Success. Yeah, the Padres don't win anything, but they're a playoff contender all the time. For the most part, the Angels have been just awful. Let's not add a third team to the mix, particularly a team that plays in this division. But so far, so good for the Angels. But it happens to the best of them, right? It happened to Mike Trout. I'm sure it'll happen to Altuve going forward. But we know the Astros philosophy. Better it happens out there. And Chandler Rome spoke about it on his podcast. Forgot the name because I only care about
Clutch City territory.
Yeah.
Right? Clutch
they're
territory.
They're competitors with Jeremy and Joe's Astros podcast. So we only talk about theirs, not Chandler Rome's.
I'll dump that.
Thank you. Edited out of the podcast too.
Just one long beep.
Don't put that in there because I think Joe and Jeremy are recording that today. I think I heard that in there.
Yes, 12:30.
As they get ready. That's on Thursdays. You can hear it on Thursdays here and also in podcast form as well. But that's the Astros philosophy, and Chandler Rome talked about it. The fact that Altuve did have that misplay, it happened 8 games into the year. That's why he's doing what he's doing, because you can minimize his impact. And the hope is he gets better, which would be great. Less misplays out there. Keep hitting like you're hitting. All good. If it's like, hey, it happens every 4 series or so, whatever the rate will be of misplays, I think we're good with that.
Yeah. What's Mike Trout's excuse? He played center.
He's actually a good center fielder.
Yeah, he was a good center fielder.
He doesn't play right. It's different, Sean. It's different.
Okay. I'm more sympathetic to the fact he's playing in a rinky-dink ballpark.
Yeah, it happened in Tampa.
Which 2 out of 30 teams are going to be playing in a rinky-dink ballpark,
and he's going to he spent his time in Tampa. He's going to spend some time in Sacramento too.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of baseball that gets played in rinky-dink ballparks that we're going to have to throw out.
It's true. None of those games.
It's 162
total. And if you
games.
throw in Coors Field, which is a different version of rinky-dink.
Yeah, different. Yeah, that's about it as far as like the suit. I mean, some would say the Astros.
Crawford boxes, yeah. Baseball traditionalists, and they certainly exist. I don't know if they're giant fans of how that place is built, and particularly when the Crawford boxes are part of the equation. Get over it. 2 World Series titles.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Kiss the ring.
The 17 to 22 rings, both.
Yeah.
We'll put one on each hand. Kiss them both. All right, so Altuve's not alone. Mike Trout catches it too, or in this case, didn't catch it.
No, he
completely whiffed on it. So it'll happen. when you're unfamiliar with the position, even though Sean rightfully pointed out, Mike Trout's been an outfielder his entire career.
Like, it's a little different.
How did you mess up?
He's technically playing an easier position.
Yeah, how did you screw that up?
He went from a harder position to an easier one.
But he did. So,
but also his athleticism has
waned,
left his body,
and they're trying to keep him healthy by moving him out of center. As we know, been banged up pretty much the entire back half of his career.
Yeah, last like 5 years.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get to this before we go to break. This will be a focus of ours all month as we lead up to the draft, because Gruden quarterback class is back. It's not really a star-studded group, mostly because it's not a star-studded group of quarterbacks. The two top guys aren't participating. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders aren't a part of it. So he started off with Will Howard, the national championship winning quarterback Will Howard, the former Kansas State product. John Gruden made a comparison that I can't believe he did. I don't know if he was setting Will Howard up to see what he would say, but here is the comparison for Will Howard from John Gruden. You see if you agree.
Now, you're a big dual threat quarterback, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that what you are?
Damn right.
Who is this?
Josh Allen, man.
No, it's not. It's the MVP of the league,
MVP,
man.
Josh Allen.
He's a real big dual threat now. But when I look at Joshua Allen, he went to the combine. What was he?
6'4".
What are you?
6'4".
How much did he weigh?
It's 237.
You guys are the same size, man.
Yeah, man.
So that's how big a guy you are.
Yeah.
26 career rushing touchdowns. You had an 80-yard touchdown run. 71. That's like Saquon Howard. What was this thing here against is this TCU?
Yeah, this is a counter read right here. So we're running a little
This
bash
is what
counter.
Jalen Hurts runs for the Eagles. What about this against Oklahoma
This
State?
is just pin and pull right here, baby. Make a little cut and it's off to the races.
This is one of my favorite plays of the season. I mean, look at all these Irishmen come after you right here. And it just opens up the back, doesn't
I don't think they
it?
get called.
I mean,
I don't think
how
they
the
called
hell do
Irishmen.
people not like you as the number one quarterback in the draft? Didn't you win the national title?
Yeah, man.
What do you got to do? You're 6'5". You're like a young Josh Allen.
How can people not like him as the number one quarterback in the draft? Let's remove his college career, which would tell you why. Did you see him throw at the combine? Did you see that? Did you see the whiffs against air? That might be a reason that people don't like him. Gruden has got a show to put on. Hype up your mans, I guess. But we're not blind. We saw him play, for 5 years? Did he play 5 years? Or was it only 4?
I think he was a 4-year start. No, yeah, 4 or 5.
Okay.
Whatever.
Either way, we saw enough football from Will Howard to know why he's not considered the best quarterback of the draft. Cut it out, John Gruden.
Well, although Josh Allen wasn't good at Wyoming.
Josh Allen has more physical tools than Will Howard.
He also, yes,
at Wyoming and now. Yes. So while you can line them up size-wise and go, hey, you're the same size.
Will Howard had a better career. Look at his college numbers, better than Josh Allen's.
And
they're the same size, same height.
Will Howard had better teammates even at Kansas State than Josh Allen ever had at Wyoming. And Will Howard played 5 years, spot starter his first 2 years in college.
Yeah, okay.
Then starter, certainly his last 2 years, and started quite a bit in 2022 as well. Cut it out, John Gruden. This ain't Shred 'em Shroud. I need that. Don't fake hype up Will Howard. Give me something we can play as a soundbite. Give me that. If you're just gonna lie in my face about how good Will Howard is, I don't want that. If the Seth Hennigan thing is like, man, why are people putting you in the first round?
Seth Hennigan's probably the funniest guy that he could be like, Seth Hennigan.
Yeah. Shred him, Seth. I mean, the CJ stuff was great. And he did the little bark. We didn't even hear a little this time around.
Yeah. I do wonder, I don't think he did that on the ESPN version of it.
No.
Like the ESPN, he was much more he would not challenge guys, but he would, he would ask them some semi-tough TV tough questions.
TV tough football questions.
Yeah.
And TV tough, hey, what about this? What's that?
Just a slurp fest.
Yeah, what are you over here glazing Will Howard for? I know he's a national champion. Yeah.
But if every single one of them is like Kyle McCord.
Man, look what you did against Miami. You outplayed Cam Ward.
Why aren't you the number one pick, man?
How come the Titans are considering you? Well,
you remind me of Drew Brees.
Whatever. Whoever it'll be. whoever it'll be. Man, you're a transfer. Joe Burrow was a transfer.
Yeah.
Why aren't people considering you?
You're 6'2". He's 6'2".
Whatever he needs to get to the point where he's comparing him to some NFL great. I can't wait for the Seth Hennigan one. Who's he going to comp him to? Seth Hennigan is 6'3", 215, so he's pretty big dude. So
6'3",
he's got some guys he can compare him to. Man, Kirk Cousins. Seth, hey, hold on.
Yeah, careful.
He got Josh Allen. I'm getting Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's what it'll turn into.
Yeah, wait a minute.
What?
Who is John Gruden ridiculously comparing one of these quarterbacks to? We'll see. We'll see who's next.
Man, yeah.
I'm gonna lock in on the Quinn Ewers one and see what happens there.
Quinn Ewers, man.
man. Look, John Gruden's in the entertainment business now. I appreciate it from him, but you got to give me something. Give me a little bit more.
Do you think Quinn Ewers is going to be like the Monday before the draft? Like he's doing it the last minute. How many times do you think Arch Manning is going to come up in the Quinn Ewers thing? But in the can you believe that people were calling for the backup? Look at this throw, man.
4th and 13, man.
I love it.
You dropped it in against Alabama.
Yeah, Mamba mentality, man.
You went into the big house and won. You killed Davis Warren and Alex Ort. Don't mention the comp, okay? Clint's like, let's talk about the Michigan
defending
defense.
Champion.
Will Johnson was beat up. Hey, what's with all the context? Just comp me.
We're only showing players from the first half of the A&M game.
Just comp me to guys. Give me what a Will Howard got. Don't give me context about what actually happened in those games.
We won't show the red zone stuff. Stop mentioning it.
Hey, what are we doing here? I came on here because I was gonna get glazed.
That would be the funniest thing if he did the entire season
and then waited because he had some stick up his butt about Quinn Ewers and crushed him. Quinn's like, I thought this was just gonna be a love fest, man.
He goes Merrill Hodge on Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, Quinn. I didn't really like when you left high school early to get that bag from Ohio State. Oh, wait a minute, how many years ago was that? Why are you still talking about this? And wasn't it just a ploy to get your money early that you're always going to play at Texas? Well, come on. I mean, yes, but what are we talking about?
You're 6'2".
Yeah, thanks.
Zach Wilson 6'2".
Wait, Will Howard
got Josh Allen,
and I'm getting Zach Wilson.
Yeah, man.
He
didn't fumble with the game on the line.
It's true. We will see who gets complimented next, and how much they surpass. I hope it's just a scale of him getting crazier and crazier about how much he loves these quarterbacks.
McCord, you're like Dan Marino,
man. You played against Miami. He played in Miami.
It just gets more and more.
Yeah.
Just a strain, I guess.
Even the quarterbacks are confused. Well, sure.
I'll take it.
There's a bit of a connection there. I mean, I love Miami. The city's great. Before we go, this probably would have been something I would have put in Chip Talk, but let's hear from Will Howard himself. If you guys remember, the first playoff game for Ohio State on their way to a national title was them against Tennessee. And it was cold, and Tennessee was a school from the South, so you got to prove your toughness. And we saw Tennessee run out there shirtless. Here's Will Howard on the Ohio State take on that and what Tennessee did to prove they weren't as tough as they wanted people to think they were.
So now the playoffs start, and here comes the Tennessee Volunteers. It's a cold night.
It was.
In Columbus.
It was.
And you see these guys come roaring out of here, the SEC, the Tennessee Vols, without their shirts. And it seemed like they were trying to intimidate you guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, the funny thing is they came out with their shirts on, or their shirts off, and they ran over to the opposite end zone and immediately put them back on. I was like, what are these clowns doing, man? At that moment, I knew we had them.
SEC, Sean. SEC. So they ran through your SEC.
Tennessee.
Beat Tennessee. They beat you guys. Will Howard, not afraid of the big bad SEC.
Yeah.
And why should he? He's Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen wouldn't be afraid.
Just throw to Jeremiah Smith. Except against Texas. Then you throw to Apuka.
or throw screens.
Yeah.
Going into the half.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Will Howard. Next up is going to be, well, today, Riley Leonard. So
Riley Leonard, man.
I can't wait. Who's he going to compare Riley Leonard to?
Cam Newton. Look at this run. Look at
You
this
put
run
it all
against
on the line.
LSU. This is Cam Newton. This isn't you. Look at him running against LSU.
He had that once drive against Ohio State early. Tim Tebow, man.
Yeah, actually, it probably would be. Probably Tebow.
Of course, Tebow would have come out of that drive feeling great. Right?
Yeah, he would have 3 more quarters of doing that.
Riley Leonard was near death. Like, just think, Riley Leonard suffers from the same thing our quarterbacks do in our dynasty, the wear and tear. He got hit and he was done for. But it was a good moment for Notre Dame. They did have a lead, and then very quickly they didn't.
You guys came out and you established dominance. And then Josh Allen got the ball, and they just dominance for the next 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And then you guys made a comeback to make it weirdly closer than you think.
Yeah, weirdly closer than the game indicated. You and Jaden Greathouse, man.
Look at this guy. When's this guy coming out in the draft?
I don't know. I thought this was about me, John. Okay.
Julian Love. It's like Barry Sanders.
How's his knee doing, man? Actually,
I have
that you asked,
a preseason Heisman bet on him.
I'm glad you asked, John. He's now held out for spring. He's a little banged up. It's either his ankle or his knee. All right, we'll go to break. With that, hopefully there will be more classics from Gruden's quarterback class. Sean, remind everyone why we're so focused on Gruden and his quarterback class.
Because of gyms like this.
Shred up, Stroud!
There you go. I need some of that, John. Give me that with Seth Hennigan. And actually, Jackson Dart's last. It's Ewers then Dart. So we'll see. We're just building up.
Ending with the big hitter.
Yeah.
Those guys, that's the Montana and Brady of this class.
The SEC quarterbacks will close out the deal. We will hear more from Gruden as the quarterback class goes on this month. Okay, we'll go to break here. If you want to call in, you can, 713-780-3776.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
When you're famous, you get the opportunity to do a lot of things, and then you have the opportunity to say no to things. So when you're as famous as LeBron James, you get things that come across your desk, your proverbial desk, and whether your representative handles it or you handle it, there's always a chance for you to say yes or no to something. Now, before I reveal what this is, Sean, you know what I'm about to talk about. If you were given the opportunity to have this thing in front of you to say yes or no to, would you say yes or no? Consider if you're LeBron.
Yeah, of course. Yes. Not just me right now.
Yes.
I probably would pass on this.
Would you take into account the possible nickname this thing is going to get? Would you have had someone think about, hey, what would they call this?
I think after being LeBron for 20 years, or being NBA version of LeBron, he's been LeBron for 40.
For his whole life. Yes.
But knowing the nickname that comes with everything LeBron related, I probably could have seen it coming.
Like, yeah, you've listened to Skip Bayless call you LaFraud.
Yeah,
among other things. Just
last week, you had, or 2 weeks ago, whenever you're on the Pat McAfee show, it was, what was it, the La Conversation or something? La Conversation.
Yes, when your name
LeBronversation, that's what it was.
When your name begins with Le, there's a chance someone could turn it into something. And now, LeBron is. Well, I'll tell you what he is. But first, let him react to a doll of himself being given to him. Here's LeBron James after a doll is being given to him, because he's now a Kinbassador. Yes, you heard it right, a Kinbassador. Here's LeBron James.
Oh, he dope. Oh,
by the way, he's talking about himself.
This is so dang old cool.
He has promise for you?
It's in the baggie. Oh my goodness. Just a kid from Akron, got his Beat headphones.
Mm-hmm.
Could take oh my goodness, that's dope. Oh, that's so cool.
Okay, that's enough. Dope. Do you believe that he thinks it's so cool and so dope? Because he had the plan, just a kid from Akron line ready to go. Oh, how do I respond? That's so cool. That's so dope. Oh, I got to add something. Just a kid from Akron.
Well, and then he circles back to that's so dope. Like 20 seconds in?
Uh-huh.
So he didn't have much past this is so dope, this is so cool, which is how you react when you get a present that you're not
socks.
Super psyched about. You're like, oh, sick.
So it is a kin size, the Ken from Barbie, a kin size doll, but it's LeBron. And of course, the nickname that's popping up is LeBarbie. And when he complains in the playoffs, he will get called LeBarbie by anyone who doesn't like him. And hell, people who do like him just because they think the name is funny. You got to have some foresight. First of all, how much is enough? Being a Kinbassador means LeBron had to allow for them to use his image. And he's got his LeBron Letterman's jacket on. He's got a flat brim hat on. It looks like LeBron, just in casual wear. How much money is enough? I guess everyone can get a bag. LeBron is going to keep getting bags for the rest of his life. But when you know that you're representing Barbie, maybe you go, nah, not this time. Not this time. Yeah, I don't need it.
It's also like, if it was closer to the movie, that would have been cool.
Sure.
I feel like this is kind of not Barbie at the tail end, but it's not a high point. You know, you're coming down off the commercial and critical success that was the Barbie movie, 2 summers ago now. Yeah, I don't know. But he got paid so much money for this.
Yeah.
Also, why was it not in a Lakers jersey? Why was it in?
Because he wants this to go beyond him as a basketball player. And then he has to cut in the Lakers.
That's true.
If it,
That's
the Lakers and the NBA
That's
get a cut.
That's the answer right there.
Yeah, I was trying to shoot some bail, and then I popped in my head. Wait a minute, it's got to cut in the Lakers and the NBA.
Because I was thinking, how much money does it take to get? This is something that we talk about in college sports: name, image, and likeness. This is what name, image, and likeness is. It is using the LeBron name and image to make a Barbie doll, Ken doll.
A Ken-bassador is what he is.
Yeah, but
but it's a Barbie doll.
Yeah, it's
all of them are Barbie dolls. Even if Ken is the image,
the male, whatever.
Yeah, it's a Barbie doll.
Is he bigger than the other ones? He should be bigger.
He should represent. Yeah, it should represent him being 6'8",
he should be
as opposed to whatever the dimensions that Barbie's representing or Ken's representing. Like, okay, whatever. However tall Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling are, it should be relative to whatever the Barbie doll size is, because we've got our live action versions of them, and he's the live action version of this.
Okay. Gosling's 6 foot.
Okay.
Which okay.
From what I can tell, it is a taller doll. It looks like, at least from the video I'm watching, as LeBron has spent the last minute and a half messing with this Barbie.
That's so cool.
Art, who chimes in on the show from time to time, says you need to keep "Oh He Dope" as another thing that goes into our library of sounders. "Oh He Dope."
Oh, he dope.
If you can find that again before we wrap it up, so you can hear it again, what Art's talking about. Yeah, this is probably not a bad idea. So LeBarbie for the playoffs, we're ready to go. So it'll be 0 Dark 30. That's what LeBron calls his social media silence. But he better watch it. One awful performance, no matter who it's against, the LeBarbie thing is coming out. Don't get caught whining. So there it is. LeBron gets another bag. If you want to, I don't know who you're going to get that for. Who wants a Barbie-sized version of LeBron in their home? Who's buying this doll? That's the bigger question. Is it for sports fans? LeBron has certainly crossed over. But who's this doll for? I know he's dope, according to LeBron, but at some point, man, turn down a bag. Got so many things up in the air. You're a movie producer. Considers himself an A&R. Great basketball player. He's a business man, not a businessman.
Oh, he dope.
You know, this is a man at a loss for words who's got no idea how to respond to this when there's a camera in his face. So he's saying this.
This is so dang old cool.
F out of here, man. I do think it's his first sight of it, but you got to put on some juice when you got a camera in your face and they need a reaction. He tried. Was he a better actor in Space Jam 2 or here? I don't remember a lot of Space Jam 2. I think I might have seen a clip. I don't think I've ever seen any part of the movie in full. I've seen clips on YouTube. I'm going to go LeBron in Space Jam 2 better than.
Oh, he dope.
Yeah. He's got to work on it. He's no The Rock as far as athletes who become actors.
This is so dang old cool.
Like The Rock was Black Adam. The Rock was he Shaw or Hobbs?
He was Hobbs.
No,
is Hobbs.
Is Hobbs. The Rock is Hobbs. You got to emote a little bit more, LeBron. I don't believe you think that thing is so dang on cool. In fact, who are you saying that's so dang old cool around? Who are you saying that around? Maybe, I guess if you don't curse around family, maybe that's when you're saying it.
Dang old cool. That's not a phrase.
It didn't even seem natural coming out of him. He faked it. You got to fake it.
That is so
dang old cool.
Dang old cool.
All right, get your LeBron Barbie doll wherever they're located. I don't know who's buying that thing.
Yeah, do they still sell these at Target or something,
like,
right?
Who is getting that for someone? Who is asking for this doll? I know people collect things, and I guess it becomes a collectible.
I mean, honestly, we're at the age, though, or we're at the time where it is LeBron fans that have, like, 5-year-old daughters, right?
But is your daughter looking for a LeBron doll?
Hell no.
LeBron
I'm the one buying.
He's not even in, like, cool Barbie colors, like bright colors. He's in a LeBron blue Letterman's jacket and some fashionable slim fit pants, I think. What?
But then
he's got the hat on.
But then when she opens it up,
oh, he dope.
Oh, he dope from LeBron's the only time that phrase is going to be issued about that doll. The only time. LeBron won't even say it again.
No, he'll just say, "Wow, kid from Akron."
I think he's going to ask that no one ever mentions that doll again, at least not on camera, because he said, "I can't do that again. I can't pretend for a minute 50 that I think this doll is cool."
Someone should ask Tim McMahon when you're at I know you're listening. When you're in the post game media scrum after the Dallas LA game here tonight, everyone's gonna be asking about Luka Doncic coming back to Dallas. You need to ask him about the real stuff. How dope is it that you're a Barbie doll now?
Yeah, put your book down that's on page 1 and tell me about that doll. And what do you think of it?
This is so dang old cool.
Thanks, LeBron. Good luck against the Mavs tonight. Okay, we will wrap up that. Look, great player, whatever. Love him or not.
I mean, to be fair.
Oh, he dope.
For most of my life, that's what I've thought
about LeBron James. Yeah. He's dope.
Yeah, watch him play.
Yeah, I don't think I've uttered that phrase about him, but either some variation of that I've said.
The idea.
Yeah, the idea of it. I never thought I'd get to a point where he's saying that about his own doll.
Made the finals with Sasa Pavlovich. Oh, he dope.
Damon Jones. Boobie Gibson was his best backcourt mate during his time.
Dope.
Mm-hmm. Pretty dope. The doll, not so much. When we come back, we'll hear from another NBA player. This is less jovial. Jaylen Brown on Dylan Brooks. Jaylen Brown was on a podcast. He was asked about guys who talk trash. He didn't have kind words for Dylan Brooks. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, it's on me. That wasn't on Sean. That was my mistake. But we'll do it now since I already started. Sorry, Sean. We'll talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's a place you go to when you want a dope plumber. What would you say about Aqueduct Plumbing Company and Billy Brown once they've helped you out?
Oh, he dope.
That's right. You would. Thanks, LeBron. I don't know if that breaks the law to have him in the spot. We might have to pay him now. Either way, Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to if you need a dope ass plumber. So go to the website, check them out, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out all the services they provide. Whether you need something done with your water heater, whether that be tankless or traditional, or you need a giant job done like a repipe. You know you can't do it. Go with the plumbers who can do it. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. So one of the things about plumbing, when you don't know what the deal is, you don't want to be charged for something when you're just trying to figure out what it is. So that's why they have that free price quote. And you check them out on the website, and you can call them at 281-488-6238, and they'll tell you what the deal is. You can work it out and then have an answer to your problems, and they'll fix that problem for you because they do a great job. They have great contractors who help the local community and the local people get jobs done right. So whether it be a water filter or drain cleaning, just check out Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll hear from Jaylen Brown here shortly, and also a clip talking about the Rockets and what their ideas are going forward, even beyond this playoff run. But I don't know if I asked Sean, because we talked a lot during Michael Carroll's segment here, which he does every Friday with us if he's available. We mentioned Severance, but I don't know if I got your answer. Were you watching that? No, you weren't. Okay.
No.
It's less about Severance and more about some of the actors in it and what we will know them for, because one of the stars of it, Mr. Milchick, I just had his name. It's Tremel Tillman. He shows up in the trailer for the new Mission Impossible movie.
Seen that.
Yep. Yes. So he's a guy who I had not seen before in anything. So, that's Mr. Milchick in Mission Impossible. I think Helena, the two roles that Britt Lauer plays, no matter what she does going forward, you're Heliar in that. It's kind of what the Game of Thrones actors went through. Most of them are unknown. And you're like, look at Sansa trying to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
You're always going to be. I think Tremel Tillman's, for at least the people who watch that show, and it's got widespread appeal, or at least acclaim, he will be Mr. Milchick. Will he? I don't think he's ever breaking out of it. So, but he will. But
wait until Final Reckoning comes out.
I don't know. I think that's a Tom Cruise movie. I'm not sure. I get that he's in the trailer, and it's good for them to feature him because of his recent fame.
I'm not putting a box on
I respect it. Let that man grow. I'm just talking about how other people will see.
Yeah,
him.
no, for sure.
Yeah,
when he's getting coffee or something.
Hey, Mr. Milchick, and why aren't you dancing oddly in an office scene? We will see.
Do you think Adam Scott has?
I think he's beyond just being a Mark C or Mark S, which is his role there. I think he's just Adam Scott.
Okay. I think of him as Will Ferrell's brother in Step Brothers.
I think of
not John C. Reilly, the other one, the blood brother in that. Derek.
I think of him as the dude from Party Down, even though I don't know that character's name from that show. The dude from Party Down. You happen to be in Severance as well.
Parks and Rec. Actually, I probably
Parks and Rec is what most people will think of him.
Ben Wyatt.
Yeah, Ben Wyatt is what most people will think. I just remember him in Party Down, along with Lizzie Kaplan, who's done plenty in her career as well. So
now you see me too.
That's one of her things, sure. There it is, Lizzie Kaplan. She's also in the Robert De Niro show on Netflix. I forgot the name of it, where there's a catastrophic event. He's a former president, so on and so forth. She's in that. She plays his daughter in that. Okay, so let's get to something that Brian Windhorst on his shows. He didn't say, I think it was from Tim McMahon, but it was on the Hoops Collective, their podcast that they do. And it was about how the Rockets see themselves. And all through the year, as they have played well, we've discussed, are they in it for a superstar? Because every 3 weeks or so, it's some rumor about the Rockets are looking to acquire a star, either in season or the off season. Here is Tim McMahon, who talked to the Rockets about what they think about their future and where a superstar could come from, whether it's internal or external.
And I've spent a decent amount of time in Houston lately and around the Rockets and talking to people in the organization. Patrick Fertitta, who's the day-to-day ownership presence, Rafael Stone, their GM, Ime Udoka, they are all aligned. And they are aligned in a big picture sense of they feel like they are a superstar away from being a real deal title contender. And they are aligned in the hope that that superstar will be homegrown. And, whether that's Alperen Şengün, Amin Thompson, Jalen Green, they include Reed Shepherd in that conversation, even though he's not necessarily a rotation player right now. Their hope is that superstar will be homegrown. These playoffs are going to be great experience for that young core, and they're going to be a great evaluation tool for the front office and for Ime Udoka.
Tim McMahon on Hoop Collective talking about the Rockets. So we've discussed what the playoffs might mean for this team and how it will determine their future. It's going to be a big deal beyond just how far they can go. It'll maybe shape how they feel about their two best young players. Well, at least the two most highly paid young players. Amin can join that list of best player, but the guys who they had to pay because of the timeline are Alperen and Jalen. And the hope is, and rightfully so, it's much easier if the guy comes from within. You don't have to decimate your stockpile of picks and your players to go get a star. So can one of those guys reach stardom? And while Alperen is an all-star, there are certain levels to this. Like Sabonis was an all-star. He's not leading a team to a title. Can Alperen or Jalen Green, and it'll be a process, but can they take another step forward to give the Rockets some confidence that one or the other, and if it's both, then great, can be the top two guys on a title-winning team? And the playoffs will be another step in that process. This guy won't ever be a star. He may be use a salary to acquire one, or maybe he's just the dirty work guy on a title team going forward. Dillon Brooks, when he got here, was someone that people didn't think very highly of. He has played better in Houston, and that's trying to kind of change the vibes on him, except if you ask Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, Finals MVP, was asked on a podcast about guys who talk trash, and he didn't have a lot to say about trash talkers in the NBA. He doesn't experience it very much, but there's one guy he thinks is very weird.
Nobody really talk trash. You know, only person that really be like trying to do like weird stuff and talk trash is Dillon Brooks. Yeah. Dillon Brooks, he's like, that's just like his gimmick though. Like that's some players, you know, they do whatever they need to do to stick in the league. So they like to talk trash, try to get under your skin, try to do like push you a little bit for no reason and all that little type stuff. That's the only person that's really done that to me. But nobody else really do that.
Doing what he has to do to stick in the league, that is unveiled hate. Like, look, Dillon Brooks, if he had to do it on his own merits because of talent, he wouldn't be around. He's got to be an agitator. It's like when Russell Westbrook said about Patrick Beverley, he'd just be tricking y'all. That is what.
Yeah, he just runs around a lot.
Yeah, just runs around a lot. You think he plays great defense. He just be tricking y'all. Dillon Brooks, agitator, sure. If he does weird things, okay. But he is a good enough talent. He shoots well enough from three that's enough to stick in the league. Relax, Jaylen Brown. I don't mind pettiness. I don't mind hate, but I at least got to call it out. That's Jaylen Brown being petty.
Yeah. Dillon Brooks this year is shooting 39.7% from three.
Jaylen Brown,
that'd be his career high.
Mm-hmm.
This year he is shooting 32.4% from
yeah, it's been a down year for Jaylen Brown.
He's like Jalen Green, basically.
That's hate.
No, I mean,
I know shooting percentage wise, but yes.
And points.
You're disrespecting of the Finals MVP.
No, I mean,
I will do that.
He's doing whatever he needs to stick around in the league,
and
by shooting 32%
and cashing in on that. Well, we did talk about it yesterday. How he's the most overvalued player in all of sports, at least in the NBA. He's playing further below his value, or at least his contract, than anyone in the NBA right now, non-injury wise.
I mean, honestly, if we did blind resume, you might not know which one of the Jalen's I'm talking about now.
This year, at least.
Yeah, this year, of course, this year.
Yes.
Because it would be unfair to Jalen Green to use past years.
Okay.
22 points per game, or 22.2, I should say.
Yes, he's nicked up. He's hurt. He'll probably have to deal with something in the offseason, maybe get a little cleanup surgery. Mm-hmm. He has not been himself this year. Yeah. I don't mind. He's a Celtic. Anything to make sure they don't win another title, I'm cool with. But as I said, Dillon Brooks is playing well enough and has played well enough that whether he's whispering in your ear like Lance Stevenson did to LeBron or whatever the hell he's doing, it goes beyond him being an agitator. He is a solid NBA player who's rebuilt himself here in Houston thanks to himself and obviously the Rockets themselves. So, relax. No left hand. You calm down. Jason Tatum's backpack. Relax over there. But
Derek White.
The problem is you can start naming plenty of Celtics where he's the backpack. At least this year.
Porzingis.
Well, he is the unicorn for a reason. And you know what? If it comes down to it, the Rockets makes the finals. Let's hope for Jaylen Brown to be on the other side. Let's see how he deals with Dillon Brooks for 7 games.
I mean, to be somewhat serious about this, it's very clearly that Dylan Brooks is in his head.
Yes. For him to be the guy.
He said, no one else in the league talks to me.
But this guy.
I can't think of anyone who's ever trash talked me.
Never.
Except for Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, he not a lot of people do it.
And then I'm going to take a shot at him to show you how much he's not in my head. That this is the only reason he's in the league.
Whatever you think Dylan Brooks needs to do to stay in the league, it's clearly got to you. He got to you. You're one guy who he bothers.
And people have noticed that the last time the Celtics and Rockets played, Dylan Brooks scored 36 points. And was made like 9 threes.
Look, he's in the middle of a podcast, stream of consciousness. I get it. We do this. We say things that, I can't believe I said that if you listen back. But Jaylen Brown, come on. That's a solid NBA player you're talking about. But I welcome the hate. It just proves they're just like us, Sean.
They are just like
I'm trying to think of the equivalent. B-Mac just does some things to try to get under my skin.
Whatever he can.
Yeah, he puts me on
who
said this or whatever they call that segment. What's it officially called?
Who said it?
Who said it? He puts me on who said it. He's just doing whatever he can.
That's his gimmick.
Yeah, it's his gimmick. He's doing whatever he can to stick. That's the equivalent.
I mean, the actual equivalent is Lance talking about Jeremy.
Yeah, that's true.
That's another one where it's clear it got under his skin.
Yeah, because he's not focusing on me. He's pulling clips from everyone. So yeah, it's a better one.
Dumb.
Yeah, Jeremy, this dumb. Yeah, Jeremy's just hanging around, trying to do whatever he can to make an impression. Doesn't bother me though. Oh, doesn't it? And to be fair to Jeremy, so far, whether it be a barb or just him just tossing out something, he's right. Although Cam Smith did have the RBI triple yesterday. And if you don't know what it is, Jose Altuve was quoted as thinking really highly of Cam Smith. And Jeremy said, well, we thought that way about Jeremy Pena too. And that's what led to the promo from Michael where he talks about how we're such a family. Kinda. All right, we got one more segment to go before we're done for the day. And if you hate Jaylen Brown now, welcome to the club. Welcome. Sports hate, by the way. I don't care about the guy off the court. As long as he has that Boston Celtics jersey on, beat it. All right, one more segment. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Want to mention we all will be at East River 9 tomorrow for the start of the Masters. We were out there just a week ago now, and we'll be back out there to celebrate the Masters. So it's a great place to play golf. You heard John talk about the corporate sponsorship. Whether it's pickleball or golf, or you just want to watch games, whether it be Astros, of course, the tournament that just passed. They got a great, you want to call it sports bar, just restaurant with TVs and a full bar that you can come in from around, or if you just want to eat and watch the games, it's there for you too. So we'll be out there tomorrow, thanks to East River 9, the entire station. We didn't mention this. Want to get to this before we wrap it up. Something unfortunate and tragic happened involving a former Astro. Octavio Dotel was killed in a accident in the Dominican Republic. A roof collapsed on him and others and killed at least 124 people, and they're still trying to figure out the death toll there. And also the sister of Nelson Cruz passed away, along with Tony Blanco, who was a former major leaguer. So for those of you who are a little bit older, you remember the 7, 8, 9 of Dotel, Lidge, and Wagner. We know last year's Astros got comps there with Presley, Abreu, and Hader, but Octavio Dotel passes away just due to an accident that was unforeseen, roof collapsing at a nightclub. That's a very popular one in the DR. So that happened, confirmed by Dominican National Police. Very sad story. I wasn't here when he was in his prime. I think I got here after he had already departed, but you knew about Dotel, Wagner, and Lidge, even if you were not in Houston at the time. So very sad story. John Lance talked about it earlier today. John said Octavio, who he talked to, was a very nice guy to speak to. And that will wrap up the show for today. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And as I said, tomorrow, Tire Station out at East River 9. You come out and join us. It's a good time, good place to be from 7 to 6. So since we're done for today, Sean, what does that mean?
Oh, he dope.
That could be about anyone. You, me, anyone out there listening. Just know that you're dope. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. And I came to a realization over the last 24 to 48 hours. You want to be number one, right? Nelly even wrote a song about it. What does it take to be number one? It takes a lot. You're playing a little game called college basketball. You got to have a good seed in the NCAA tournament. Then you got to win 6 times. The National Basketball Association, you know what you need? You need a lot. Generally a star or 2, if not 3, to be number one. But if you can't be number one, is it number 2 fun? Is it so bad to be number 2? This is not a coping mechanism for our beloved Cougs, who, of course, are the second best team in all of college basketball. Huzzah! It's also a way to celebrate what the Houston Rockets did yesterday. You know, there's a famous line in one of the most influential films of our day. It's a little movie called Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me, and or the first one. I actually don't remember which one it's in. All I know is, do you know who works for you, the city of Houston? Do you know who works for you? Who does number 2 work for?
Who does number 2 work for? Who does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss.
Number 2 works for me, it works for you, and it works for Houston, which is a basketball town. Rockets launch! Because the Rockets are now the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. It is official, baby. Not the first, but the second seed in the West, because the Oklahoma City Thunder clinched that bleep a while ago. But you are number 2. What does it take to be number 2? A little bit less effort than it takes to be number 1. Nothing wrong with being number 2. Gold's neat. You know what's also neat? Silver. You don't see any advertisements that are generally geared towards older people who are afraid of apocalypses and recessions and such. You don't see many ads for silver. You see lots for gold. Why not? Silver's fun. Silver's just as good, to a degree, as gold. Number 2 is just as good, to a degree, as 1. Although a little bit more annoying to have to, go twosies than onesies. But you get what I'm saying here. There is no shame in being number 2. That's what the Cougs are. That's what the Houston Rockets are. So how about on this day, today, as the Rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in the air, see the Houston Rockets as the 2 seed in the West? How about this? How about we appreciate being number 2? How about we put together a gratitude journal and write about all the things that we're happy about having? Because you know what? Being number 2, it's pretty damn cool. But we're bringing cool back as well. Be proud of being number 2. I mean, think about it. Tom Brady was number 2 once. He became number 1 eventually, but he was number 2. Who else has been number 2 in the past? Amin Thompson was a backup earlier this year. Now he's a starter. Okay, well, maybe that means that he's a number 1, not a number 2. But guess what, guys? You just have to change that perspective. Every single day can be the greatest day of your life if you're not a psycho perfectionist. If you accept that, hey, you got it pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. That's what you got with your Rockets. That's what you got with your Cougs. And by the way that the Rockets got the 2 seed in the Western Conference last night, delicious. For those who don't know, I hate Luka Doncic. I hate him. I've never wanted someone deported more. Yeah, I said it. I think the guy's bad for basketball. Watching that NBA Finals between he and my beloved Boston Celtics, I have never hated the country of Slovenia more. Yeah,
I'm lashing out irrationally in an entire country because of Luka Doncic. Now he's on the Los Angeles Lakers, which makes him worse than he already was. So last night for the Rockets, to basically clinch the 2 seed thanks to Luka Doncic being Luka Doncic, was just so glorious because that chubbo is a whiner. And since he constantly bitches and moans towards the referees and talks bleep and blah, 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 all game long, the guy got jobbed last night. He got completely screwed over by the refs. And you know what? I stand with the refs. It's a tough job. Someone's got to do it. I do back the blue. Although I guess in the NBA, is it the gray? I'm not really 100% sure what the jersey colors are. But here's the deal. Last night, the Lakers led the Oklahoma City Thunder 108-107. With 7:40 to play, Luka Doncic was whistled for a technical foul by referee JT Orr, and the Thunder finished the game on a 29-12 run. Thunder win, the Lakers loss, gives the Rockets the 2 seed, and they don't actually have to try the rest of the way. Everything has been clinched. They can rest, and they might because some of their players are banged up for tonight's game against the Clippers, who have, by the way, won 5 in a row and might be a first-round matchup. The West is nuts. There is so little separating seeds 3 through 8, and the Rockets will end up playing the winner of the 7 versus 8 play-in game as part of the NBA's play-in tournament. So you see that story and you think to yourself, Luka Doncic got teed up. Luka Doncic was ejected from a game after 2 technical fouls. That's not a surprise. You expect that to happen all the time because that guy's a whiny bitch. That's all he does. He is honestly a bad example for the children. A terrible one. That guy, again, I mean, has ICE checked his papers? I'm just asking the question, okay? He's a bad example for the youths of America. So to see him get ejected, I assumed, oh, it was his fault. But it wasn't. And that makes it even better. Luka was asked what happened after the game. And Luka Doncic said it was about an engagement that he had with a fan. He got technical fouls twice. 4:02 left in the third quarter, where per referee Tony Brothers said Luka Doncic directed profanity at a game official. Yeah, not surprising. Tony Brothers, for the second, said that Doncic looked directly at an official and used vulgar language. Probably not, because guess what? Luka Doncic was chirping with a fan. This guy is called the, quote, courtside tattoo dude, end quote. He told ESPN, this very insufferable sounding person, that Doncic was shouting at him and not the referee. So Luka got screwed over by the refs. And I love it. Good for the refs. This is what this guy said, Jeremy Price, the courtside tattoo dude, quote, during the game within the game. What an a-hole. During the game within the game. I mentioned he was short on his shot, and he missed it. He turned around. He shot an expletive back. JT, or the referee who ejected him, happened to see it, and at that point, teed him up. Price says he's jawed with Doncic a lot, including last year during the Thunder's playoff series against the Dallas Mavericks, and that Orr possibly could have been mistaken as to who Doncic was addressing. Quote, that's probably why he picked up that technical, to be quite honest. End quote. Amazing. The Rockets made it in the playoffs because Luka Doncic, bitching and moaning, finally caught up to him, and he got tossed from a game that the Lakers were winning. Beautiful. I love it. And I hope it happens more. Luka deserves to be ejected from every single game. I've never agreed with a Skip Bayless take more, but that's what Skip Bayless put out there last night. I've never agreed more. He is a horrible example for our youth. I don't play any defense, and I don't really help out my teammates at all, except for when I'm shooting the shots. Because that's all I am. I'm a glory boy from Slovenia. And my people in Slovenia probably frown upon that kind of thing. I want him out. And I think that it's great that the Rockets got the 2 seed because of that guy bitching and moaning. Seriously, it is delicious to me. Can't stand him. Can't stand him. So there you go, guys. The Rockets are the number 2 seed. There's nothing wrong with being the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. There's nothing wrong with being the number 2 team overall in college basketball, especially if you're number one going into next year. But appreciate being the number two and realize that Luka Doncic being a whiny bitch helped you get that number two last night. I love it. Absolutely love it. We are efforting to find the Laker radio call of Luka getting ejected. Oh my God. Glorious. Inject it directly into my veins. You know what else you can inject into my veins? Steroids. Just kidding. You know what else you can inject into my veins? More of this by this future Houston sports star. What are we talking about? You'll hear on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Rockets are the 2 seed in the Western Conference thanks to a Lakers loss last night that is 100% tied to Luka Doncic getting ejected with 7 minutes to go because he was talking trash to a fan, where a referee thought that the trash talking was directed towards him. I just think it's beautiful that Luka was ejected for that, because that guy's everything that's wrong with basketball, sports, and the world at large, personally. That's at least how I feel. Some texts in from the 713. You're going to hate him even more when he punks your sorry-ass team. Oh, the Celtics? He tried to do that last year. Then he got tossed from a game because he fouled too much because he was out of control down the stretch because he was so mad that the refs weren't enabling his bull crap. I almost swore again. We can't do that. We did that a little bit too much yesterday, Sean. I'm sorry. Made you work a little extra hard. Accidental dump buttons and intentional dump buttons.
Yeah. Sometimes the emotions get the best of Paul, too.
Yeah, they do. Exactly.
Maybe that's why he doesn't like Luka. Because Luka is basically Paul Gallant, the basketball player.
Except for slightly better shape. Slightly better shape. Although, since he's joined the Lakers,
yeah,
maybe a little Ozempic. Maybe just a little bit. Something I heard about Ozempic the other day on a podcast. Apparently, if you're on the Ozempic, you burp a lot, and the burps smell like sewage. Like your burps smell worse than your toots. So that's fun.
Doesn't it just like make you not hungry? Like that's all it is.
I think so. But also some of the, I guess, reactions going down in the old gut.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not great for your like stomach acid.
It's not great for your stomach acid, Sean. It's also perhaps not great for the environment. You know, we're talking about global warming. Maybe we need to cut down on all the people that are taking Ozempic because they're too lazy to go to the gym, like you and me.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
Although if I could afford it.
I mean, I would too, but we can't afford it. So we have to do it the old-fashioned way.
So easy.
From the 832, speaking of whining like a bitch, it takes one to know one. I mean, it could be that. That could be why I hate Luka so, because I'm a little whiny bitch. But I'm fun when I'm whiny.
Yeah.
That's the
Luka
difference.
does feel like he would throw a computer mouse at a window screen.
As one does. As one does. Who hasn't thrown a mouse at a very big glass window?
Oh, yeah, glass window.
For people that are wandering the halls of a radio station to look in and peer at me as I do my craft, as I make my art. Who amongst us hasn't? Just kidding. It's literally everybody in the radio industry. For those who don't know, one time after the Texans flagship, I was mad my computer wasn't working and I threw a mouse at the trash can. I missed the trash can and hit a glass window, and my entire Christmas paycheck was basically directed by the company towards said window. But I did admit it was my fault. Unlike Luka Doncic, the reason that he got tossed is because he does this all the time. And I just think it's great that this helped the Rockets get the 2 seed. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say here. From the 832, burp thing's not true. Sounds like someone on Ozempic in denial. You're in denial. Your burps smell like sewage, sir. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Guys, did you see the baseball match last night? It lasted too long, and it was on the West Coast. So there was that element. You might have gone to bed. But the Astros were able to prevail in evil Seattle. 2-1 last night. Part of that victory was thanks to a little something by a young man. A young man who shares the name of somebody who will be competing in the Masters this week. I'm, of course, talking about future Houston sports star Cam Smith, who did this.
Cam looking for his first big league RBI. And he has it. Ball down the line. That's going to score the first run of the game. Cam Smith heads to second base. He's thinking about 3. He's going to go to third. He will be safe. A triple. And the Astros lead 1-0 as Yainer Diaz crosses the plate.
I'm happy for Cam Smith. I do not know what it means, big picture for Cam Smith, but any moment where he can continue to build confidence, he needs them. Because he's obviously off to a rather slow start. It's been interesting seeing the discussions about Cam Smith and said slow start. He has 3 hits in his first 21 career at-bats. He's batting .143. He is not the Astros' biggest problem, but he has also been the center point of a lot of criticism of the Astros' start to the year. And if you've listened to this show, especially when Jeremy Booth, our Astros front office insider, has joined us, he wasn't expecting much out of him this year. I don't think anyone should have expected much out of him this year. I do think it's weird that he's only played in 7 of the 11 games to this point. More at-bats is probably better for Cam Smith, but a moment like last night, you hope, jumpstarts a, at the very least, passable at the major league level streak. Confidence is huge at this level, and I think it's huge that something like that happened last night. Not against Luis Castillo. Would have been a little bit bigger if it happened against him. But in a crunch time spot, Cam Smith triples down the third base line, drives home a run, gives the Astros their first run of the game because runs has been hard. That's been hard to come by for this team to open up the year. But it's weird that there has been so much Cam Smith discussion, right? There's a lot of guys struggling for the Astros. You got Christian Walker, who has struck out in over a third of his at-bats, 17 out of 45. You have Isaac Paredes, who is at least seeing a lot of pitches, but also, to this point, hitting 214. Jeremy Payne is hitting 154. Yordan Alvarez had that one dong, but that's all he's done. Yainer Diaz is still hitting sub 100. And you think that a lot of this stuff is going to turn around. But I feel like pointing the finger at Cam Smith is something that baseball nerds are doing more than anybody because they want to be right about the fact that the Astros brought him up too soon. And I don't know, how about focus on the obvious, simple things, which is that a lot of Astros bats who, at least in past locations or with the Astros in the past, have been good, suck right now. Isn't it that simple? It is kind of weird that we're centering things on Cam Smith as much as we are. And it really is the most insufferable people to talk to about anything, politics, baseball, online, who seem to be the ones saying, like, yeah, see what I told you? Cam Smith didn't belong on the major league roster. And there was certainly an insufferable element of people like myself who were saying, screw it, put Cam Smith on the major league roster. It'll be fun. But I'd rather be fun than an annoying dork. And I think some of those people are rooting for Cam Smith to fail because they want to be vindicated in saying it's too early to bring him up.
I mean, that's what I was saying, but
yeah.
Sorry.
You weren't doing it like an insufferable asshat, though.
Yeah.
You're just saying, like, it's probably not going to work.
It's just obvious that the guy who had, 5 games against AA pitching and then playing a bunch of AA spring training batters, like, I don't know. I had my doubts. As opposed to, like the reason that he's part of the focus, though, is that, like, there wasn't a world where Yordan Alvarez was like, hey, let's start in AAA. Then see you earn your way up. Yainer Diaz. This guy, it's like, you probably should just be in the minors still. And you're getting thrown into the deep end. And it's not going well.
Especially with the whole, apparently the service time manipulation. You could have brought him up now. It would have been fine. Like, that is insane to me. I'm guessing that has something to do with how much he's played in the minors or something like that, or how little he's played in the minors. But that was surprising to me to see that literally they just could have brought him up 2 weeks into the season. And honestly, with the way that the Astros offense has been hitting to open up the season, would have been fair to do it after 10, 11 games.
Yeah, you would have been it would have been more justified.
But it did give us a little more juice to talk about in spring training. I'm thankful for the content it provided, even if it wasn't the right decision. Because for me, it's about vibes. It's not about what's right. Baseball's a sport that confuses me and frightens me. I'm a football guy. Also a basketball guy, because Houston, basketball town.
Yeah.
As of today, April 9th, 2025 at 12:25 p.m.
I forgot how much I hate watching the Seattle Mariners.
Oh!
It's always like just the most boring game, too.
Dude.
Like, these games, I had a second where I was like, what if this one goes to 18 innings?
Dude, I thought that same thought.
I
thought that same thought. Someone texted in, and I agree with this texter. This is from, where'd it go? This is from the 830. Last night was the first time I liked the extra inning rule. Saved us from watching 20 innings of 1-1 baseball. Yep, yeah. I felt the same way.
There's no chance either of these teams is going to earn a run. Like, actually earned a guy to get on second and then knock him in. Like,
I know. No chance.
They should have started these guys on third.
These West Coast games, if they start at 8:40, it's like they're trying to throw us a bone so that we're not staying up too late. But no offense to the West Coast. Kiss my ass. The games should be 7 innings. West Coast games should be 7 innings. Start the runner on third in extra innings. That's a compromise I'm willing to make. But on the West Coast, 7-inning games. You guys don't matter.
Or have a ballpark where you can score in or something.
That would be nice too, because there's the marine layer and that park is way too big. Like, they drove Ken Griffey Jr. out of town, ironically. Ken Griffey Jr. saved baseball in Seattle. Then they built a ballpark that was difficult for him. And then he left. But they did have A-Rod. And they did have Ichiro Suzuki. Ichiro! But speaking of Seattle, yeah, I'm with you, Sean. Watching those games in Seattle, it's not just that the games are going to take place very late at night. Tonight's game to wrap up the series is at 3:10. So at least you have an afternoon game coming up. But it's also that the Astros when they're on the road against Seattle. Like there's a just violent level of energy in Seattle directed towards the Astros and specifically Jose Altuve. I had a couple of people texting me during the game. Not Seattle folks. They don't talk to me anymore. But some Houston folks who were texting me during the game talking about how, damn, like the Seattle crowd makes me hate the Mariners. You don't hate the Mariners as much as you hate the fans. And I like the fans because they were nice to me when I was up in Seattle. But it does piss me off when they boo Altuve. For those who missed it, and you missed the first at-bat by Altuve because Todd Kalas was reading the lineup for the game. But the second at-bat for Jose Altuve, right after Jake Myers had hit a single, all you hear is Altuve booing from the T-Mobile crowd faithful.
Good job. Got a strike, barreled it up. Staying right back up the middle. Good swing.
Fans in Seattle love Jose Altuve as he digs in. 1 on, 1 out here in the third.
I mean, that's loud booing. That's really loud. I think they turned the volume down. I think did you hear it when Jeff Blum's talking? It felt like whoever was in charge of the mixer for all the audio at this stadium that's broadcast on the TV side of things, I feel like they turned the crowd volume down there because they were booing so loudly.
Yeah. I guess I'm not confused. I know why. But you'd think that they would have that spice for Yordan. Like, Jordan's the guy who actually, walked him off twice in a series.
That's a great point.
And then Jeremy Pena didn't walk him off, but had the only run in the game that eliminated them.
And it's weirdly all about Altuve. And, guys, I get it. Jose Altuve is the face of the Astros. But for the Seattle Mariners fans, Jose Altuve wasn't the reason that the Mariners were 1-18 one season against the Astros. True story. That happened. The Mariners were once 1-18 against the Astros in a season. Oh, it's Altuve's fault. Altuve was robbing us. The Mariners never had a prayer of doing an effing thing. And instead of pointing at your ownership, you're always like, yeah, Altuve, yeah. They didn't need to cheat to beat your lame asses.
Yeah. And I get that they have a rivalry with Houston because
we won playoff series.
Yeah, one playoff series.
And a race there where they collapsed.
Yeah, Jose Altuve, I don't know if he had a hit that entire playoff series. That was the thing about 2022 playoffs. People don't talk about.
No, it was all
Jose
Pena.
Altuve got carried.
It was Alvarez the first game. It was Jeremy Pena the third game. And it was Jeremy Pena basically the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah. I don't really did the Mariners have this kind of spice for the Texas Rangers?
No. It's the only thing that gets them going. 3 things. 1, President Trump. 2, Jose Altuve. 3, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Okay. The big 3.
And the Blue Jays thing is because 3 times a year, Blue Jays fans overtake the ballpark. And to Mariners fans, it's like they're a horde of locusts.
Is that border crossing that happened?
Oh, yeah. Build a wall.
Well, hey.
They don't want the wall there.
Number 1's got to work on that.
Mm-hmm. Number one could build a wall up.
Number 1 could solve their number 3 problem.
Mm-hmm. He could. He really could.
And we already know he loves number 2.
But they would hate. Hate.
Not poop.
No, I number 2.
I realized that sounds like a poop
love
joke.
number 2. We love number 2 because we love Jose Altuve, and on top of that, we love the Astros, and we love our number 2 Cougs and our number 2 Houston Rockets.
The Cougs one makes it seem so mean.
Why is it mean? They're number 2. It's great. Being number 2 is something you should be proud of. It was an incredible season.
No, you're Walter Clayton Jr. walking over, patting Emmanuel Sharp on the head. Hey, good job.
But if I do it, it's not a dick move. If he does it, it is. That's the difference. Don't you get it?
I would hate if my team lost the national championship game.
I would do
that way, and they're like, "Hey, buddy, it's all right being
Sean,
number 2."
I'm trying to spin zone it. This is going to take us forever to get over. We're never going to get over it. So now today, my thought process was, "Hey, the Rockets 2 seed in the West, Cougs number 2 overall for this past
in the last 8
college basketball season."
Yeah,
it's still pretty good. It's not the same as a championship, but it's close. Texans wish they could be number 2.
Oh,
They've always been like number 7.
They would kill to be number
Yeah,
2.
they haven't even been number 3 or 4 yet.
I was
going
gonna
to
say they haven't been number 2 in the conference.
Right, exactly. The Texans would kill to be number 2. Astros have been number 2.
Have they ever had like a bye? Like
No.
when the 2 seed, they've never been the 2 seed.
No,
like
they've been the. I'm not even sure they've been the 3 seed. I think they have, but like I'm not
Probably
even. It's so long ago. I don't even know. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call. The text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. There's nothing wrong with being number 2 today, guys. There's nothing wrong. Okay, and on top of that, it was nice to see the Astros with another win. We're going to talk more about the Astros at 1:00 with Jeremy Booth, some serious baseball talk. And up next, who's been soft in the world of sports? I don't think anyone was more soft than this enemy of the Houston sports state over the weekend. Who's that? You'll find out. Stay put. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 with Sean Mapes behind the glass. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka saw LeBron James bitching and moaning in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game last season and called him a soft-ass boy, every Wednesday at 12:30, we talk about who's been soft in the world of sports. The Warriors, in a very physical, fisticuff-laden Rockets-Dubs game on Sunday, which the Rockets won. Amen Thompson held Steph Curry to 3 points. Defensive Player of the Year. Huh? maybe in the conversation at least. After the game, Tom Ball's own Jimmy Butler, now a member of the Golden State Warriors, was asked about the defense the Rockets played.
Not about the way that they did guard Steph tonight, though. He did a good job of whatever you want to call it. What do you call it? I don't even know. I've never seen an individual get fouled more than he gets fouled. To me, I think that's it's astounding. But it's crazy to say, but he's used to it. It's been happening to him his whole career. And he's found a way through it, around it, under it, whatever you want to call it.
If that's what you want to call it. This is why I just struggle with basketballers, whether it's basketballers playing a pickup game or the guys who are at the highest level. I hate how basketball has gotten to a point where the current generation is so disgusted by physical contact. I don't get how we got to that point, or where we started enabling people who flop like James Harden or Luka Doncic to keep on doing what they do. Sure, there could have been more calls made for contact the Rockets had against Steph Curry, but doesn't everyone want to see that? Don't you want playoff level intensity in a regular season game? I know I do. I mean, hell, it seems like these guys don't want to play half the games that they play these days. So don't you want to see a little bit of physicality in these games? I do. And of all people to complain about extra physicality, Jimmy Butler's the one doing it? Jimmy Butler. I hate that. I really thought that was sought by Jimmy Butler, and I love Jimmy Butler. I really do.
It's what happens every year. Normally it happens in the playoffs, so shout out to the Rockets making it happen the regular season. With the Warriors, where they there's always some either Steve Kerr rant or Clay or Steph or Draymond being like, these guys are just grabbing Steph off the ball the entire time. It's basically how you beat the Warriors in the playoffs is you have Eric Gordon just and Trevor Ariza play physical off ball.
It's Seahawks. It's ex-Seahawks football. Legion of Boom. We're just going to shove you and dare you to call every
Matthew
single one.
Dellavedova, Amon Shumpert, all the teams that got close or beat the Warriors. What you have to do is to not let yourself get screened.
Also, not miss 27 threes in a row.
Yes. That would have, if Trevor Ariza didn't go over 10, they might have actually, I wouldn't have to throw in the caveat of teams that got close to beating the Warriors.
But that team was number 2 in the Western Conference, which does deserve credit. Number 2. That's the theme of today's show. Continue, Sean.
They're actually number 1 in the West.
I forgot about that. You're right.
That was a home game.
You're right. That was a home game. Oh, God. But they ended up being number 2. And there's nothing wrong with being number 2, even though they were number 1.
Yes.
Oh, going into it. Man, that one was
best
rough.
Rocket season and regular season NBA.
that one, what a, ugh. Anyway, lots of rough losses. Houston sports history continues.
Yeah, the Warriors, that's always kind of been their, I guess, kryptonite is in the big games, the stuff in the regular season where guys just aren't grabbing and holding as much off ball. It doesn't get called in the playoffs, and that's why a lot of times Steph he doesn't struggle. He's not going 3 for 19 out there, but it is harder for him to have those kind of explosions that he has in the regular season. The Rockets made it happen this weekend because they play that kind of defense.
Yep.
Whatever you want to call it. Jimmy Butler.
That's why I love the Cougs. That's why I love the Rockets. I've never loved basketball more than I have over the last 2 calendar years with where the Cougs have placed themselves amongst college basketball's elite and how they've done it, and with what the Rockets have done under Ime Udoka. I am different, but I like my basketball teams to play football. Hate it all you want. Physicality is necessary in this game. I don't like that we're going away from it. Come on, Jimmy Butler. You're better than that. Is Scotty Scheffler soft? The Masters tee off tomorrow. Here's Scotty Scheffler playing through some serious pain.
Curious how you're feeling this week. You sound kind of stopped up.
It's rain and pollen out here. I mean, I should come and get out of my car in the morning when I start watering. So it's a little bit worse than normal years, but I feel good.
Sound a little congested. I don't want to sound like your mother, but are you feeling 100%?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm ready to roll. So sniffles aren't going to stop me.
I'd hope not. I'd hope not. Honestly, me doing a radio show with sniffles and coughing up a lung, specifically a radio by myself, after I've been doing a lot of drinking at the rodeo, it's a lot more difficult than playing a round of golf. Now, being good at a round of golf, different story. I'm not talking about being good. I'm just saying a round of golf with allergies, come on, you can do that. Do you think that Scotty Scheffler's not going to win the Masters because he's dealing with allergies? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, golf reporters? Are you okay, buddy? Are you okay, buddy boy? Like, he's going to be fine. And he's just answering the questions he's being asked.
Yeah.
But come on, allergies. Like, this is why I can't take golf seriously as a sport.
He's also like won this event before.
I know,
Twice,
right?
Yeah.
And so he's been here before this time of year because guess what? The Masters take place at the same time every single year.
It's especially bad.
Oh, it's so tough.
Getting out of his car. It's hard.
It was so
He's pounding Zyrtec.
Pounding Zyrtec, and well, you need to have some absorbance in your body, so you use that pimento cheese sandwich, and boom.
There we go.
There you go. It's readily absorbed, and you should be able to go. Soft boys, who's been soft in the world of sports? St. John's player R.J. Lewis. Remember him? He's the guy who probably ended St. John's season. May or may not have busted some people's records. He was 3 for 17 in that game for St. John's, and he was ultimately benched. He is now in the transfer portal. I don't know if he has officially decided on a school, but he was on with Stephen A. Smith's and basically implied that Rick Pitino could have coached him better. And that him being benched during a 3 for 17 game was maybe not the reason he's transferring, but it sort of felt that way. This is really soft. Dude, you were terrible in the game. Like, what's Rick Pitino going to do better? He left you in too long, honestly, right? Like 3 for 17, that's a really bad day.
Yeah, he let you shoot 17 times.
He let you shoot that many times. You're right, Sean. I mean, that is soft to transfer away from St. John's. I get it. Everyone does it these days in college basketball. Everyone's in the transfer portal. And if you can get more money going from St. John's to another school, all the power in the world to you. But to say that Rick Pitino needed to coach me better, sir, he cannot take the shots for you. This is like Gisele Bundchen's husband saying, like, my husband cannot run and catch the ball. Like, it's not that.
Yeah, I would actually have more respect if he was like, dude, do you know how much they're offering out there? Because he was Big East Player of the Year. So it's like, dude, I'm gonna go Kansas next year. Sorry, Rick Pitino. I would have more respect if he was just nakedly like,
I'm just going to do.
I'm just trying to get money, dude.
Get paid. Also, if he was coming to our beloved Cougs,
I don't want 3 for 13 in the game that loses the season.
Kelvin Sampson would mention him a lot earlier, probably. I bet he would handle the Cougs culture very poorly, just based off the way he's handling this.
What was the main?
But I'm not opposed to bringing him in. Not opposed. If he was the Big East Player of the Year, not opposed to it. I guess the Cougs got some guy from Creighton. Speaking of Big East, and
Texas Tech.
Yeah,
I remember from Texas Tech. He kind of just fell off the face of the earth when he went to Creighton. But yeah, Pops Isaac or Pop Isaacs.
So
I forgot where the S is in that name.
So I have a question without knowing anything about Pops Isaac. He played at Creighton, and perhaps this is racist, but I'm assuming that if you play at Creighton, I just assume automatically you're white. But his first name is Pops.
Yeah.
I don't see color or race, but I am curious. I'm curious about this guy. What does he look like?
It up.
Is he Asian?
No.
Okay. Damn.
I can cross that one off.
Okay.
Not Asian.
I heard the name Pops Isaacs, and I was just like, I don't know. And honestly, I want to be surprised day one.
Okay.
Of the Cougs season. We'll discover it then.
Okay. I won't say anything.
You won't say anything? Okay.
But I'm trying to infer what he is. Because it isn't an open and shut case.
It definitely
I'll
is.
have to look at his 23andMe.
I would also say Astros legend Hank Conger. I remember the first time that I went to an Astros game in a really long time with my then lady who worked for the Astros and me, a person who works in sports, sat down to watch the game because I had not been watching Astros games over the last 4 years.
It's like 2014.
This is the beginning of the 2015 season. This was right before Carlos Correa got called up. I'm sitting down next to her. Hank Conger comes to the plate. I'm like, he's Asian? Hank Conger does not sound like an Asian name. Again, this is why I have grown as a person, okay? Because now I no longer see color, and I don't hear color, and I'm not 100% sure what that man is. And again, does it matter? No, it doesn't. But his name is Pops, and he went to Creighton.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to make of that?
Is he a deferential basketball player? We don't know.
I really don't know. From the 281, are you an ageist, Paul? Pops could be a grandfather just wanting to play NCAA basketball.
It does. That's what it sounds like. But I think he's like still 21 or whatever.
Pop is like a name you give to an old person. You know, it's like the only Pop I know is Greg Popovich and Popeye. Like, that's it. Popeye's like 100 years old. Spinach, it helps. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Soft Boys every single 12:30 on a Wednesday. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Hard Boys. You know who was hard? The Cougs crying after losing in the national title. I think it's okay to cry. It's okay to cry after a loss. Kelvin Sampson even said so. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. What do we want to see from the now 2 seed Houston Rockets? Who do we want them to match up against in the playoffs? Also, if you want to talk about the Astros, have at it. We got Jeremy Booth coming up at 1 o'clock to talk a little more Astros baseball with us. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Rockets clinched the 2 seed in the Western Conference last night, thanks to a game between the Lakers and Thunder. The Lakers had a lead, 108-107, with about 7 minutes to play. But Luka Doncic was ejected from the game after being teed up. Earlier, he got teed up again by a referee who thought that he was talking bleep to him, when in fact, Doncic was actually talking bleep to an Oklahoma City Thunder man, an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, my bad, by the name of Jeremy Price, who calls himself the, quote, courtside tattoo dude, end quote. That's what he calls himself. It's cool to be number 2. Our Cougs, our Rockets, in this beautiful basketball town that we live in. And I feel like, regardless of outcome at the end of this Rocket season, that Jeremy Price, the courtside tattoo dude, never has to buy a drink in this town until 2026. How about that? I like it. The Rockets got the 2 seed, partly due to an Oklahoma City Thunder fan.
But what if they play the Thunder in the playoffs?
We will disavow this take completely.
Okay.
I will pretend that Jeremy said it.
That's my biggest issue with this. Well, also, like, they're going to get the 2 seed no matter what. This just helped. But the fact, I don't want this guy to be a good guy. I don't want any notable NBA courtside guy to be like the good guy in any situation.
That's fair.
Anyone who's doing look at me stuff.
Who's the other look at me guy? I think it's a Laker fan. He's the guy that wears like a black hat and like
Jimmy Goldstein.
Yes.
The like classic like old man LA
old
archetype.
leathery like Floridian masquerading as a
with
Los
a 20-year-old
Angeles
girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case with Jimmy Goldstein.
Probably has one. And honestly, you know what? If he does, that's love.
Who am I? Who am I to judge?
Who are we to judge love? But when it comes to fans who are trying to be a big deal, yeah, I mean, there's that random Astro fan that I got into a beef with because I used his picture in a thumbnail for a sarcastic take that I had, and this person has a friend who like threatened to kill me. So I mean, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where fans, do we need the super fans out there? Some are cool. Some, they're crazy. Like, I like the ultimate fan for the Houston Texans. But if we're talking about, that one Astros guy, not so much. Not so much. The West is a mess. The Rockets really could play anybody. The Rockets still theoretically could play the Lakers. There's a very slim chance that they would, but the Lakers are the 3 seed in the West. They're going to play the winner of the play-in tourneys 7-8 game, which will probably be a combination of the 4 seed Clippers, who the Rockets play tonight. The Clippers are 47-32. Doesn't look like all the Rockets will play in tonight's game. The Nuggets also 47-32, but just fired their coach. The Warriors also 47-32. The Grizzlies also 47-32 with 3 straight wins, having fired their coach last week. Or Timberwolves, who are 46-33. I mean, they literally could play every single team that is behind them in the 3 through 8 slots in the Western Conference. I took a look on a website about what the percentage chances were for each of these possibilities. They're about dead even. I think that the least likely possibility of first-round matchups for the Houston Rockets at this moment in time, it's the Golden State Warriors. But based off of this website called playoffstatus.com, they're most likely to face the Nuggets, 24% chance. But the Clippers, Grizzlies, and Timberwolves, 21% chance of each of those teams.
And what makes it even more complicated is that, yes, all these teams can be the 7th seed, but then that 7th seed will have to play the 8th seed.
Right.
For who will actually play the Rockets. And all these teams are so clumped together that it's crazy. Like, the only team I don't think they'll play, and this might be unfair because, like you said, they have won 3 straight games since firing the coach, is the Memphis Grizzlies, just because I don't know if they can win the play-in game.
Yeah, but, I mean, John Morant, he's focused. He's throwing grenades now instead of throwing up finger guns.
I kind of love this also.
I love it. I think it's hilarious. I mean, if you're going to be an a-hole, just be a complete a-hole and screw the rules, F the bosses, and screw the NBA.
The thing is, the gun thing, for me, the gun thing is dumb. But when you do grenades, I'm like, okay, now you kind of got me on your side.
I like it.
I hope he does it and it becomes a thing in Memphis where like fans in the stands like cover their heads and stuff when he throws it.
Grit and grind.
Yeah.
Grit, grind, and grenades.
There we
The
go.
new GR. Yeah, Grizzlies are probably least likely. I mean,
that's just me. Like, I have a hard time seeing them win like a must-have-it game against these other guys.
but what if it's the two teams with fired coaches? What if it's Nuggets Grizzlies in the playing game?
They play this week.
Right, they do. And then there's, I mean, they could theoretically play in the playing game.
Yeah.
It's really a mess. The Clippers also have won 5 in a row. What do I make of that? Because it's March. James Harden's having a good season.
Kawhi Leonard, will he be available in Game 5 of the first round of the playoffs?
That's so sad. That's an actual question.
His body breaks down every single time. He's like Lance McCullers. Like his body just betrays him every time he tries to, go all out in a playoff series. Like he can't do it. So I just have a hard time, I don't know, believing that he'll be Kawhi Leonard and like kill everything.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It could happen. I mean, you look at all these teams. Like, do you want to play Jokic in the first round?
No.
I know they just fired the coach.
No.
I don't want Jokic. Do you want to play
Anthony
LeBron
Edwards?
and Luka? Not really.
No.
Anthony Edwards? I don't know. So it's tough. I'm sure we'll talk ourselves into circles for the next. I mean, we won't know for another week.
Here's where I'm at, Sean. You know what? You know what's better?
Anybody?
Than anybody.
There we go.
H-Town versus everybody, baby.
Not anybody. You want everybody.
Anybody and everybody.
Oh, okay.
I don't care. Coming to our house? The Toyota Center? You think you're going to come out alive when 35% of the fans are in their seats at tip-off?
Hey.
You want some of that?
Hopefully there'll be the TNT late game, so it'll be an 8 o'clock start.
Can you handle the awkward silence? That will be louder in the second half, because that's when everyone shows up. We're fashionably late here. Can you handle that? It's the home court advantage no one's talking about. The awkward pin drop silence of Toyota Center. They are the 2 seed. It is crazy they're the 2 seed. What a turnaround by the Rockets, really. There I am, giving a little bit of credit after dumping on the Toyota Center crowd. Show up early, please, guys. Can we actually living it up a little bit? It's been 5 years since you've seen playoff basketball. 5. Hell, it's been 6 because of the pandemic. Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, you didn't actually
There's a bubble.
have a playoff game. in
No.
Toyota Center.
Damn. Yeah, I think the last time
2019, Game 6.
Yeah,
I
against the
think,
Warriors,
against
right?
the Warriors, where Steph was scoreless in the first half. People forget. And then he scored 30 points in the second half and eliminated them without Kevin Durant.
I made the at that moment in time, I was still at the Texans flagship, and I made someone who I was potentially going to host a show with very uncomfortable that week, because I was talking about how Chris Paul needs to stop doing a Luka Doncic and complaining with the referees, and perhaps should play the whole series with a ball gag in his mouth. The co-host was very uncomfortable with this, so naturally I leaned into this idea. I think that's why we didn't end up doing a show together. But he did get a nickname out of the week, and we wish him well. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros got a dub last night. The bats are not hitting. What's the deal, yo? We'll discuss. Stay put. And joining us right now in studio, the one, the only, our Astros front office insider, Jeremy Booth. Jeremy, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Last night's game, a long one.
Okay.
Astros ultimately prevail against the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
The run's still not coming.
Yeah.
We're a couple of weeks in.
Yeah. They're 5-6, right? Does that sound right?
Mhm.
5-6. It's a team that again we've talked about over the course of the year. I had it 85, 86 wins. I mean, I think you're probably in the same ballpark, right around there. I don't see this as a 100-win team. I don't see this as a breakaway AL West winning team. I don't see it. I see that as kind of a reboot year. What I'm seeing as a club is not surprising. It's just not. It's not an offensive juggernaut. It's going to be good, but it's not going to be great. It's going to be enough. The encouraging signs are coming from some of the adjustments, right? We're seeing adjustments and some progress. And Christian Walker had some interesting comments about his swing and plate discipline and pitch selection and swing decisions, is all the stuff that we say. Like Cam Smith, some adjustments, things that are going to happen. You have to allow these things to play out. The pitching, however, it's you're going to have some nights like Arrighetti. You're going to have some other nights like Arrighetti. You're going to have some things that are going to work and some things that aren't. So Hunter Brown's had a couple good starts, right? I mean, Blanco is it's year 2 for him. So anything he does is just about steadying the ship. And, the pitching's going to keep him in the ballpark. We'll see what happens after that.
Big news last night was Cam Smith's triple. It's an RBI triple. So to open things up, and we talked about him last week, he has 3 hits in his first 21 at-bats.
Yeah.
He got his first RBI last night. He got his first extra base hit as well last night. Drives it down the left field line, hustles all the way over to third base. Obviously, you have come in and said, temper your expectations with Cam Smith. But what does a moment like this do for him? I mean, a hit like that on the road in a semi-hostile crowd, I feel like that boosts your confidence. Does that ultimately matter, though? Is this just like a one-moment kind of deal?
So are we talking about Seattle, a place that you and I both know well, as semi-hostile?
It's semi-hostile. Well, it was kind of empty last night. Except for when Altuve was at the plate, it felt like a largely empty ballpark. Hit me. You're holding back on me, Jeremy.
As far as Seattle is concerned, I always have loved Seattle. I love the city. I think they deserve a winner. There's a lot of good things about that spot. It's way out in the middle of nowhere compared to the rest of the country, as far as like baseball besides the West Coast. But man, it's a good spot. That said, the fans are not semi-hostile. Okay. They are hostile. They're every bit of hostile because they're tired of it.
The energy for Altuve last night was loud.
Yeah, they are tired of the situation that Mariners ownership has put them in, and for that matter, Seahawks ownership, and for that matter, the Sounders, right? Sounders,
right?
Kraken.
The Sounders are usually good. Kraken are usually good, but they don't have a basketball team because it was stolen from them by the people that own Starbucks.
Right, and so, but even still, like, who's the Sounders? Do you know anything about the Sounders are doing? No, that's my point. So, the Mariners have never won, and so they're hostile now. I don't see anything that Cam Smith does, was the question, is going to build confidence, because he's learning how to do this. His head's got to be swimming after 32 games in minor leagues. His head's got to be swimming as far as getting to the big leagues and what he has to do here. So I look at what happens in Seattle in a hostile environment, empty because they ain't hitting, but hostile environment, and you still have to realize he's performing in the West. He's still in the big leagues. He's doing it in a tough hitter's park. We know that. It's a confidence builder. Is it the end of the world? Is it a new beginning? No, it's another day in the life of a major league player who's learned how to do it.
ESPN Houston baseball front office insider Jeremy Booth with us in studio. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There's going to be a lot of Cam Smith talk to open up the year. We're probably both going to be sick of it in like 2 to 3 weeks if you're not already sick of it. But it has been noteworthy that this guy who they brought up to be their right fielder has gotten a couple of days off. How do you handle a young player? Because obviously he cut the line being in the major leagues at this point, but the only way he's going to get better is if he continues to play.
You look for signs of quality at bats, not numbers, right? If he hits 350 with 75 home runs, it doesn't matter. Look at Jeremy Pena the first year. Great year, but we saw more of what Pena is as time has gone on, right? Cam Smith needs to have quality at bats. He needs to know that he's in a better spot. He needs to have an adjustment curve. He was swinging and missing quite a bit there for a minute, 50% strikeout rate at one point, right? I mean, so he's only got 21 at bats, but he's also got time that he's got to grow into this to allow himself plenty of opportunity to develop here. And developing here in a major league city, in a major league club on a contender isn't always the easiest thing to do. That's a very tough sometimes assignment. And one of the guys that moved very quick through the minor leagues that I played with was a guy named JD Drew. Okay. And JD Drew got to the big leagues and he was mentally ready to handle it. It was still extremely fast. Like he was drafted in 98 and he signed with the Cardinals. I was in the big leagues for Sosa McGuire when McGuire hit a 61st, you know what I mean? Whatever it was. So that's fast. Now it was smart by the Cardinals to bring him up. JD never went back. Never really went back. He understood how to play there. He understood how to control himself. And he still had a couple hundred, I don't know, 500 professional bats before that. I don't know that Cam has had that opportunity. I think we'll have to relax on what he's doing here and just let him play. As long as he's having good at bats, whatever the results are is what they are.
As a team, do you like the at bats they're getting? To this point, they have 110 strikeouts. Obviously, not everyone's played the same amount of games, but the only teams that have more strikeouts than the Astros outside of the Colorado Rockies are teams who have played more games than the Astros. We knew going into this year per Joe Espada, per Dana Brown, that being more patient at the plate was going to be a priority, and we were hoping to see that. And I'm curious as to what you've seen, because to this point, a lot of guys have struck out a lot. It's not just Cam Smith in 10 of 21 at-bats. It's also, we're talking about Christian Walker, who you mentioned made some adjustments. He's got 17 strikeouts in 45 at-bats. Jordan struck out 12 times. Yainer Diaz has struck out about a third of his at-bats. Obviously, it's one thing to expect the numbers to be different, which we were talking about a moment ago, than the approach.
Right.
And sometimes the numbers do not indicate what if the approach has been good or bad.
Right.
But do you feel like the goal of being patient, more selective at the plate, do you feel like you're seeing that?
I feel like I'm seeing that in spots.
Okay.
I don't think I'm seeing that as a whole. I know that's an organizational decision on how they want to approach the offense, right? So if guys aren't naturally patient hitters, or they're ambush hitters, whatever type of hitter they are the most comfortable being, putting in a blanket philosophy like that becomes tough. If you put in a philosophy like that, you have to get personnel that's going to execute the philosophy, because that's not a best player available philosophy. That's a build innings, take pitches, hit the ball the other way, 3-run home run philosophy, right? It's been around forever, but you have the right personnel. This personnel should be able to do it as long as their mindset is there. And if the at-bats are just kind of in the middle, this is going to get tough, because I actually like the guy. This is where Alex Cintron's got to step up and figure out if he's going to be a hitting coach or not. Now, he's done it in the past with very good hitters. And so it's really hard to understand unless you've been down there in the trenches with Alex and AJ Hinch and Joe Espada and obviously Dusty Baker and the lineage of managers, what Alex has done. Not good, not bad, and otherwise. It's hard to know because you're not in there, right? And those guys that have hit, I would argue, and I'm sure Alex would too, as a former big leaguer and a good one, by the way, okay, that those guys can hit with anybody as a hitting coach. I could be their hitting coach. You could be their hitting coach. Joe George could be their hitting coach. Hey, man, see ball, swing hard. It's basically how, that these guys are going to go hit, okay? Where he's got to really coach now is with guys that aren't that pedigree. He's got to get the best out of Pena. He's got to get the best out of Diaz. He's got to get the best out of Smith. He's got to figure out what he's going to do with Rogers. That's what a hitting coach has to do. It's not Alvarez who, hey, man, your hand's a little bit low. Let's make sure we watch video. Or Altuve who, hey, you're a Hall of Famer. Here's an ad. No. It is the other guys. It's Jake Myers. Why is Jake Myers such an automatic out? Figure that part out. Why is Chas McCormick really a part-time guy? Right? Who's maybe a 45 on a scouting scale, a second division regular on a championship winning team in his best year. Why is that happening? Well, is that talent? Were they drafted there? How do you move through that type of scenario as a hitting coach? That's not just a hitting coach job. That's an assistant hitting coach job too. And especially if you put in some kind of a an organizational approach that requires patience, requires taking pitches, doesn't necessarily mean swinging in certain areas or swinging at the fastball, even the breaking ball. You have a certain approach that has to do with numbers of pitches. That's an Alex Cintron job.
We'll see if Cintron's able to get these guys going. To what you were saying, yeah, it's a lot more about what these guys are going to be doing in the batter's box. But when we talk about coaching, we always love what the Astros pitching coaches do. The hitting coach, maybe not so much. Now, speaking of the pitching, this was a very interesting move that happened last night, right before the Astros played the Mariners. They were actually a guy down in the bullpen because of the move, but I think we were all thankful that he wasn't ready to go. This is a guy who I covered in Seattle, Jeremy Booth, and on top of that, a guy that I've covered here in Houston. And credit to Rafael Montero for getting paid. Credit to him getting 3 years and $30 million for the Houston Astros during the GM-less era that shall not be named, that also featured signing Jose Abreu and Michael Brantley without a shoulder. He has been traded to the Atlanta Braves for a player to be named later. The savings that the Astros will get, about $3 million against the $10.696 million left owed for this final season. So they got something, I guess. We'll see what that player to be named later is.
I know who the player to be named later is.
Who?
Well, it's me. It's me. I'm the player. No, it's look, this is a situation with Atlanta needs something immediately. They need some help. That's an Atlanta deal. And Dana came from, that's right, the Atlanta Braves and Alex Anthopoulos and the guys that were over there here. And making that deal with Alex is probably something that's, hey, we need some flexibility here. I got to get some payroll ability to do something at the break. And you need an arm, any arm right now. Take this one. That's what that was. And
I mean, they released Hector Neris this year. It's been a mess for the Braves to open up the season.
Yeah, well, and another Astros guy. You know,
I'm sure. I mean, they have been so bad to open the season, and I'm sure, like just like the Astros, they're very capable of turning it around. But good God, what a disaster!
Yeah, I think it was better for everybody. Montero was 3-39. Does that sound right to you? 3-39.5. I mean, it was something that's a deal that nobody does ever. But the people,
for a reliever, right? I mean, what are you doing?
You just don't do that deal. So
3-33, I think.
3-33 is that it?
So
good for them. Good for Montero for getting his money. Good for the Astros for, deciding they wanted to make that decision on the front side and the back side, because now he's gone. That's the best way to answer that.
That era where there was no general manager, as a front office insider for ESPN Houston, also at KHOU. What do you make of that era now, looking back on it?
I actually like James Click a lot. That's how I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
I like James Click a lot. I think James is he's listening, watches and stuff. And
hell yeah.
Yeah. James is an odd cat. He's an odd cat, dude. You're a weird guy, and I mean that in the best possible way.
Got any stories?
No, you're a weird dude.
Weirder than me.
As a guy who genuinely wants to compete and win and want to be good at his job, James had some very interesting decisions. And where it came down to with him and Jim Crane, from my sources, what it came down to was essentially quality of life, planning to do different things as far as the club and decision-making power. Jim wanted somebody to come in and say, this is what we're doing. James is more like, this is what the team has to say. We're going to talk about it and come to a consensus. And you can't always make a consensus. You have to be like, this is the decision that we're making. And so it just wasn't a match over time, right?
Luna was very different on that.
Luna was very different, right? And as somebody who has spoken to members of their, and this is fun. This is a fun thing for us. I've actually gotten to know quite a bit of the members of Luno's front office from back in the day.
Yeah.
In a totally different level without Jeff in the middle of it. Okay. They're not what I thought they were. I mean, I got to give them credit. Some of these guys I knew a little bit. Some guys I knew a lot. Man, they're better. They're smart guys. And they just had a really interesting Voldemort type of leader.
Damn.
I don't know. Anyway,
Harry Potter reference. I like
well. There's a nickname there in the game. Yeah, that's the nickname.
Jeff Luno's nickname was Voldemort. Oh,
the other one.
Oh, Jim Crane.
No, not that one.
Oh,
Jeff Luno's nickname was. You said it. It's a reference. What was the reference?
Harry Potter.
That's it. And it was in the game, and no one will say it but me, because I can say it, because I don't like you. I still don't like you. Okay, I didn't like you then. I don't like you now. Do I think you're smart? Absolutely. Do I think you're a good person? Absolutely not. Okay. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think that you had a lot of really positive attributes, things that you did when it came to free agency and trades and acquisitions, waiver wire. You're exceptional at that. But boy, the rest of that stuff, you just keep that over there with McKenzie. Okay. Now, as far as we're concerned here, back to that. That was not Click.
Not Click at all.
Click was much more Tampa Bay Rays, people, community, right?
Collaborative.
Oh, 100%. And so Dana's kind of in the middle. Dana's like, I'm going to listen to my guys. I'm going to make a decision. Listen to my people and make a decision. And Jim needs that decision. It's been a good match so far. And a lot of people were curious as to how that was going to ultimately play out. But that GM-less era, remember, Jeff Bagwell said, we got this covered.
Back of the baseball cards.
You do not have this covered. Okay. There's a lot more to it than just what the stats say. And Jeff has taken some steps backwards a little bit, right, over time.
I think even Jim Crane, we've barely heard from Jim Crane in the last calendar year. Every single time we're hearing about the Astros, the direction, it's been Dana Brown.
Dana, yeah. And I got to give – I saw Jim last week. And I got to give Jim some credit for doing that. He spoke very openly, about some things in the press room. And, he's let Dana be Dana. And there was a lot of concern with James Click and with Luno if a scout, a true baseball guy, was going to be able to mesh. And, Dana's done an excellent job. And I don't think anybody would have done any of those deals. Certainly not Abreu and without question, never Montero. And I mean ever.
Yeah,
Montero.
That one was bizarre to me. And I consider myself a baseball casual. I was just thinking to myself, did they not see him in Seattle? Because I did.
Right.
And he stressed me out on a team that had no chance of making the playoffs.
Did we have him when I was there? I don't think so.
Montero was there last. And I'm not kidding. I think this was right before I got canned in Seattle. I'm pretty sure it was like a couple of weeks before that the Mariners actually traded Rafael Montero
to Houston
and also with Kendall Graveman. And all the Mariners players were crying about Kendall Graveman being traded.
That was the
to
same
the Astros.
trade.
Right. So they were involved in the same trade. And I just remembered what happened because I was kind of making fun of all the Mariners players because it was like, hey, listen, like this is how baseball works, guys. Like,
I remember that trade.
You think this was all going to be together. But I also thought, you got a huge win here. You dumped Rafael Montero on the Astros.
Right.
Just looking at it from the Mariners perspective. Yeah. And he pitched well in that postseason. He deserves credit for pitching well in that postseason. And credit to him getting paid. But that era is over. And now that entire time of sus, as the kids say, decisions is in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I mean, I think back over Abreu, and that's a tough one. And I think back over Montero, and that's a tough one. I remember the trade for Graveman. I scouted Graveman at Mississippi State.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he was same team with Adam Frazier and Hunter Renfroe. That was the same Mississippi State team. And
do they have cowbells at the baseball games too?
I mean, I saw him on the road much as I could.
Okay.
Offense. No offense.
Yeah,
don't get mad at me. I saw him on the road as much as I
Listen,
could.
be honest. No one likes Starkville.
Don't get mad at me, okay? I saw him on the road as much as I could.
Starkville hates Starkville.
Yeah, I was like, I'm catching you guys everywhere else. But no offense. So it was Graveman was 88, 90, 91.
Okay.
And Renfroe was a dude. He was a guy. And Frazier was just this pesky player that could hit. And ironically, we had shots at all three of them. And when Renfroe came up in 2013, here's a draft story for you. In 2013 in Seattle, we took DJ Peterson.
Okay.
Right ahead of Renfroe.
Okay.
Also ahead of Tim Anderson and JP Crawford, by the way. We took DJ Peterson. Okay. Then we had Adam Frazier possibly. I had him in the second round. We could have taken him anywhere. That was a pass. And the next year we could have taken Rhys Hoskins.
Oh.
And we passed on him too.
Oh, well, that's not good.
The Mariners fans could have had Rhys Hoskins at first base, Frazier at second, Tim Anderson at short, okay, and Kyle Seager at third base with Zunino behind the plate and that staff. That's what you could have had. Oops. Yeah. Mariners fans want to get mad? There you go. Get mad at that. You could have had Graveman in the bullpen. You could have, go ahead, get as angry as you want. You could have, we had Franklin Gutierrez playing center field at the time. We had Austin Jackson as a backup. We were fine. We were good. You could have, and then you had Cano too, right? So you could have put Frazier anywhere you want, signing Cano.
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, that didn't work out so well. But this segment did. He is Jeremy Booth. He is the front office insider for ESPN Houston, baseball analyst for KHOU 11 in town. You can catch him on TV. And of course, we got the New Balance Baseball Future Star Series. You had good news at the end of last week's show. Tell us what's going on that front. You seem very excited.
It's still really good news. It's still really good news.
Okay.
We have a lot of expansion is probably the right way to put it. There's some interesting news in our brand as a whole that I
You're so cool.
I'm this much
We're almost
longer
on the finish line.
I want if you know me at all, if you watch me here, listen to me here, you watch me at KHOU, you know I want to tell you.
Okay.
You know I want to tell you. I can't tell you.
I'm excited. When you finally tell us, I'm so excited.
God, I want to tell you.
Someone called this edging.
It's coming, okay? It's coming, and I promise it's coming. And I'm gonna tell you. And then it's been. I'm going to Georgia this weekend. We got that Georgia Premier Academy, some of the best prospects in the country. Got some international stuff coming up. Got some some leagues popping. It's a good time for us and for Houston, for the local baseball community in Houston. Our biggest events that pick the players that you'll see on the back of the draft or in the draft most years are here in Houston again for the first time in 5 years.
Very cool.
Yeah, they're at University of Houston. They're at Houston Christian, San Jack, and Episcopal High School. Those are our host venues for the summer. I'll be here in the month of July, where it's cool, right? I'll be here in the month of July.
So cool.
Running around. But we'll be there if you guys want to come out and say hello and watch some kids play some baseball, some top talent across the country. That'd be great.
He is Jeremy Booth, FutureStarSeries.com. Jeremy, always a pleasure. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, man.
All right. He is Jeremy Booth, the ESPN Houston front office insider. I am Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros take on the Mariners this afternoon after a 2-1 win last night, where we saw Cam Smith get an RBI triple. We saw Victor Caratini doing clutch things as he does. Fun dynamic of this game. Apparently, the Mariners have multiple guys named Luis Castillo. And this is not a Rougned Odor situation with an entire family of Rougned Odors or a George Foreman situation with an entire family of George Foremans. RIP to George Foreman, the Houston legend. But yeah, this afternoon, Hunter Brown's on the hill for the Astros against Luis F. Castillo, not to be confused with Luis Castillo. This guy strikes me as somebody who was accidentally drafted in several fantasy baseball leagues.
Yes, he doesn't have a picture on the ESPN app.
Right.
The Luis Castillo yesterday does. Luis Castillo yesterday. That's the one I know. That's the good one. This guy, 30 years old, Luis F. Castillo. I'd be kind of upset if I had to be like Sean A. Mapes, because Sean Mapes was taken by another Major League Baseball player on my own team, especially. I wouldn't like that. This guy has a 9 ERA, so I like that for the Astros.
I like that too. There was a time, I forget the season, but the Chiefs had two running backs that were D. Williams, and it led to someone being drafted second overall in our fantasy draft, but it was the wrong D. Williams.
So like Damian Williams?
I think so.
And then there's another guy.
It might have been Derek, but that's what I think of with this Luis Castillo situation. Also an update on the Astros injury front. Spencer Arrighetti, who somehow, some way broke his thumb when a ball from Mariners batting practice hit his thumb. Per the Astros, and again, you do not trust them at all with what they're telling you. Joe Espada said Arrighetti is going to be in a cast for 2 or 2.5 weeks, after which there will be a follow-up imaging to make sure everything is healing. More clarity after that. Guess what I'm assuming happens after those 2 weeks? He's going to continue to wear the cast on his thumb. 2.5 weeks? Is this man made of adamantium or whatever the hell it's called? Unobtainium? I don't know. Like, that's an insane recovery time for any fracture, specifically to a finger. And I just want everyone to know that this is definitely part one of him putting on another cast to help continue to repair the hand. He's going to be out. I know he's on the 15-day injured list. The idea that he's only going to be out for 15 days is completely preposterous to me.
I looked up thumb fracture on Google.
Okay. WebMD.
I'm doing the same amount of research as Astros team doctors are. And under healing time, it says a fractured thumb typically heals within 4 to 6 weeks with conservative treatment like splinting or casting. But regaining full function and strength can take up to 3 months or longer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I think pitching a baseball, your thumb needs to be really healed to pitch a baseball, in my opinion.
Good call.
I think that, like, if I had the same exact thumb fracture that Spencer Arrighetti had, I could do my job faster. I would come back from the producer IL.
Well, you got to use the keyboard. That's not easy.
I mean, but I can just hunt and peck, you know?
Fair.
I don't need a thumb to, I guess the mouse would be hard. I think that it's
probably going to be a little mangled too. Let's be honest. Like, I broke a finger. And again, these are doctors that we're talking about that are doctors for a major league sports team. But at the same time, it's the Astros doctors. I mean, if you break your thumb, there's no way it's going to be 100% the same that it was before. Like, I had a spiral fracture in my right ring finger from playing flag football, of all things. I know, ridiculous. But I mean, it's still crooked. Offensive linemen mangle their hands all the time. I'm really interested to see how this goes. The idea that, it's 2.5 weeks, crazy.
Didn't Reed Shepherd broke his thumb, right? Or did he break his wrist? I forgot which. But Reed Shepherd was in a cast for part of this season.
Yeah.
And he missed.
I think it was a broken wrist.
Okay. He missed from March 6th to March 30th.
Right thumb avulsion fracture. Okay, well, maybe
So 3 weeks.
Okay.
But he also plays for the Rockets and not the Astros.
And he doesn't play much as it is.
Yes.
So even if he was healthy.
Yes, he's played like 20 minutes combined across 4 games since he's come back.
He got injured March
6th, right?
6th.
Yeah.
And he was back or cleared to play March 30th. So best case scenario, Reed Shepherd and Spencer Endergetty are similar.
You know what? Hopefully they talk. Hopefully Reed can share some tips. And he's like, hey, I don't care what those Astros doctors are telling you. Let me tell you what the Rockets team doctors told me.
All right, guys. So there you go. Astros, they got a game this afternoon. Guess what? It's time to talk about a different shaped ball. Not a basketball. Not a baseball. Hut. It's time for the 10-minute drill. It's going to be a lot less than 10 minutes. A lot less. There's not much going on the football side of things. We're still waiting to see if Aaron Rodgers makes an announcement at a Pat McAfee show. Not the actual show. A Pat McAfee show that's not the Pat McAfee show today. Some believe that Aaron Rodgers is going to dramatically make an announcement that he's the new Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback at an event that Pat McAfee's holding today, but
in Pittsburgh, right?
It hasn't happened yet. Right. It does take place in Pittsburgh.
Okay. I forgot to ask, like that's why we think it's happening. Because it's in Pittsburgh.
Or it's, hang on a second. Pat McAfee event.
Well, because McAfee's from Pittsburgh. He grew up in Pittsburgh.
Right.
So I figured it was some sort of house show.
Big night AHT at PPG Paints Arena in lovely Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah,
an arena. Wow.
If I could bet money on this, I would love to see what the odds are that Aaron Rodgers is announced as the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think I would bet no.
I bet yes.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd bet yes. It is tonight. So we'll see what happens.
I'd bet no, but that's just me thinking Aaron Rodgers, he's like, I can drag this out.
Draft talk. Quinn Ewers visiting the Colts.
Oh man, it'd be so tough to have to root against him and Sam Ehlinger.
Matthew Golden,
yeah,
visiting the Cowboys.
What? I thought he only wants to play for the Texans.
I did too, and he's not even.
And the Cowboys picked like 15 picks ahead of the Texans.
So is he already basically saying that he's going to be a Dallas Cowboy and that he wants to be a Dallas Cowboy, despite all those posts that he liked about the Houston Texans on social media? This
We're
is
a
betrayal.
safety school. I think the Texans are Matthew Golden's safety school.
And that's crazy because the Cowboys should be Matthew Golden's safety
I guess
school.
this is just how the draft works, though, where the safety schools get to pick first.
Yeah, they do. That's generally how it goes. I think Matthew Golden should refuse to play for the Cowboys. That's just me.
Yeah, pulling Eli Manning.
That would be so funny. Like a guy in the middle of the first round who's a wide receiver.
Like the third receiver picked.
He's like one of 3 first-round receivers from Texas, potentially, right? Like, aren't we at that many? Isn't Isaiah Bond possibly a first-round pick?
Bond, maybe. Probably not, but maybe.
And the other guy. Who's the other guy?
There's not another.
Oh, I thought there was a third guy. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking last year with Xavier.
That was last year where they had 3.
Okay. One last tidbit. Travis Hunter, who the Browns are expected with the number 2 to pick with the number 2 overall pick. Guess what he wants? Not to play for the Houston Texans either, or the New England Patriots. He wants Roger Goodell to announce him as wide receiver and defensive back at the draft when he announces his name.
I think we can make that happen.
Shouldn't be that hard. But I do wonder if any team will allow him to do both. I'm still skeptical. I think he's going to have to play one, and I bet he plays corner instead of wide receiver.
It just makes sense that it'd be easier to be full-time corner with
sprinkling.
Yeah,
with moments.
Like not actually a wildcat package, but that sort of thing where, hey, for 10 plays a game, 6 plays a game, you get to play receiver.
Yeah, that's it.
I think that's fine. Throw him a couple screens, like just get the ball in his hands, make it happen. Patriot player, former Coug, who did that with the Patriots a couple years ago, Marcus Jones.
That's it.
Marcus Jones. Yeah, he can be souped up Marcus Jones. Marcus Jones, except I don't have to think about what his name is. I know his name, and he's probably going to get picked top 5.
Marcus Jones, speaking of top 5, Marcus Jones, top 5 favorite Patriots for Paul Gallant in the last 5 years.
Wow, stacked field, I'm sure.
It's been rough. It's been rough.
Where's Joe Milton?
Dallas, but guess where Stephon Diggs is? Patriots.
Oh, so Marcus Jones. I'm throwing Joe Milton in there.
Yep.
Stephon Diggs.
Drake May.
We'll see. Drake
and
May.
Christian Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez. All right.
Matthew Judon was good. But yeah, it's been rough. It's been rough. Anyway.
I feel bad, Paul. I feel bad that you had
fine.
those.
I've had so much.
No. My heart goes out for every Patriot fan.
Well, you know what? Every single Patriot fan would kill to be right now. Number 2. And that's what the Houston Rockets are in the Western Conference. And that's what your Houston Cougars are in the grand scheme of things of college basketball for this year. But next year, they're number 1. Being number 2, guys, it's okay. And that's going to wrap up the 10-minute drill where we barely talked about number 2, except for the potential number 2 overall pick in Travis Hunter. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, there's controversy, not just from the Final Four, but also in the Masters. And it all has to do with the liberal media. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
This Rice Krispie treat's a little chewy, but it's good.
I should have played one of the longer rejoins. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We have a vending machine that is refrigerated, Sean, and everything's refrigerated in it, including things that don't necessarily need to be refrigerated. I feel bad for some poor sucker at our cluster because this person ordered an iced tea, and the iced tea is stuck exactly in a way where it'll never reach the bottom of the vending machine.
I saw that. It's like pinned.
Oh, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal luck when you order something in a vending machine and it doesn't fall out.
I think I saw that and I literally just went, oof. Like I'm sure that whoever wanted that iced tea was like, they needed that iced tea, and it is stuck in the fridge or in the vending machine.
I got to admit this in HR. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but I did give it a little shove.
A little jostle,
and
just to say.
Hopefully I don't get written up for assault or sexual harassment, because I did reach inside this thing to get my Rice Krispie treat by the vending machine. But for whoever sadly had their sweet tea get stuck in the vending machine, I'm pouring one out for you.
Not in the studio, please.
Not in the studio, because we can't do that. We can't do that. But at least in this studio, we can eat and drink, which is danger because I'm a slob and could theoretically destroy the studio. Paul, why do you make every single show about you? You talk about yourself so much. Talky. No more talky. It's a good question. There are a couple of moments in sports media that have created a lot of discussion, insufferable discussion, online and from blabbers like myself. I hope that you guys all know that while I do sound like an egomaniac on the air, I am somebody who does not believe he matters in the slightest and knows that my job is to be somewhat informative, but more so entertaining from this noon to 3 stretch that you might be listening to me on ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube, at ESPN Houston, on Twitch, at ESPN 975. But a Florida Gators reporter, student reporter, by the name of Talia Baya, posted a video of her reaction to the end of Houston's crushing loss to the Gators on Monday night. The number 2 Houston Cougars. And it's getting a lot of backlash. There's a lot of people online who are doing their own my columns about this moment for a student reporter who knows that while, yes, the primary job is reporting what happens at the game, talking to players and coaches after the game, that she's part of it too because she's covering it. So all of these people, Big J journalists, as they call them at Barstool, are coming after her. And they're all basically talking down to her like insufferable teachers, saying things like, it's easy to chastise cheering as a reporter. Whether I like it or not, the line between fan and reporter is becoming blurry now with non-traditional media. Unfortunately, however, stuff like this sets people back who want to get into media and be taken seriously. Multiple people are putting these comments out, and these are all randos who do not matter. This is, to me, akin to stand-up comics who aren't that good, going after stand-up comics who are amazing for perhaps pushing boundaries a little bit too far. Another person, Ben Baby. I do not envy the next generation of sports journalists who will have to be able to be content creators to command an audience. So I don't envy them either because I'm effing awesome at this. This person continues, but that doesn't mean compromising on basic fundamentals, like not pulling for the team you cover. That's so dumb, isn't it? You know, when I first came down here, that's what I thought I had to do. I thought, hey, be the neutral person talking about these teams. He's got that outsider perspective, you know? But when you've been here long enough, the outsider perspective goes away. It is a natural thing to want the team that you cover to succeed. It is bizarre that there is pushback against this. Guess what? As a person covering a game, which is why it's really funny that people take this thing so seriously. As someone who covers a game, you know what's good? When the team that you cover does well. Because if the team you cover does well, you're going to get more exposure for covering said team. What a novel concept. And that you're expected when you go to these games and you cover these games to like not show any emotion. Well, isn't that crazy? I mean, everyone who is in this industry, for the most part, there are some who aren't, but for the most part, everyone who's in sports, you're in sports because you like sports. And you're expected to try your hardest to not like sports while covering them. Yeah, I'm a reporter. You're covering sports. You're not in Fallujah. You're not in Iraq. What are we talking about here? Oh, well, you have to cover sports with a serious mind. It's sports. It's not that serious. Hell, politics aren't even that serious. And obviously, you see it in politics coverage, right, all the time. Like, people are rooting for the right. They're rooting for the left. Like, you have entire channels dedicated to basically just waving pom-poms for each political party. And it's funny, but in sports journalism, if you're covering a specific team, you're not allowed to root for them. And everyone's like, oh, I can't believe she did this. She's 21. Like, I don't care about this at all. But and this person, by the way, you're making her more relevant by putting her out there. She will be more relevant than all these people who are talking about her. Like, she's an attractive woman.
Yeah, and that's like, she's already gone viral because she was the one that did the weird flirty interview with one of the bench players with the Florida Gators.
Yep.
And then she had another one where Janai Broom was like sitting in his locker and she was basically standing between his legs interviewing him. It was like insane. Like, what this chick is doing is crazy. I think it's possible that she's like, she's still learning. She's
100% still learning. I was an idiot at that age. I'm not even going to dump on her. She's figuring it out. But here's the thing. If you are in this industry, I believe if you are in a local market, it is your job to, at times, call out the teams you're covering, for sure. But if you're doing it all the time, what, you think that's going to work? You think that's going to get people to keep coming back? You can't do it like that.
But at the same time, like, as like a consumer of sports media, like, I don't want pom-pom reporter. I don't want, like,
I get that.
I don't want the state-run media of, like, I want an unbiased, because that's why I don't take politics seriously. It's what you said, that there's basically, hey, here's the right-wing channel, here's the left-wing channel, and you just get to pick, and like, there's no actual truth in sports. Like, no, there's actually are people that have some biases, but they are trying to at least shoot you as straight as possible. And it's also like, at the end of the day, like, we actually do have wins and losses to tell you how things are going. But to me, like, I don't know. For a student reporter, for her specifically, I think it's mostly fine because she's a student reporter.
Yeah.
Like, this is my Scared Straight program that I'm running. Chances are in like 10 years she won't be doing this anyway. Just
I might not be.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast. Like, I don't know, most people I went to journalism school with, guess what they're not doing?
Not
journalism.
this. No, I know, it's so sad.
And even I'm not doing journalism. Like, our job and her job is way different.
We are entertainers, so
yes,
we have to do a little bit of this. But to the people that are like neutral arbiters covering the sport, like, I think you need to get off your high horse and to be frank, relax. Like, you're not that important. You're not that big of a deal, and there's no sanctity to what you're doing. I feel like you honestly, when you're covering these sports, I feel like you do need just a little bit of that love, that fandom that you had that probably got you into this industry in the first place. Like, if you get rid of that altogether, then what are you even doing it for? And there are moments, I have that often. I've had moments like that while in the Energy Stadium press box, sitting there, just remembering, like, I grew up going to Patriots games at Gillette Stadium, and here I am, like, watching a football game and paying more attention to it, but like taking notes and writing things down. And there are times where I'm envious of that. I feel like I have to show a little bit of that element at times. Not all the time. I like to try to be neutral on things, but I mean, I want the Cougs to win, the Rockets to win, number two, the Texans to win, number 7,
5.
8.
Yeah. Oh no, I forgot the other conference.
Astros. I mean, I want those teams to succeed. By the way, there's another incident going on. It's the sports media versus golf. Because there's some golfers who are saying, hey, we don't know the media bleep. And you know what? They don't. Golf media should have collectively bargained to make these players mandatorily available for interviews. They're not. Golfers can interview if they want. but they don't have to.
After a round, they can just like walk into the clubhouse and go home.
Right. They can talk with people, but they don't have to talk with people. And it's weird that there are people who cover the game who are like, how dare you? Like, I'm supposed to talk to you. No, you don't matter. You're a middleman. Be thankful you get to cover this thing for a living. Like, we are middlemen now, unless we are unbelievably handsome and entertaining. Like me. We are middlemen. You have to show something a little bit extra here. And that little extra can be a little bit of flamboyance, could be a little bit of fandom. But the more these people take themselves seriously, it is very funny to me that we have so many things in our country where people who are clearly their own worst enemy, who are continuing to do things that make people dislike them. And I would specifically point at us, the media. And then they do stuff like this, like, why is this golfer talking to me? Or, oh, how dare this bitch be a fan? Like, it's stuff like this that makes us completely detestable and unlikable. And I can't believe that we continue to fight these stupid battles because I'm technically a part of it. I just happen to be more talented than just about everybody in it. And Paul, people are probably thinking to yourself right now, Paul, you actually are worse than all these people because you have literally been giving yourself a you-know-what for the entirety of this segment, which is true. But it's kind of funny to listen to, and I know I do not take myself seriously. These people who do, you are slowly killing the game that I hope to be a part of for my entire life. Like, you guys are killing it because you don't like fun. And I like fun. I like Cam Smith in right field. I like Jose Altuve in left field. I like Lamp. 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around. Astros got back in the win column last night, a 2-1 12-inning win over the Seattle Mariners. Rubber game of their 3-game series begins in about an hour or so. T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Hunter Brown on the hill for the Astros. On the mound for Seattle, another Luis Castillo. Have you ever shared your name with somebody else? It sucks. It sucks. Did you know I'm not the most famous Paul Gallant of all time? I don't have a Wikipedia page. There is another Paul Gallant. And I hate him. I truly, truly hate this person. And he's dead. He's dead and gone forever, okay? He died a while ago. He died 14 years ago. But when you look up Paul Gallant on Wikipedia, do you know what comes up? Paul Emile Gallant, a Canadian entrepreneur who developed 3D jigsaw puzzles.
Whoa, that's cool.
It is cool. He's a New Brunswickan. Began his career in the music industry, which lasted 18 years. He works for Trans Canada Musique, interesting, and Columbia Records, also the CBC. But he switched careers and began working in the toy industry in the late 1980s. He laminated polyethylene foam and built his first 3D puzzle on his kitchen table. His Puzz 3D puzzles, which could be built into actual buildings and landmark structures, are seen everywhere.
Sounds like Legos, but okay.
A crucial entry into the U.S. market was when Gallant drove from Montreal to New York's FAO Schwartz. Did they check him at the border? Get this immigrant out of our country. Stealing my Wikipedia page. This should be mine. This son of a bitch. He's dead. And you know what? I'm not glad he's dead. Because I'm thinking about his family. This, honestly, these people might be related to me. He might be related to Paul Gallant, the original Paul Gallant. I thought.
Ask him for money then.
But this guy, yeah. So this guy, Paul Gallant, is one person I share the name with. And also, if you go to paulgallant.com, do you know what it redirects to? You know what it redirects to?
No. Believe it or not, I haven't typed in paulgallant.com.
It redirects to a German/Swiss website that helps you go to rehab. I'm not kidding. We help your loved one identify the problem and find a solution. We're committed to treating each person in this process with dignity and respect. All you got to do is go to Zurich, Switzerland. I'm so mad about this. I've tried to purchase this website several times, and I can't. And some Nazis or Swiss own this website. So there you go. And just like that, Luis Castillo has a teammate named Luis Castillo. But there's a difference between the two Luis Castillos, because one of them is one of the better pitchers in the American League, and the other one apparently has a middle name that begins with F.
Yeah. And someone that we just learned of today when we saw the probable starter for the Mariners is also named Luis Castillo.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough to be in the same, room.
Luis!
Huh?
Luis Castillo!
Huh?
Luis F. Castillo. Or whatever Luis Castillo's middle name is.
Yeah, the
Luis Miguel Castillo and Luis F. Castillo.
It's especially bad because one of them has to throw a middle initial in there, and one doesn't. It's like being in a kindergarten class, and you got Sean M and Sean A or whatever.
Yeah.
But but it's what if one guy was just Sean and then you had to be Sean M? What?
The secondary one.
Why is he one? Why am I two?
I'm sure this sucks for people named Mike. I mean, if you're named
Mike's,
there's a lot of Mikes out there. A lot of Johns, a lot of Mikes. But John, at least you can call a John a Jack. There are alternative ways to call someone John.
Mike, there's only Mike and Michael.
Exactly. Mikey.
Miguel, maybe.
Miguel, right. And that's Luis Castillo, the really good pitcher. Luis Castillo's middle name. Luis Miguel Castillo, not to be confused with Luis Felipe Castillo.
I'm worried that Luis Felipe Castillo is, and now that we've talked about him so much, and now that we're kind of demeaning him a little bit.
We are demeaning him, but guess what?
I'm worried that the other Luis Castillo is gonna throw 9 scoreless.
Not going to be hard against this Astros lineup. Who
That is true.
Is struggling to score. You're 100% right on that. But his ERA is 9. And I'm expecting at least 9 runs today because of that. What? That's his earned run average is 9. I expect 9 runs.
Okay.
I know that the math doesn't really check out. It's more like 1 run an inning. But hey, no, I want 9 runs. Thank you. Because to this point this year, the Astros have only scored 9 runs once. And it was
when they had to.
When they had to.
When they absolutely had to.
Down
if
6 runs.
If they scored less, they would have lost.
Right. Yeah, man. The numbers are a little concerning. I'm hopefully it's just the cold weather and the marine layer.
I will say with
last Dyken Park, not Minute Maid Park. They don't know where they're playing. It's confusing.
Exactly. Last week, we did talk about like what we would need from the Astros offense to like not freak out, and they basically did it. Like they scored 9 runs in a game. They had like a huge inning. It was basically everything you wanted, and we're still like, oh, but every other game except for the one that you met all the criteria. Yeah. Every other one has been an absolute slog to get through, to watch, and to watch them hack away at things. And who was it? There's someone last night that swung at a pitch that I literally went, oh my God, at the pitch that he swung at.
See, it's so bad right now. I'm assuming Yainer Diaz, but it could be Christian Walker. It could be Cam Smith. There's a lot of flailing wildly.
Christian Walker is swinging at good pitches. Not hitting them, but he's swinging at good pitches.
Well, when he does make contact too, he's hitting it hard.
But still not a hit. Right. But it's Christian Walker. I really hope we get a Christian Walker like 4 for 5 game, or a week where he hits like 4 home runs, because man, he's really earned it with how terrible his numbers are, but how well he seemes to be playing, ignoring the numbers.
Correct. Some texting on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, because Luis Felipe Castillo is pitching for the Seattle Mariners.
Why not just go by Felipe? God.
Well, because he's older than Luis Miguel Castillo, who the Astros saw on the mound.
I'd be so upset if I had to give my name up to a younger guy.
Yeah, but he's better than you, so you have to. It do be like that, as the kids say.
They do say that.
On the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, someone asks from the 832, can the Paul Gallant, who invented the 3D puzzle, pull off white short shorts? Doubtful.
Well,
he don't have cake like this. He don't have slightly defined quads like this.
Definitely can't do it now.
No, he's dead. Do you think he got buried in shorts? I hope that's if it's listen. I've kind of left it up. Like when I inevitably croak, I'm just gonna leave it up to my family. Like, you guys figure it out.
Dealer's choice.
I kind of want to figure out, like, is there gonna be an argument over like cremating me and putting me in an urn, or burying me? Because if I'm buried, I want to be in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have to get buried in shorts. Do you want to get buried in the H?
Oh, hell yeah, dude! Bury me in the middle of NRG Stadium, where I've spent most of my adult life. From the 281, cake like what, Paul? My ass. That's what I'm talking about. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, Trill O'Reilly says, I share my name with a 4-month-old pooping machine. Well, congrats on the sex and congratulations on being a father. There's something Joe George also shares. Joe George, he's got a junior.
To be fair, he didn't say the pooping machine was his son.
No. Because Joe's son is 4. So there you go. I don't believe, and this is where we could use Joe to confirm whether or not his son is a pooping machine, but no, it's not.
Well, no, the texter, he said, I share my name with the pooping machine. And he never said it was his son.
I'm assuming it's his son. Or it's a daughter.
Luis Castillo didn't think. At one point, Luis Castillo shared his name with the pooping machine.
Imagine being a pooping machine daughter. Oh, sucks to suck. Even if you're 4 months old. Just kidding. OTR Sean says there can only be one. Time for the quickening ball. I still have to see Highlander. I know what the reference is to, but I've never seen Highlander, a movie starring Sean Connery about immortal Scotsmen who apparently wield swords, and if you cut off their head, then they die, but you have to cut off their head. There you go. 1980s. Wild time. Lots of cinematic masterpieces out there. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Masters start tomorrow. Apparently, there's a par 3 tournament going on right now. And get this, Keegan Bradley had a hole in one.
What?
How about that? I wouldn't play in this. Why would you play in a par 3 tournament before the biggest golf event that there is? Number one. Number two, question. And we'll leave it open to you on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on a day where we are celebrating Houston being number 2 in basketball. College, NBA, it's number 2. I have a question. Why are the Masters a big deal? Why are the Masters more than any other golf event a big deal? Truly, I want to know. I do not get it. I don't. I need to know. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Someone texted in explaining the Masters Par 3 contest. They have it every year before the start of the tournament. It's a laid-back, fun event where the players have their kids as caddies. Kids even swing at some holes for their dads. That's fun. Okay. But I have a question, and this is not intended to be disrespectful, unless you actually get mad at this. And if you do get mad at this, then it was intended to be disrespectful to the specific few of you. But a serious question. Why are the Masters such a big deal? Has anyone ever sat back and just wondered why? I'm curious, truly curious. I get it. The course is beautiful. It's selective. Only a few players are allowed to play in the tournament. There's a process of getting tickets, and everyone's so excited when you get those tickets. You aren't allowed to have a cell phone on you. They go Dave Chappelle concert, right? Your phone not on you the entire time, so you go back in time a little bit. And then everyone just says, the tradition, the prestige, the history. And that's what I don't get. So I Googled this, and thanks to the help of artificial intelligence, asking, why is the Masters such a big deal? Unique history, tradition, and prestige. Oh, it's the same thing everyone's saying. But what is it? That's what's so funny to me. Again, let's all be in agreement here. The prestige, the history. But why?
Yes.
Why is the history historic?
That is the question, because I have this, like, I know that it's the biggest deal.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Exactly.
I understand that they own their own branding. That's why it looks the same every year. Like, they have their own thing that they do.
The yellow flag, the green jacket.
Yes. I like you, am wondering how we got here.
Right.
Like, what's the story? Basically, the Masters #1 tournament in golf.
Yes.
We're not
even
debating
close. It's not close.
How did it get there?
Right. That's what I want to
we're
know.
asking.
That's truly it. So I'm looking this up, and guess what? Artificial intelligence sometimes helps you out. I asked, when did the Masters become a big deal? After asking why.
Good question.
The Masters tournament rise to prominence as a major golf event is often linked to the 1960s, fueled by the popularity of Arnold Palmer and the increasing availability of television. Its roots go back to the 1930s. It was founded in 1934 by Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts. Interesting. Seems like Bobby Jones is on hold. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Bobby Jones, Bobby, I'm glad you're still kicking it, because if you founded this in 1934, I'm assuming you're in your hundreds. Shout out to you. Hope the blue pills, helping you out, because I would imagine you'd need one at this moment. Bobby, what you got? Explain the Masters to me.
Tell you that Paul Gallant and Sean Maves, it's a fine God-given day for a par 3 tournament, isn't it? I mean, can you believe this glorious thing? I can't believe you're asking a question like, how is the Masters the most beautiful tournament in golf? Well, let me tell you something. All those years ago, I just set out to design the most perfect, most challenging golf course on the planet that we call Earth. And guess what, son? I achieved that. Now, another thing that people don't know about Augusta is the amount of sexual perversion that happens in the clubhouse.
Oh.
Now, it's a very, very friendly place for sexual experimentation.
What?
And we discovered this. Look, back in the day, I'm not going to lie to you, we were exclusionary. We wouldn't let people like Tiger Woods on. But once we did, that boy went out, and boy, what did he do?
You can't call him boy, Bobby. You can't call him boy.
Oh no, that man, that young man, gloriously represented what the club means to America, and that is sexual perversion. So you can't look at this golf club and all of these fine players playing just most amazing shots and just those beautiful manicured course and not think of stuff like S&M and things that like just things that you do in the locker room that most people don't talk about.
All right. Well, Bobby Jones, we appreciate you joining us. Thought you died in 1971, but good to see you're still with us. So we just got a call from a ghost. Well, I'm a little bit creeped out by that. Bobby, Bobby,
am I still on?
You're still on, Mr. Ghost.
Oh, I would like to say that most people think that I died of natural causes back then, but I died of autoerotic asphyxiation.
The late Bobby Jones, everybody. He died in 1971. We learned something new about the Masters every single day. And I guess there's sexual perversion going on at the Masters. Why is the Masters a big deal? Like, that's all I want to know. I never heard about the perversions, but if that's part of the prestige and the tradition, fine. from the 713, why is the Super Bowl a big deal? The World Series, because those are the championships. Like that's why they're the big deal. I get the question being asked back, though rather snobbily by clearly some sort of golf snob. What's so hard for you to understand here? But it's the first major. That's what's weird to me. Look, beautiful course. I'd love to go sometime. I'm not a huge golf fan, but I do watch generally the last round of the Masters. I like it. But the question I'm asking here is, why did it become the golf event? Like it's just for every single other thing becoming a big deal, it makes sense. The NBA championship, Major League, the World Series, the World Cup, the Super Bowl, like that makes sense to me. This one is different. You can't deny that.
Yes, because if the Super Bowl had 3 other games that were also like you also got the Super Bowl championship for, like it would be spread out among them. Like you wouldn't think that there's one major event that's so much higher than the rest. Like why isn't the US Open on the same level as the Masters?
It's a great question.
Tradition and prestige and
right, tradition, prestige,
sexual perversion,
yada yada yada, sexual perversion. We learned that today. I get that it's only at Augusta. All these other places, U.S. Open, British Open, Ryder Cup, Players Championship. I would imagine. Although
PGA Championship's the 4th one.
Isn't there one there's one that's always at Sawgrass, but that's not officially a major? I mean, what about the Waste Management Open? Why isn't that the most prestigious golf event? It's the first one, and it's fun. You see people getting plastered, crapping their pants, falling on the green, puking all over themselves. Why isn't that number one? Seriously. People are getting mad at me for asking this question, but I just want to know why are the Masters the big deal? Why are they the biggest deal of all the deals? From the 832, it's a tough course. I mean, that makes sense. Someone says it's like the Super Bowl for golf. True. I'm not denying that, but it's weird that it's the first event.
That's the thing. There's 3 Super Bowls later in the same year.
Yeah. And some people like the Ryder Cup more than those. And
that's more like the Olympics.
And the Players Championship is kind of a major. And there's the little island thing, right? I know golf. People are saying, ask Granado. Maybe we need to have on Granado. I'm just going to ask all these questions and do it in a really patronizing and insulting way.
We should.
I'm sure John would.
We should bother Granado, probably on a golf course about this.
I'd love that. Yeah, like ask him in his backswing, like, "Hey, John, why are the Masters a big deal?
Yeah,
can you explain it to me?" I do sound rather basic right now. Brian has a thought on the Masters at 713-780-3776. Brian, why are the Masters a big deal?
So why is the Daytona 500 a big deal? It's the first race of the NASCAR season.
Is it the biggest deal of all NASCAR races,
kind of
Brian?
the same way.
Is the Daytona 500 the number one?
Yeah, it's number one.
Okay. Truly, I wouldn't know on NASCAR. Okay. That is more of an argument, but it is strange to me. It was just curious today, a little bi-curious. It is strange to me, Brian, that this is the single biggest one, and everyone, when you're asking them about it, they're like, well, prestige, history, tradition.
Well, I mean, I wanted the same thing, but my family's been watching it as long as I can remember, and they start showing the history, and I agree with you on that. But the 500 was the only one I could compare to.
Gotcha. Okay. Hey, that makes sense, though, Brian. Appreciate the phone call. And look, to that element, hey, you're watching with your family, and you see Arnold Palmer, and then Jack Nicklaus, and then Tiger Woods. Like, hey, do not get me wrong. Like, this is not me dumping on the Masters, which I was debating doing as a bit, but I realized that people aren't going to probably like that. But it is interesting that it is, of all the golf events, it's the golf event. And we all just agree on it. But it's not like it has necessarily any more importance than the other golf tournaments of the season, specifically the majors.
Like, we put the importance on it, the extra importance on it. I like comparing it to the Daytona 500. That to me makes sense.
Because another texter said, hey, signifies the start of the golf season. And in Texas, since you can play golf all year round, we perhaps take it a little bit for granted. That's fair.
Yeah, I could see. I mean, Georgia too, I bet. But yeah, I guess for the nation.
From the 337, you can't say the World Series is a big deal. You claim not to watch it. Ooh, good point. I did not watch this World Series. Who won?
I forgot.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember who won last year, the year before that either.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't watch that one. Yeah. Guess we'll never know.
We'll never know who won the last 2 World Series.
From the 8-3-2, the Masters, the kickoff of the golf season. Augusta, the flowers blooming. They are pretty nifty. The yellow.
Again, I will say
it is pretty.
They nailed the presentation. They nailed the course.
They got the great Jim Nance on the call.
Yeah.
And Jim Nance loves it, but I feel like Jim Nance is probably feeding into it with how much he loves it. Like, what if it wasn't Jim Nance that was on the call for this? What if it was just some other random
Tom
guy?
Brenneman? Yeah.
Well, yeah. What if it was like Kevin Harlan or something like that? Do I think it's the best play-by-play voice? Like, I doubt that Kevin Harlan would have the same love of the Masters that he has for basketball.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because
like he's a great steward of golf.
Do you see Jim Nance is going to retire from calling golf? Do you see what year he said he's going to?
What is it, like 2036 or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
He gave it 11-year heads up.
I like that. I like that.
Some would say it's a look at me move to have an 11-year.
I would never say that.
11-year.
That's my fellow Coug you're talking about, bro. Okay. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Why are the Masters a big deal? It sounds like a stupid question, but no, we've always established that it's the number one golf event.
Yes, we're not saying it shouldn't be a big deal. We're just asking why. We're just curious little cats today.
We are curious little cats. Meow. For the 409, comparing it to the other majors, you get 5 majors over the course of the year. Tour exemption. Okay, see, that's not helping the case out. That is a complicated explanation, sir. Yeah. I'm sure that there were some typos there. And again, be careful when you text and drive, y'all. Be careful when you text and drive. For the 281, Kevin Harlan doing golf with slap. I would love it, or Gus Johnson doing it, because it would piss off the golf old heads.
You'd hear them like on the course.
I just want the golf traditionalists to be annoyed because I'm annoying like that. This country club lifestyle, which eventually I will be a part of. Like, I know that when I get older and I want to escape my family, I mean, when I want to, play a sport and hang out with the guys, escaping my family in the process, that I will become a huge golf guy. But for now, no family to escape, no need to golf, in my opinion, because that's what it's all about. From the 443, not every player can play there. You have to qualify. That's true. Blacks couldn't play there either. That was bad.
Or women.
Women still can, I think.
Oh, can they not?
Mm-hmm. Stay in the kitchen and make me a pimento sandwich, girl. That's what they all say. That's what I heard. Anyway, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call it to text. Why are the Masters such a big deal? Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's a patronizing question. Some might even say it's a dumb question. But I need to ask the people of the golf community, how and why did the Masters become the unanimous, undebatable, biggest deal in golf? I'm truly curious. Texter, I think it's number one because of the better production value. It's made available to the masses in a way that has a fantastic website. You can watch the whole tournament, where other tournaments you are watching things on tape delay. They're broadcast on weird channels at strange hours. The actual telecast of golf is truly one of the trickier things to pull off. The fact that they have been doing it as long as they have, where they can go from hole to hole, and some of these holes are being shown live and some on tape delay, and it does seem seamless. I would say top to bottom across all golf, that is probably the most impressive thing that golf does.
Especially, like we said, back when at least the Masters started getting televised in the 60s. Like, think about how many different angles they have for all these different, and I'm sure some of these are more modern. Like, I'm sure the 1965 broadcast looks different than this one. But you probably need like 4 or 5 different cameras for each hole.
Yep. And
18 times. So you need a lot of manpower just to make this work.
And then think of all the different broadcasters who were calling it. I mean, obviously,
there's
Nance, who's the number one guy, and there's Scott Van Pelt for the first couple of days with ESPN. But I mean, there's other people that are on
there's
it.
a world feed.
Right. I mean, you're jumping all over the place. I'm sure there's people doing it in different languages. I like this response from Aggie Matt. I compare it to Shark Week. Gotta watch.
That, you know what? That helped explain it to me.
Gotta watch is a simple yet very effective answer.
It is gotta watch.
Because you do watch it. Like, I'm not the most diehard sports guy. And golf, like tennis, 2 sports I'm not the biggest fans of. But I do watch, at the very least, the final round of the Masters.
I downloaded the app.
This is the one that I'll watch, and I'm like, I'm not only watching because I want to see if Tiger Woods is going to play. By the way, Tiger Woods not playing.
No.
He has a torn
Achilles. And dating that woman.
That
That's not why he's not playing. But
yes.
Those are like back-to-back updates that we got on Tiger Woods.
Trump's son's ex-wife.
Yes.
It would be equivalent to Wimbledon, Kentucky Derby. Kentucky Derby, I'll allow to a degree. But the Kentucky Derby horse racing was a huge deal back in the day. It has aged poorly. Golf has gotten better over time, but we have constantly come back to the agreed upon, and everyone agrees on it, Masters are the biggest deal. And I want to know, like, when were we all like, yeah, this is the biggest deal?
You know what? Maybe it's different, but it's kind of like the Rose Bowl, too, in that way.
Ooh, that's a good one where there's a lot of importance, but it's not necessarily the granddaddy of them all, even though they have branded themselves the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah, it's like sometimes, this year is a quarterfinal game. You know, it was Ohio State, Oregon. So it has its own kind of special place. It is at the top.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the major bowl games, just like this one of the major tournaments. And it has the same deal where it's so much about like the scenery and everything around it. You think about they play it at a specific time so that you get the sunset in there. So
that's true.
Yeah, I think Daytona. It's funny. The Masters. You're just like the Daytona 500 or the Rose Bowl. I'm sure they love that being compared to a NASCAR.
Oh
event.
yeah, like the things that they think are for trashy people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't respect Wimbledon because F the English, we fought a war against them. Paul, they're our biggest allies right now. Cool.
Are they?
Yeah,
Well, these tariffs.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a tariff, bitch. Provide
Right
more
there.
to NATO. There you go. Kugley says it's the hardest tournament to get into. That's true.
Yeah, I do like that. I like how small the field is.
I do too. And definitely makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, it makes it way easier to watch.
Texter says need an extra dose of insulin just to watch the Masters. Put you to sleep. Again, golf is the one sport that we watch where even though this is the biggest deal, we are all pretty cool taking a little nap while watching the Masters in particular. It is rather soothing. Hearing the music in the background.
Well, and all the broadcasters talk like they can't raise their voice.
Right. It's like listening to NPR on a Saturday morning, like the muffin show. Like, here's how you make a blueberry muffin. Make sure you give it a little Crisco in the pan. And then when you put the blueberries in, you make sure that they're a little bit frozen so that when they're in the oven, the moisture from the water and part of the frozen makes it a lot more delectable. And then you're like, oh, you're out, because that's Jim Nantz talking about a whole.
Or it's like ASMR, because they have like they'll just lay out and let like the birds do the talking for a little while.
Multiple people have brought up, and we talked about this in the last segment we were talking about. So it's always the same event, same location every year. I get that, and again, the presentation side of it, they do a great job. The presentation and the fact that it's there every single year means that you are constantly aware of where this is played, who's allowed on it. Like, they've done a good job of building up the tradition.
It's appointment television.
I'm just wondering at what point did it become big? And you know what? To the people who are asking the same thing about the Super Bowl, football's our most popular sport. But how did the Super Bowl become the biggest deal when no one respected the AFL, which the NFL merged with for the first two Super Bowls? Like, how did it go from being the football championship game to being the most important sporting event in terms of eyeballs viewing it of the year? So that, okay, that's a similar question to ask. What else do we have here? Oh, someone is saying our idea of Kevin Harlan or Gus Johnson on the call for the Masters would be great. Like, someone, let's just do a little play-by-play here. Ricky Fowler, one shot to win the Masters from 30 feet away. Bang! As it gets in.
Or I
would love that.
The Gus-gasm. Ah!
Or Nance-gasms. Yeah. Romo-gasm. Ooh.
You know, I wonder how many times Romo's hit up Nance to be like, hey, can you get me on this?
Oh, every time.
I would love to be on
every time. He probably does it in the middle of like the AFC Championship.
In the middle of a play.
He could have done it in the middle of the Texans game. That's for sure. Anthony's got a thought on the Masters. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. Anthony, what's up?
Hey, Paul, good afternoon. Hey, I think the Masters, because of the exclusivity of the club, the fact that nobody in America can get into there any other time of the year except for those 4 days, the fact that the caddies have to wear the little onesies, they just set themselves apart from everything so much more with just that little oomph that nobody else has. And then also the fact that Bill Murray in Caddyshack, young Cinderella player, hometown boy, he brought it up first.
Okay. I mean, the movie Caddyshack could theoretically have played into it too.
Probably helped.
Yeah.
Probably at the very least helped.
Did they play it? That was hilarious.
No,
the gopher
was at some country club. But the fantasy that Bill Murray was the insane character that Bill Murray was playing. It was him winning Augusta.
The Masters would be so pissed if they did like a Caddyshack 2, which they did. Apparently, was terrible. But if they did a Caddyshack 2 and the Gophers like doing the stupid dance to Kenny Loggins.
They didn't even let him do.
I don't want that to happen. Just to make the old heads mad. I'm sorry. I like chaos.
Happy Gilmore. They have to do like a fake master.
Yes, you're right.
Where what's the color jacket?
It was the gold
jacket. Yeah. Where the whatever final thing. It's like the TV truck falls apart and he has to like mini golf it into the hole.
I actually wonder if in Happy Gilmore 2, given what a big deal Happy Gilmore 1 was.
Oh, can they make it happen?
Can they have Happy Gilmore wearing a green jacket?
I think for continuity, you have to.
Yeah, it's got to be the gold jacket.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. This has been a fun 30 minutes that I didn't see coming. I just got curious.
Like, this is our Masters coverage. We might do some some Masters coverage later in the week. Probably more in the vein that you would think that this show does. But I feel like I've learned some things.
I do too.
I learned a lot about Bobby Jones.
A lot.
More than I probably wanted to.
Prestige, history, sexual perversions in the clubhouse. How the Masters became the master of golf. I'm Jim Nantz. Just kidding. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone's asking us to make picks on the Masters. Well, as the biggest golf experts at this station, we've got to give that to you.
Oh, yeah. God.
John Granado ain't got bleep on us, right? Tiger Woods? That's who I'm picking, right? What's Tiger Woods' odds to win? I bet that some website has the odds out there, like bet on Tiger Woods. He just shows up and his like Achilles is like just his ankles dangling from his legs. The poor guy. It does suck that he's hurt. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. We wrap things up after this. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Last Chance to Dance. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We were asked after a long conversation about why the Masters became such a big deal to pick who wins. Scotty Scheffler, fighting allergies, plus 475 as the favorite. Rory McIlroy is at plus 625 to win the thing. You can also bet on top five. Scheffler's plus 100. Rory McIlroy plus 150. Everyone else after that, a lot longer odds. Colin Morikawa is 14 to 1. Bryson DeChambeau 15 to 1. Jean Ram 15 to 1. Ludwig Arberg He's got some fancy stuff on his name.
Yeah, I think he finished second last year. He's the Swedish Texas Tech guy.
Oh, well, that's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got Matsuyama won a couple years ago.
Jordan Spieth, 40-1 to be the winner. It's been a while for him.
Yeah, has been a minute.
Where's my dog? Where's my dog? Patrick Reed, 85-1. I'm just kidding. Not my dog. My actual dog. Wait a second. My man still hasn't been invited? My man, Ricky Fowler?
Oh, no, I thought I saw Ricky Fowler here.
I'm looking it up. I don't see it.
1 sec.
Could get really crazy and bet VJ Singh, who doesn't even have odds. Like, you can't even pick up to win. You can only pick up to be top 5.
Well, because I think he's only there because he's an old timer, right? Or former winner.
I think so.
Former winner, not old timer. I'm sorry, that was disrespectful.
It was a little bit. I mean, Fred Couples is kind of an old timer, no?
He is literally an old timer.
Yeah, he's 65. Went to Houston, by the way. Was he roommates with Jim Nance? Are we just asking questions about golf now that we don't know the answers to, which is riveting radio? We kind of are. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. If I'm picking anybody, what's the most fun bang for your buck? What would cause complete chaos? I do always root for Phil Mickelson. Can't deny that. Paul, what the hell, man? He likes terrorism or something. Listen, man. I don't know.
He just looks the other way for terror or on behalf
for Saudi money.
Yes, right. to take money.
But yeah, he's 110.
Oh, give me Maverick McNeely.
Whoa, what a name!
I know that. I mean, that's why I got nothing else on Maverick McNeely other than his name, but I like his odds.
Min Woo Lee's a pretty cool name.
That is a good one. Didn't he win last week?
I think so.
I might be mixing him up with someone else. If so, not racist. Just don't know people's names. I just don't know his name. Sorry.
Australian professional golfer.
Yeah, I knew it was an Australian sounding name.
Yeah, very.
I could be mixing him up with a different Australian.
Anyway, a couple of texts before we wrap things up. You did win the Texas Children's Open, so you were right, Sean.
Thank God. I'm not gonna get fired after.
I know. I was like, is Sean just gonna have to get canceled? Who would have thought Sean would get canceled before me? Some comments to wrap up. But why are the Masters such a big deal? One texter. These are actually all well thought out texts. We appreciate your contributions. We were not trying to be insulting. It was really just straight curiosity with it starting tomorrow. The Masters has little to no competition. Schedule slots help greatly. It's the first major of the year after the Final Four, before any other meaningful games of the sports and playoffs, and before summer vacation starts. Okay.
Yep.
That's a fair one. Eric the Driver, always a good texter. The Masters is like the Daytona 500, the Monaco Grand Prix for F1, the Rose Bowl, Indy 500, Wimbledon. It's not the championship tournament, but it could be argued it has more prestige than the championship.
Agree.
Great answer.
I'll throw in, this is way better than Monaco. Quick F1 minute. Monaco sucks.
Monaco sucks?
As like an actual race.
It just looks cool, right?
It just looks cool.
Okay, so they have the presentation side of
it's
it down
basically
like
a parade. Like, it's impossible to overtake that.
That's what I heard about it as well. One text. Golf is cool to watch on TV. I don't get the people that go watch it live. Right. Because, listen, I'm a degenerate. The Waste Management Open is more my scene.
Yeah.
I don't even like going to Texans games. It's better on TV. You know, I was offered a ticket to the Texas Children's Houston's Open. And your boy pushed the chips into the table a little bit more. This is a strong, powerful, independent woman offered them to me. It was like, how about I take you to it? And left unseen. Oof. I know. Right in the gut. Boom, boom, boom. Pow, right in the kisser. Pow, right in the kisser. One last comment. This is from Coog Blaze. Coog Blaze says, I'd love to drag you can't drag that, sir, against the Augusta grass. If you say that aloud, and they find out you're linked to Coog Blaze, and I'm sure the Masters, they do some research.
Yeah.
Like, I bet I will not be allowed to the Masters for tweeting, why is the Masters a big deal? Like, I bet I'll never get in now. But Coog Blaze, you cannot drag those things. Those swangers. You can't swang those swangers on the Augusta grass. I'm
club bag.
Sure, it feels lovely.
Yeah.
But you can't do that. Can't do it. Is there any golfer who could get away with that? Would they let Tiger Woods
Tiger
do it?
Woods could get away.
Would they let Jack Nicklaus do it?
Yes. I mean, he's so old, they might. Never mind.
And on that note, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Luka Doncic, Slovenian garbage, who was ejected from a Lakers Thunder game, helped the Houston Rockets become the 2 seed in the Western Conference. And we like that. I say Luka Doncic is garbage because we don't want his kind here. We don't want his kind here. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about those damn floppers. Yeah, hard R. I did it right there. I hate those floppers.
Yeah.
Hate them. Get them out of our country.
Always nagging the refs.
Unbelievable. Yeah, these poor refs, it's a tough job.
Yeah, a lot of cardio. People do, refs, they can't sub out.
They can't.
They can't take a night off.
Doncic does say, I never got a fan ejected. I will give him credit for that. LeBron would do that. That would have been funny if LeBron got the fan ejected after Doncic had been ejected, because that's 100% a LeBron move.
He would have been well within his rights, too. This guy just cost us the game. Get him out of here.
By the way, the fan admitted to it.
Yeah, of course. He's the OKC tattoo guy or whatever his name is.
Yeah, that he is
OKC tattoo guy, right?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
There's like a purple bag guy for Kansas City, or not Kansas, Charlotte, who got into it with Dwayne Wade one time, where he was just yelling at Dwayne Wade.
The courtside tattoo dude.
Courtside tattoo dude.
To wrap it up, a texter says, nope, Tiger couldn't even do that because he got in trouble for spitting on the green at the Masters. That sounds right. I'd believe that.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to research that. I already logged
Nor
out.
Will I.
Yeah, okay.
Nor will I. I hope someone gets arrested on their way in.
Scotty Scheffler.
It would be funny if he gets arrested.
Scotty Scheffler gets arrested again.
It would be funny. That was in Louisville, Kentucky, but it would be funny. If Scheffler gets arrested, all my money's on him to win. Fighting through allergies, fighting off the cops. Anyway, on that note, it's the Paul Gallant Golf Show. You're welcome for the most riveting golf conversation this week on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Not the weekends. The weekends, they know what they're doing. And John does occasionally. He hasn't mastered the sport like I have, though, and walked away. And on that note, we walk away from this show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to our callers, Twitchers, YouTubers, texters, and everyone else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Brian behind the glass. It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's Augusta week. It's Masters week. We're going to talk about what they're serving at Augusta. Impromptu Masters draft, if you guys are open to it.
I'm up for it.
I won our last bet, by the way.
Which one?
College basketball.
I asked Brian yesterday, and he hadn't calculated it yet, but okay.
It was at the bottom of the rundown. When did you do that, Brian?
No, I didn't calculate it. He said Joel asked me yesterday who
Jeremy
won.
just
I
said
said
he
I
won
had
it.
I know, but I guess Jeremy calculated it. I hadn't calculated
didn't
it yet.
calculate it.
Then what are you looking at that you won?
Where it literally says the points next to the name.
That was after round 1 or 2. That's not updated.
Oh.
Yeah, if you look at the point totals, anyway, I'm not gonna.
Joel might have won then.
Yeah, it hasn't been calculated
you know
yet.
While
Let's
you
just put
guys
it that
talk
way.
about the Astros, I'll finalize the standings here.
I bet you Joel won. I bet you Brian lost.
Oh, I know I didn't win.
It was between me and you, is the way he said yesterday.
You might have got me. We'll figure it out here in a little bit. So Brian might owe you a drink, not me a drink. That's disappointing. Anyways, we'll talk about the Rockets some today, making mock drafts great again. Mel Kiper, the best in the business. He's got a new mock draft. We'll take a look at his mock. Will Doctor will be joining us to preview the Masters, and then after Will gives us all the golfers to pick for the Masters, we'll have our Masters draft, our 5th annual Masters draft. That can't be right, but we'll go with it. And then we'll see if we can make another bet here. Astros, 6:05 first pitch today, of course, 6:05 out in Seattle. They're facing Luis Castillo today. The Astros are. How about that, huh?
Back to back, huh?
Yeah, they're facing Luis Castillo.
Kind of like when I told you that story a couple times about how Drayton thought when Draybeck pitched well that he should pitch the next day too.
No, I'm dead serious. Luis Castillo's pitching today. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, but didn't Luis Castillo pitch last night too?
I don't know who pitched last night. I know Luis Castillo's pitching today.
Right. Okay.
He's starting today for the Mariners.
Mm-hmm. Different one. But yep.
Man, you didn't fall for it. Brian, Luis Castillo's pitching today for the Mariners.
I think I just heard this bit.
You want to bet that he's pitching today?
I do not, no.
The Mariners have 2 Luis Castillos in their rotation.
That's like the Oklahoma.
That's
the baseball version of the Oklahoma City Thunder, at least with a different spelling in the case of the first name of the guys on the Thunder.
Because I pulled up the Astros website today, and it says Luis F. Castillo. I was like, okay, that's weird, because Luis Castillo pitched yesterday, but that was Luis M. Castillo. This is a different Luis. I've never heard of the second Luis Castillo. This is the first time I've ever heard of the Luis Castillo. I really thought I was going to be able to win a bar bet against you guys with that, but you are too smart for me. I couldn't pull a fast one on you guys.
No, could not. And what the two, is it Jalen Williams, both of them with the Thunder?
I have no idea. I think that's right though, actually.
Yeah, they have 2 Jalen Williams, and I forget Matt Pinto or not. Their play-by-play guy. I guess all the Oklahoma City Thunder knows one is J. Will and one has a different name, because otherwise that would be very confusing for a play-by-play guy.
Why'd you ask if you knew the answer?
I don't remember their last name, Jeremy. I know they're both Jalen's. I think that's Jalen Williams, but I'm not sure.
They spell it differently though.
Their first names, I think, right, are different. Yes,
it's Jalen and then Jaylin.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough though. That's really hard. I'm glad I've never ran into that, because that would not be fun.
You got to give one a nickname or both of them, because otherwise, for the listener, that's confusing as hell too.
Like, it's hard enough whenever it's just the same last name. Because the same last name you'll run into.
Mm-hmm.
That's no fun. Like, same last name is no fun, because now you have to say the full name every time you say the guy, right? Like, identifying the player. So that's no fun. But if you had the same first and last name, I don't know what you would do. Like, you're right. You would have to have a nickname, but that's kind of weird. So, yeah, whatever. Astros won yesterday in extra innings. I'm still sad I didn't win this bar bet. But Astros 2-1 over the Mariners, 12 innings. They're 2-0 in extra inning games, by the way. How about Joe Espada managing his tail off to win these extra inning games? What'd you think of this Astros win a night ago?
I was pretty pleased with it, simply from the standpoint that you're getting some of the guys that you need to hit, at least in the top of the lineup. But the big thing to me was Fromber returned to Fromber start, and he gives you 6. He only gives up 2 hits. The fact that he only gave up 1 walk, he K'd 8. I was really, really pleased with his performance. Taylor Scott continues to be someone to keep an eye on and worry about, because that wasn't great. But the fact that Cam Smith early on, I don't want to say looked overmatched against Luis Castillo, But Luis Castillo was basically just saying, until you prove that you can touch a fastball on the outside part of the plate, that's all you're going to get for the most part. And he couldn't hit it. But then to get the big triple that they needed was fantastic. And then Victor Caratini, I mean, for the expectations or the less than expectations a lot of fans had, I think, when they signed Victor Caratini, when they brought him over from Milwaukee, this guy has been really big for this team in a variety of different ways because he's not just the backup catcher. You know, last year he was playing a lot of first base at the end of the year to give you a better bat, good left-handed bat off the bench when you need him as well. And then just a really nice piece of hitting last night to get that key running in the 12th.
A lot of people were upset that Espada pinch hit with Caratini for Cam Smith because Cam Smith had that triple, scored the go-ahead run at the time. Eventually, Taylor with an E. Scott gave it away. And then Caratini came on to pinch hit, which he struck out in that first at-bat, by the way, that pinch hit at-bat. And a lot of people were upset that Espada pinch hit for Cam Smith coming off the triple for the lefty Caratini. Did you think that was a good decision?
I think for the most part, when you looked at the guys that he would be facing, and I think at a certain point, he felt like he was going to face the best of their bullpen as well. I don't have any problem with it because Cam Smith, like I said, the first two at-bats were not impressive at all. Thank goodness the third at-bat was really good, and he did something good with it. But you're trying to win this baseball game, and if you think that this kid is still, going through the motions of trying to figure it out, and you went with what you thought was, a better veteran bat, I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I had no issue with it either. Like, to me, you're turning around. You're trying to get a lefty to face Munoz because that guy is ridiculous. Like, he's really, really tough, and he's really, really tough against righties. Like, the splits with him are very, very extreme. So I thought it was a good decision. I had no problem with it either. I think it was just people griping to gripe. A lot of times people don't really see that. They're like, oh, he got a triple. He should be in the game. Well, he's kind of playing the percentages. Espada's paid to give his hitters and his team the best chance to win. And you're trying to do your best at predicting what is going to happen. And when you have a righty on the mound who is dominant against righties, why would you have a righty batting against him whenever you have Caratini, who's a switch hitter off the bench? Now, it didn't work in that at-bat, but then Caratini had the go-ahead RBI there in the 12th, and the Astros win the game. Pitching was very good. Fromber, who said after the game that he was only like 70% because he's been a little bit sick. Very good. I mean, 6 shutout innings, only allows 2 hits. Now, he did it against the Mariners, and he did it in that ballpark, so it's always like a grain of salt there because that's like the best pitching ballpark in the history of the game. Just being a little bit exaggerating just a tad. But struck out 8. Stuff was there. Brian King got 4 outs, struck out 3. Josh Hader, his second straight multi-inning outing. He was dominant yesterday. Yep. I mean, he was filthy. Struck out 4 of the 6 batters he faced. Augusto got a double play ball, and then Okert was really good in that final inning. Picked up his first save as an Astro. So everybody that pitched in yesterday's game, with the exception of Taylor with an E. Scott, was really good.
Yeah, you think, and that there's rehab starts or rehab appearances coming for several of the Astros relievers that you think are going to factor into the middle of this bullpen. But King just, again, solidifies the fact that we don't need to see Taylor Scott in the 7th or 8th inning of games for a while, and he might get the Montero treatment because of the fact that righty or lefty, King has just been really, really damn good, and there's no reason to change that.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Espada going right back to Taylor with an E. Scott there in the 7th inning. Same exact situation. Trying to preserve a lead, you're up a run. He goes right back to Taylor Scott, which I like that move if Taylor Scott is your bona fide 7th inning guy. I like that move if I think that Taylor Scott should be the 7th inning guy as well. But because we've established that, like, we don't know where Taylor Scott's role is on this team, we both agreed yesterday we don't want Taylor Scott to have that 7th inning in that kind of situation, a hold situation. Didn't love it. Like, if it was last year and that was Brian Abreu, like he gives up the lead the night before and then you go right back to him the next day, I love it because you're going right back to your guy. You trust him. I believe in you. Here's the 7th inning. You're our 7th inning guy. There is no argument about it. There should be an argument about it when it's Taylor Scott, though.
Yes, no doubt about it. And you're right. I mean, as a manager, you want to give your guy the utmost vote of confidence that, hey, I still believe in you. We've seen him do it with, like you said, the 8th inning and the 9th inning guys, last year with Espada, and even before that. Managers are going to do it all the time, and he's right to do that if it's a guy that is your 7th inning guy or one of your back of the bullpen leverage guys.
Taylor Scott, to me, I'm with you. I was kind of cringing when he went to him going, are we going to do this again? Like, I understand that he did it last night. It didn't work out, but I'm not feeling really good that you're going to try this 2 nights in a row because, he threw some pitches. He didn't throw a ton of pitches, but he threw enough pitches. And because of the result, I'm like, I didn't want him in that situation.
Yeah. Don't love him in that spot. I hope that. And look, Brian King came in right after him and picked him up, by the way, picked him up by getting out of that 7th inning with a punch out and then pitched the 8th inning. So let's just make the call right now, Joe. Let's make the call, Mocha Joe. Let's make the call that Brian King is the 7th inning guy. We stack our leverage guys a lot last year. You were on Abreu over Presley, right? You wanted Abreu in the 8th?
I was.
Okay,
yep.
yeah. So we were in agreement there, and people were subtweeting us, telling us how dumb we were about that. Like, how dare you even think of the idea of moving Presley to the 7th inning? Okay, what do you want to win? Do you want your best guy in the 8th? I mean, it seems pretty easy to me. But same thing here. We all agree that Josh Hader is your highest leverage guy. He was dominant last night. We all agree that Brian Abreu is the second next high leverage guy. The next high leverage guy, I want it to be Brian King. Just go ahead, roll the King out there, Blankers.
I mean, and we talked about it before the season started. We liked what we saw last year from Ort. And we were wondering, could Ort be that 7th inning guy? Could, we finally see a place for Forrest Whitley where because he throws such a dominant fastball, could he be that guy? Well, in the meantime, you found that guy in King, and there's no reason not to just, I don't care if you write it in pencil and you want to change. Everybody understands that if he has some failures and he's not getting the job done, you reserve the right to change. But for right now, pencil him in. He should be your 7th inning guy. And because of the fact that he had a rehab appearance, I think it was yesterday. I think Whitley scheduled to have a rehab appearance today for Sugarland. That they're closer than they, closer to coming back to the big league team. I think that should tell you that Taylor Scott's going to be evaluated, but until they get there and then show that once they get there that they can be dominant, there's no reason not to put King as your 7th inning guy.
Yeah, let's bump. Let's go ahead and bump Taylor with an E. Scott out of there.
Yep.
So, the Killer Bee said so. So you got to do it.
Absolutely.
The Killer Bee said so. And that's the bottom line because the Killer Bee said so. And you're right. This isn't last year where Abreu's the 7th inning guy all year, no matter what. Because this year there isn't the unanimous 7th inning guy, you have the right to reserve the ability to change your mind. And when Caleb Ort comes back, if he starts to pitch really well, okay, make him your 7th inning guy if King starts to struggle. This year, it shouldn't be written in permanent marker. I agree with you. This year, it should be written in pencil. But let's go ahead and keep Taylor with an E. Scott out of the 7th inning. And again, that's the bottom line because the Killer Bee said so. 713-780-ESPN. What are your leverage guys right now in the bullpen? If you could stack them up, what would it be for you? 713-780-ESPN. We'll talk more about the Astros game, too. They're getting ready for the rubber game tonight in Seattle. 6:05 first pitch. Will Doctor, the great Will Doctor, will be joining us at 3:30 to talk about the Masters. And then collectively, us three, after we listen to the sage wisdom and great advice of one Will Doctor, we will have our Masters draft, 7th annual Masters draft for the Killer Bees. Also, Rockets clinching a 2 seed. We got to dive into that. The superstar player for the Rockets might be a little bit outside the box thinking, maybe. We'll see. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Whoops, they told me not to promote the Twitch anymore. My bad. Scratch that. Fix that in post. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Thank you, Coach Saban. We're on the Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Pac-Man with a K. I'm at Jeremy Branham with a J. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC with a B. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is the Bees. Brian just informed us that Joel and I tied in the NCAA tournament bracket challenge, Killer Bee bracket challenge. Brian finished dead last. So by my count, Blankers, Brian owes us each a drink.
Not going to happen.
What do you mean?
Wow, why so quick?
You lost. You shouldn't have lost.
Because Joel won. You guys may have had the same score, but Joel had the national champion. Joel wins.
That was never mentioned as a caveat. It was whoever gets the most points. That was never mentioned as a tiebreaker. We never established a tiebreaker at all. I'm
not buying you. I mean, if you guys want to arm wrestle for who wins, that's fine. I think Joel wins, so I'll buy him a drink. Jeremy, if you want to beat Joel in some sort of combat to take it from him, that's fine. But
Joel can have the drink, but I'm not conceding that I
okay.
That
all
I
right,
lost.
That's fine. I'm just saying I'm not buying you both a drink.
Imagination. There was no tiebreaker. There was never this is the tiebreaker. Should this end in a tie? I don't care about the drink, but the principle here is what I'm pretty strong about. You're not getting away with that, Brian. Oh yeah, well you had this. You're not putting rules in place after the fact. Who are you, Robert Manfred? Get out of here.
In my heart, Joel won.
That junk. You're acting like a bum right now, Brian. You're a bum.
Now for the drama of it all and the previous drama of the fact that there was a caveat about whether you could or couldn't use the tab that we had to settle
I didn't use the tab.
And the fact factored in that, one, I'm a great teammate to my coworkers and my co-host, and I don't drink. I think that I would like to defer the drink for Brian to have to buy it for Jeremy, because you don't want to buy. I don't want you having to buy a Coke Zero.
Problem is, currently, Jeremy and I are almost never both at the same remote on the same day.
That will change here pretty soon.
Yeah, maybe maybe. I don't know. I might be stuck at the studio.
Yeah, see, there's some bitterness there because Brian knows he misses out on some good eats.
I haven't been to East River 9 in so long.
I told you.
So long.
A
little bitter.
Yeah, Brian's the guy who he'll buy you a drink whenever it's on the company dime. Here's your drink, I owe you.
I spent my own money on that.
Ridiculous.
Fake facts. I spent my own money. I pulled out my credit card.
But I don't net a drink there though. I don't net a drink.
No,
if
that
I want a
that
drink,
part's true, but I did pay for it.
Yeah, I owe you a drink. Here you go. You net 0 drinks. Like, what are we doing here? That was the weirdest play I've ever seen in my life. But I think what we're going to do here is we'll Blankers and I will split a Coke Zero, and we'll Lady in the Trampet. We'll have the 2 straws, and we'll meet in the middle.
I like it.
And we'll do it for.
Well, if you guys want to do it tomorrow at East River 9,
I'll defer that again to Jeremy.
Don't worry, Jeremy. I got you with a drink. Yeah, I'm thirsty too. What the heck is a couple of drinks? Should we all 3 meet up and have 6 drinks? I'll buy. Sounds like fun. Yeah, we'll be at East River 9 tomorrow. If you want to come on by, hang out with us. You don't even have to buy. Well, you can buy for you. This Thursday, we're headed to East River 9, 7A to 6P to help kick off their start to the 2025 Masters, because they're starting the Masters at East River 9.
It's a beautiful time.
On Friday, Paul and us, we broadcasting noon to 6 at our Bracket Madness prize pickup party at St. Arnold Brewery.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Love the name of that. Whoever thought of that, just they have in tons of creativity and tons of genius. Winners will receive an email yesterday if they were a winner in Bracket Madness this year. Look at that. It's not even updated. It still says winners will receive an email on Tuesday if they were a winner in Bracket Madness this year.
I wonder how many braggadocious listeners of ours in certain aspects of our hive got that notification today.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Joel Blank, man.
I have no idea.
Joel got an email. I think that's
Brian,
why he set that
Brian,
up.
I wasn't going to say anything,
Yeah,
Brian.
you did.
No,
Come
I was
on.
not. I was going
Come on,
to.
Joel. That was
I was
obvious.
making that reference because there was a lot of people crapping on me before the tournament started about how they were going to stomp on me and they were going to make their name about me so that they could beat me.
They're going to make their name about
Oh,
me.
yes. Oh, yes. And I don't think it worked out so well for them.
They're going to put They're going to put it in their email signature. I beat Joel Blank in Bracket Madness.
You never know. You never know, Jeremy. The way these people are, quote unquote, dedicated to us, it's possible.
I'm trying to imagine a world where somebody's able to make their name off of beating a Houston radio host in a bracket challenge. Like, what sort of name were you making off of that?
Say they were going
I got to ESPN Bristol because I beat Joel Blank in a. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Didn't say they were going to do that, Brian. Just said that I heard a whole lot and saw a whole lot of comments before the tournament on that, Brian.
I think you did say make their name.
What did I say?
I'm pretty sure you said make their name.
You did.
Okay. I don't even need you. I don't even want you to go back to the tape because it's not worth it to me. How about that?
Okay.
That just makes me want to go back more.
So what place did you come in?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
You were amongst the leaders, though?
Yeah. They told me that I won a couple of prizes and that I could claim
You're
them.
allowed to win prizes?
Yeah. Last year I won $50 at Star Pizza. I don't think there's ever been a year that I haven't placed.
I feel like that.
How about
is
that?
not
I don't
supposed-
care about range finders and other things. I'm just telling you now that I don't think there has been a year that I haven't won a prize in our tournament.
That's a great job. I'm proud of you. Don't worry if you don't ever get any further than that. But I don't feel like what are we running here? We're running a promotion where our own employees can win
I
prizes?
asked before I put my bracket in, and I was told that we were eligible for prizes.
See, I knew that. I mean, yeah, we could put our bracket in, but I didn't know we won prizes. I was picking every Big 12 team.
I asked, and that's part of how you get
joke's
the
on
answer.
you then.
That's not how it works, though. Like we should never be eligible to win its prizes.
I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
won
take
a
this up
prize
with the
last
suits
year,
upstairs.
so it's been
You did
established.
too?
Yeah, well, last year.
What kind of clown operation are we running around here? That is bizarre.
By the way, I have the tape if we want to hear it.
Oh, I know he said it, but if you wanted to go ahead and prove it, go ahead.
I was
play it.
coming to.
Joel, that
I
was
was making
obvious.
that reference because there was a lot of people crapping on me before the tournament started about how they were going to stomp on me and they were going to make their name about me so that they could beat
They're going
me.
to make their name about
Oh,
there we
yeah,
have it.
their name. What that meant,
There we
Brian,
have it.
is they said that their entries into the bracket challenge were derogatory using my name, and then they were going to beat me.
Okay.
So there
All
are
right,
entries with
okay.
my name or blankers or blankie or
Your
a
entry
blanket.
name was making. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I meant. But y'all have
still
all
sounds-
the fun
it
in the
still
world
sounds
on
funny.
this kind of stuff. So let's just keep the joy moving.
I like it. I like comedy. It's good. Let me pull up the standings here. Let's see what place you actually came. What did you win this time?
I won a pair of sunglasses and a $25 gift card to a restaurant, I believe.
What was your name?
You probably Pac-Man Joel
You're not even in the top 20.
or JB Houston Rockets. I don't know.
You put Houston Rockets in your screen name?
Jeremy.
I don't see you anywhere on the leaderboard.
Okay, I'll look at it and because it's that important to you, I will find it.
I am. I wanted to see if anybody with a fake. Oh, look, Blanky Kreis finished 14th. I think somebody beat you
Okay,
with
cool.
with the name made from you.
So therefore, it makes my
So
point.
they did
that
make
were
their
all-
name off of you.
Yeah, they did. You're
We
right.
don't know where I
Marcus.
finished. All I know is I won prizes too.
I wonder if you were the. I wonder if we have a separate prize pool and you beat all the personalities.
Maybe.
That's what I think happened. But somebody who made their name off of you did beat you.
You don't know that they beat me because you don't know how many points I had.
Well, you're not on the leaderboard. I'm looking at the
Right,
leaderboard.
but we might have been separate.
No, we weren't because I can see like other people's. Like my name's here. I finished 346th because I thought it was comedy. I didn't know we could win anything. Mine was a parody bracket. There's a dude in here that had J-Bone as his name. They were making names off of me.
There you go.
713-780-ESPN. Astros play at 6:05 today. Don't forget to tell your listeners. Yeah, good call. That's why the Hive's so smart. 6:05, first pitch. Astros facing Luis Castillo again today. Texter said, how did Jay Blank pinch yesterday? Jay Blank for the Rice Owls. You know what's funny is they had They had a guy named Reed Gallant finish the game for Rice. So you had Jay Blank and Gallant finish. It was hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really funny. Jay Blank earned the loss in yesterday's
Did
game. Houston beat Rice. Rice is in a little bit of flux. They fired Jose Cruz Jr., brought in David Pierce, but Pierce is going to figure it out. Pierce will get him going eventually. Maybe not this season, because he's taken over in the middle of the year, but eventually. Yeah, Blank fell to 0-5. Blank fell to 0-5. He had 5 runs on 5 hits in 3 innings. Falls to 0-5.
Oh, he's entering the transfer portal.
That
If he's
Jay
not
Blank-
escorted to it.
That Jay Blank got rocked. Gallant got 2 outs in the 9th. He didn't finish the inning, though. So, yeah, doesn't have a lot of stamina, that Gallant guy. Doesn't have the endurance. Not a marathon man. Ocho, I still think even with Yiner was hitting well, he looked lost at the plate. A lot of his hits looked like excuse me hits, as if he just got closed his eyes and swung aimlessly. Now those aimless swings are just misses. Maybe he'll get lucky again at some point, but I question his legitimacy. He was touching the baseball yesterday, but weak ground balls. I'm with you on Yiner Ocho. Now, I do think he's struggling. I do think he's a, above average to good offensive catcher, but he has a lot of holes in his game. I have no problem with what you said, Ocho.
Yeah, no, I've had some concerns in the last couple of days watching him swing. Like, he is lost at the plate. And you got guys that are stealing on him, and we know that he isn't the best defensive catcher in the world, and he's got plenty to do. But
yeah, he's a little. He's not swinging at strikes. Like, why would a pitcher throw him a strike? I wouldn't throw him a strike. You're making a mistake if you throw Yiner Diaz a strike, and that's a tough place to hit from. Texter says that are you all surprised? Corey says, are you all surprised JT Toppin chose to return to Tech over the draft? I'm sure the $4 million NIL didn't hurt, though. Is that how much he ended up getting? I didn't know if it was that high. He'll make more next year than he would have on a rookie contract because he was probably a late first, second round type of guy. I saw in projections, like mock drafts. So his pay scale next year, if that $4 million is correct, even if it's like $3 million, is higher than he would make as a rookie being slotted where he was being projected. So not that surprised.
No, I think that's one of the things that a lot of people have to take into consideration when the numbers start coming out. And I mean, it's even more so. It's more egregious when you talk about like the WNBA. Like, the WNBA doesn't play anything. So the girl from Notre Dame that was an All-American that transferred and said she's not thinking about the WNBA, she's going to make a boat ton more money in college basketball than she would be in the WNBA. And from an NBA perspective, it's the same thing. And like Cooper Flagg, they're like, what, he only made $4 million in NIL money? Yeah, but guess what? He can carry those with him when he gets to the next level, and the NBA pay scale is obviously very, very, very good for the next 4 or 5 years for him, and then a ton after that. But, yeah, no, I'm not surprised because I think that he did exactly what Jeremy said. He weighed it out and decided, hey, I'll probably make more money coming back to school than I would make going as a late first, early second round pick in the league.
Yeah, I feel like if you're a lotto pick, it's a no doubter, maybe even a first rounder. But if you have like 50-50 chance to be second round or later, and you're at a place that can give you good NIL money, like, why not stay?
I would say it's even more severe than that to me. I would say if there's any chance you could slide to the second round, that I would stay in school because I think there's a better chance you'd make more money and have more guarantees staying in school and maybe upping your draft status.
Plus, you can get an education. You can get a degree. Like, that's very important. We know nowadays how important that is. Now, Cooper Flagg's situation is much different because, like, he's in a race for a max contract, Like, he's generational. So he's going to get a max contract soon. That's why he reclassified.
Yes.
And, of course, like, he has to come out. He's going to be the number one pick. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Keith from LA, can we not talk serious baseball talk until the NBA playoffs and finals are over? That's a good one, Key. I like where your mind. That's funny. That's funny, Key. I didn't think you were a funny guy, but now I know you are. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Will Doctor, the best golf handicapper in the business, will handicap golf with us when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, it's the season for some basketball. I agree from LA. Basketball is great. It's outstanding. We just finished a great tournament. Didn't get the ending we liked, but still a great tournament. The playoffs will be here before we know it. Your kids are probably jonesing to shoot some hoops. Branham baby was shooting some hoops upstairs on his little goal today for about 30 minutes. So get the kids out there and playing some basketball. You don't want them on their screens. You don't want them on their tablets. You don't want them inside getting lazy. Get them outside with a goal from Pro Dunk. And if you're going to buy a goal, don't waste your time in the big box stores. Just go to produnk.com and get your shopping done fast. They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel that you see from the pro gyms or the college gyms. A breakaway rim, more on that in a second. Stainless steel hardware, rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. And it's height adjustable. That's what I'm getting back to. Yeah, you can lower it all the way down to 5 feet, raise it all the way up to 10 feet. It's got that breakaway rim, so if you're throwing down some jams, it'll keep you safe. It's gonna stay upright for you. Also, the overhang with the extended overhang, you don't have to worry about spraining your ankle in the basketball stanchion. So they're going to keep you safe, which is the great stuff of Pro Dunk Hoops. Also, their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature, they call it, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do, and it's idiot-proof for people like me. Their accessories are next level. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, lots more. And you can order all of this, including professional installation online at produnk.com. You don't want to install. You don't want to screw it up. You don't want a big box delivered to your driveway with a million little pieces. We get it. Let the pros at Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing, as the pros at Pro Dunk will do the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. Joining us now, Will Doctor, best golf handicapper in the whole land. You can listen to him here as well on our station, Charlie Epps Golf Hour, every weekend. You can listen to his Masters betting card preview at pregame now. I was listening to it on the way, and he's also joining us on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, the Twitter at ESPN 975. You can follow him on Twitter at drmedia59. Will, thank you for taking a few minutes, hanging out with us. The Masters, of course, play on the same course every single year. Everybody knows that. What is that from a handicapper's point of view? Does it make it easier? Does it make it harder having some data, some intel on the course the golfers are playing each and every year?
Jeremy, Joel, great to be with you today to handicap the 89th Masters. To answer your question, it absolutely makes it a bit easier that they're on the same course for the Masters tournament every year. We have plenty of course history. They've increased the distance at Augusta National here over the last 5 years. So, that makes it a little tougher as far as some of these shorter hitters that have contended over the years is concerned. You're not going to see Mike Weir contend at the Masters anymore. You're not going to see Zach Johnson contend at the Masters anymore. Distance is a factor at this golf course. But no, really, it makes it easier because you get a sense of, on top of, talking about the things that are important at Augusta, you have to hit fairways. That goes under the radar a little bit. There's almost one side of every tee shot where, you can lose the golf tournament. your approaches have to be spot on way more than any other golf course, because you have to get it to certain sections of the greens. If not, your ball can roll, off the green 20 yards, giving yourself a 20-yard uphill pitch shot. And then as far as chipping and putting, maybe two of, on top of approach, I would say when I list importance, I would say driving accuracy, sharp approach, good chipping, and solid lag putting on these greens that have different tiers. You get uphill, downhill putts, ton of putts moving left to right, ton of putts moving right to left. There's barely a straight putt on this golf course. But I would say the fact that it's on the same golf course every year definitely gives you a gauge of, certain players have a very tough time chipping at Augusta National. Short game is one of the toughest attributes to get ready as far as the Masters. I would say as far as approach and a putting and course history, the fact that this is played at the same course every year definitely gives us a better gauge of who's going to play well.
And it's interesting, Will, because I always felt like Tiger always had a chance at Augusta simply because he knew everything you were talking about. He knew the blueprint, the plan, and where to hit every single shot. As a lot of guys play that course more frequently over the years, they kind of get a grasp of it a little bit too. But everybody's talking about Scotty Scheffler, Rory, the two possible or probable favorites that everybody looks at. Who are you looking at as some people that maybe not a lot of people are thinking about that have a really good chance this week?
Yeah, well, I think, starting with Scheffler and McIlroy, I favor Scheffler more this week. Of course, he's trying to win his third Masters in the last 4 years. I would say Scheffler across the board is the more sharper golfer going into this golf tournament. I know Rory, has 2 wins going into this tournament, one Pebble Beach, won the Masters. One thing that no one is talking about is that Rory has lost shots to the field with his driving accuracy over the last 4 events. If he is wild with the driver this week at Augusta National, there's no chance that he completes the Grand Slam. I'm off Rory going into this week because of the driving accuracy. I do have Scheffler at 7-1 from December, and I think he is trending perfectly going into the Masters, fresh off his best putting week of the year at Memorial Park for the Houston Open a couple weeks ago. A couple guys that I think are going under the radar this week. Shane Lowry at 45-1. Shane has played incredibly well this year, and he's the ball striking numbers have been amongst the best on tour for Lowry this season. The reason why he has not finished top 5 around the Florida or Texas swing is because all those tournaments are played on courses that have Bermuda grass greens. Now, finally, Lowry is at a course in Augusta National that has bent grass greens. Shane Lowry, he's a below average Bermuda grass putter. He's an above average bent grass putter. I love the way that he's sounding in his pre-tournament pressers. He's got a couple top 20s here over the years. I think as far as an outright that, no one is talking about, I would say Shane Lowry at 45-1, is a very good pick. I would say Sepp Straka is another little bit of a sleeper that I'm not hearing a lot about this week. He opened at 80-1 this week. Sepp won his 3rd PGA Tour event earlier this season at the American Express. He went to the University of Georgia, but I think most importantly, there has not been many ball strikers as far as driving the ball and approaches out of the fairway that have been as sharp as Sepp Straka this year. I would say, Sepp Straka and Shane Lowry are 2 guys as far as players who can actually win the golf tournament that are going a little bit under the radar this week.
Will Doctor joining us on the HR&P guest line, getting us prepared for tomorrow's opening round of the Masters. You mentioned Scheffler. You like his game, and obviously he's won it there before. Already owns a green jacket. Of the favorites, maybe top 10, top 12 guys, who do you think will give Scheffler the biggest run for his money?
I think John Rahm in the favorites will be giving Scheffler the biggest test. Rahm opens at 16-1 this week. I think it's a great number for Rahm, who has played very well on the LIV Golf Tour through 5 events this season. I understand that, LIV only plays 54 holes, and, LIV has a shotgun start, and they're wearing shorts, and it's not a serious golf tour. But John Rahm is someone who is extremely pissed off about his major championship performance last year. You know, he was signing with Live Golf a little before this time last year. The media frenzy on Rahm at the first 3 majors of the year was absolutely crazy. He played very well last year on Live, but couldn't get it together in the majors. I expect Rahm to be a factor this week, as his stats going into Augusta are near perfect. You have a little bit to worry. The reason I passed on Rahm this week, you have a little bit to worry about as far as his last 3 events. He has lost shots to the field as far as the chipping in 2 of those. That scares me a little bit. But as far as those top 10 favorites, Jeremy, I would say John Rahm would be my second favorite there at 16-1 to challenge Scheffler.
Well, that's a question that I was going to get to you anyway. I'm glad you started to kind of address it, but the whole Live experience and the fact that it isn't the PGA Tour, and not just from the gallery and the exposure, but just the tournament tested stress and pressure and the way that they do it versus how the PGA Tour kind of sets you up and gets you ready for every one of these majors as well. How is that going to affect some big names that took the big money but really haven't been in an environment since that to really kind of dive back in? I know Koepka's a guy that always has performed well at the majors, but you look at Dustin Johnson, you look at, DeChambeau and some of these guys, and does that affect them negatively getting ready for all of a sudden, we got to turn it on, and here we go, it's a major?
I think is not, as far as not playing 72 holes at all this year, leading into, the first major, that is a big negative for Live golfers going into this week. The reason why I'm not as low on Live golfers as previous years going into majors, they did play an extremely tough golf course in Doral last week at Live Miami. They have scheduled their tournaments to where the players do get a little bit more warmed up going into the majors. Once again, not 72 holes, but still playing. They have still played competitive golf here over the last 3 weeks. Most notably at a tough golf course in Doral last week. A former Masters champion, Patrick Reed, played very well at Doral last week. He's in good form going into this week. Charles Schwartzel, very low key. He won the Masters. He has a green jacket. He finished solo second at Live Doral last week. I do have Charles Schwartzel to make the cut at -125. Also, for the first time in 4 years, I do have a bet on Phil Mickelson this week. I will have Phil Mickelson to make the cut, to make the weekend at -150. Phil is on top of his game right now. I mean, that's all there is to it. You look at his last 3 starts: 3rd at Live Hong Kong, 19th at Live Singapore, 6th at Live Miami, at a championship golf course in Doral. I think, at the very least, Phil Mickelson will make the cut this week. And to answer your question, I do feel like the Live golfers are prepared for the Masters this year.
One more, Will, before we let you go. Do you think professional golfers should wear pants?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No one wants to see pro golfers' legs. That's not anything the fans want to see. And I think most simply, real fans of professional golf want the David versus Goliath story. They want Bob May versus Tiger down the stretch. They want J.J. Spawn versus Rory down the stretch of the players. That's something the 40-man fields at Live Golf cannot provide, as they are an invitation-only tour. That most simply, to me, is why the PGA Tour continues to be the more entertaining product.
Yeah, I told these guys last year that pro golfers should wear pants, and they roasted me.
No one wants to see Lee Westwood in shorts, Jay.
Phil loves his calves. He posts
He
videos
does.
about his calves. He
Will
loves
does
his legs.
Will, thank you for
he sure does.
Thank you for hanging out with us, previewing the Masters. Always appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Joel. Have a good day.
Will Doctor. Follow him on Twitter at DrMedia59. You can listen to his Masters betting preview right now, pregame now, and you can catch him right here with us, ESPN 97.5, on the Charlie Epps Golf Hour each and every weekend. Let's have our Masters draft when we come back. Now that we're equipped, now that Will has educated us, let's have our 10th annual Killer Bees Masters draft. That is next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Oh, I just love this music.
Hello, friends.
Jim Nantz said that to me a few days ago. He said, hello, friend. And I said, hello, Jim. Yeah, hung out with Jim Nantz. I feel like I'm basically calling the Masters because I hung out with him a little bit. Just keep this playing forever, Brian. Don't ever turn this off. What's cool?
I just think it's cool that, you get along the way. There's certain like sidebars of doing the jobs that we've done and you continue to do. And like being interact with Jim like that is very cool.
Yeah. I feel like I'm going to be right next to him at Butler's cabin when he talks about the azaleas in the beautiful green landscape at Augusta National. As Scotty Scheffler, they don't give him extra green jackets. If you win one Masters, you only get the one.
Yeah, if you look at when Scotty put it on last year, you can see his name embroidered inside on the other side of the breast pocket, inside the jacket.
Do you get like an additional patch or something?
Nope.
Any sort of way to show that you've won multiple?
The trophy, probably.
Okay.
The trophy. The years that they put the champion next to him. Oh, it's that time of year. Love me the Masters.
Par 3 today.
Yeah, I think that one's a little overrated.
I don't.
I think the par 3 is a little overrated.
I don't. I think it's very cool. A lot of people didn't realize, and it took me forever until actually seeing it. I didn't realize the par 3 course is separate from the course. I always thought that they, when they had it on TV, I was like, oh, they're going to they just abbreviate holes and they make like a little version of the par 3. That little mini par 3 course is pretty cool.
It's a completely different course?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, when you come onto the grounds, it's right by the driving range. You're not supposed to call it the driving range, but the driving range or the practice facility is on one side, and then to the other side of Butler Cabin is a totally separate 9-hole par 3 course.
I didn't know that.
It's very cool.
That is cool. But it pays off not to win it because anybody who's ever won the par 3 contest has never won the Masters.
Bubba was winning it,
but he didn't win it.
He did today.
Oh, you mean the par 3?
Yeah, today Bubba was up. And how about this? 89, soon to be 90-year-old Gary Player was 1 under and had a chance to catch him on the last hole. Gary Player was serious about the par 3.
Well, it's his only chance to win.
Absolutely. But I mean, a 90-year-old that's throwing darts he had a couple of tap-in birdies. It's like, wow, he's still swinging well for 90.
How closely did you watch this thing?
I had it on in my office when I was prepping for the show and doing stuff, and I kept looking up, and they were they interviewed him, and then right after that, he threw a dart within 2 feet of the pin, and they're like, he's got a chance to win this thing.
Tradition unlike any other. The Killer Bees' 12th annual Masters Draft. Brian pulled random names during the break, and yours truly pulled number 1. Branham has the first pick in the 14th annual Killer Bees Masters Draft.
Before we make the pick, how are we scoring this?
Scored a par.
Okay.
So let's do 6 rounds. Let's do our top 3 scores.
Top 3 scores. Okay.
Yeah. So top 3 scores, scored a par. Winner gets a drink from the loser. And right now, Blankers and I are owed half a drink from Brian.
Damn right. You're not getting 2.
So if we split again, Blankers and I tie, and you're in last, now you owe us each
a drink.
That is fair. Yeah. That is fair.
All right, let's get to our tradition, unlike any other, the Killer Bees 16th annual Masters Draft. I have the first selection, and I will go with the former Masters champion, Scotty Scheffler. You're on Team Branham, your highest achievement of your professional career.
Not shocking. Good pick. Man, I'm torn. Oh, I go second?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go Rory. I'll take Rory. He's got to win it sometime, I think. I'll take Rory.
Congratulations, Joel, on picking the biggest choker in Masters history.
I see. I compliment you. You jab me. That's the way this show works.
What do you think's funnier, the compliments or the jabs?
I don't care.
What do you? I know you don't care. I don't care if you care. I care if the listeners care.
Right.
I think they like it when I jab you. So I do what the listeners tell me to do because I'm a man of the people.
Listens to the voices in his head.
Brian, you have the turn here.
Back to back here? Snake?
Yes.
Okay. Give me, this is someone I heard Will talk about. Apparently thinks he's in for a big run. Give me John Rahm. And then, excuse me, I'm probably going to butcher half these names because I follow golf exactly 0 days a year. But give me Colin Morikawa for my next pick.
Well done.
Okay.
Well
all
done.
right. Thank you.
Little chalky. Morikawa's been fighting with the media, and John Rahm hasn't played in a real tour in some while, but okay. Don't worry if you don't get any further than that. Joel,
I'm
second round
going
pick?
to I'm going to come back with I'm going to go Justin Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas has never putted well at Augusta National.
No, but he's been playing very good golf this year. Now, he had a caddy switch this week due to a injury on his caddy, but on the caddy front, but I'm going to go with JT.
What did he do? Hurt his oblique?
He has a bad back that they thought was healing, and it's not healing, so he grabbed Max Homa's caddy because Max Homa fired him, and they're buddies, so he hired his buddy.
He's using another guy's caddy, no Homa?
Yep, no Homa. Well, I'm glad you chuckled at yourself. That was classic.
I appreciate good comedy. It's a tradition like any other.
I haven't noticed that.
Team Branham, the Azaleas, they smell good. They look great. And Team Branham wants to hoist, what do they call the Masters Trophy? I don't even know if they have one. Wants to hoist the Masters Trophy.
Yes, it looks like
I don't know what that
it looks
here.
like the Butler cap.
I have two picks. Let me go with the former SMU Mustang, Bryson DeChambeau. And then my second pick, third rounder, Ludwig Oberg.
Damn you.
That's not very nice.
It's fine. That's who I wanted.
Your turn.
I'll
trade it for a drink.
Nope. Let me see. I'm going to go with Xander Schauffele.
Okay, he's been hurt. Xander Schauffele.
Fine. Still playing decent enough golf.
He's been putting poorly. Fits right in on your team.
Yep. We'll see how it does because I normally do all right in these things.
That was a little bit of a humble brag there.
Damn right it was. It's about time I started doing that a
Jeremy
little
and I
bit more.
trying to make our name off of you off in this draft?
You just pronunciate right, Brian, and everything will be fine in your world.
That is the odds on that. We'll have to call Will Doctor back to see what the odds are on that, but not good, I would say. All right, I'll go with someone I heard Will Doctor mention. Give me Sepp Straka.
That's right.
Reach.
Is it a reach? Okay.
Sepp Reacha,
All right.
more like it. My goodness.
So a reach there. All right, that's fine. And I've never heard of this guy, but he's near the top of the odds board. Give me Joaquin Neiman.
Okay, another liver.
Okay.
I'll
take your word on it.
You're a worse drafter than Brendan Rodgers, who drafted former producers that are guys.
Oh, that's
who are named
right.
like
And guys
producers.
with neat names.
Oh, he drafted guys based on names?
Yeah.
I'm just going off of odds and what Will Doctor said.
All right, Blankers, your pick.
I'm going to go with a guy who does step up in the majors. I'm going to go with Brooks Koepka.
Yeah. He's fat. You seen him these days?
Some on the
Porky,
highlights.
hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
There you go. Brooks Koepka. This is interesting. There's way too many good golfers left with these picks. It really shows to y'all's draft that I have certain of names available here. I'll go Tommy Fleetwood here. Had good success last year at Augusta. Always plays the majors well. Had a top 25 streak that came to an end in San Antonio, I believe. Tommy Fleetwood, the newest addition to the winning team. Next pick is tough. I'm going to go with a former champion. But which former champion? I will go with Hideki Matsuyama. Welcome aboard, Hideki.
I'm going to go with Patrick Cantlay.
Patrick can't play the pick. Brian, your turn.
Give me Will Zalatoris.
It's a good pick.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, and I got another one. Let's
Last
see
pick for
here.
you. Make it good.
Yeah. Oh, last pick here. Okay. Well, I'll go with someone else. I heard Will Doctor say. Give me Shane Lowry.
Okay. Shane Lowry, the European, usually plays his best golf in the majors, just not in Georgia. Blankers?
I will go with Victor Hovland.
Okay. Can't chip or putt. Victor Hovland. I almost took this.
You notice the comments after every single pick we made?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's just never ending.
It's constantly negging everybody we pick.
I'm going to select the guy who loves Augusta National, guy who plays well at the Masters, a guy I was going to take with my last pick, and somehow he gets back to me.
With your
I'll
last
take
pick?
the Texan, Jordan Spieth. No, that's it. That's over.
Oh.
So I got Scheffler, DeChambeau, Oberg, Fleetwood, Matsuyama, and Spieth. Blankers has Rory, Thomas, Xander. Koepka can't play. Hovland. And then Brian has Rahm, Morikawa, Straka, Neiman, Zalatoris, and Lowry. Who won? 713-780-ESPN. D wants to talk some Masters. D, you can call and talk Masters. Y'all can tell us how much you love the Masters, how much you hate the Masters. And we'll take a look at some of these Masters dinners. Scotty Scheffler yesterday. What do you think of his menu at Augusta? Inside of, I think they eat at Butler's Cabin. I have no idea. It's a tradition like any other. But who do you think won the 19th annual Killer Bee Master Draft? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Victor Hovland was comparing his inner demons on the golf course to Eminem's final rap battle on 8 Mile, where he disses himself to take the pressure off. V-Rabbit, the nickname apparently. Who took Hovland?
That'd be me, Jeremy.
Fighting his inner demons, he says.
I do it every day.
Texter, Joel killed the draft. Blanker, stop spamming the text line.
That's what I do when I'm not fighting my inner demons.
And way too much sleeping on Morikawa and Spieth, says a texter. Eric says Neiman has never had a top 20 in a major. That was Brian's pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was mine.
Did anyone pick Morikawa?
Yeah, that was also me.
I think Morikawa's got a shot.
Jasper Branham, this is the voice inside your head. Jump off a cliff. I'm kidding, obviously, but I got jabbed back for blankers. Jasper, I did hear you sent some derogatory text about me to the text line the other day. Had some little birdies telling me that. So I don't know if you're kidding. Hope you are. That'd be mean to wish upon somebody. Homa didn't fire his caddy. The guy quit, blankers.
Oh, I thought that they announced on ESPN that he fired him and got rid of him and that he was available and JT's buddies with him. So he hired him at least for the short term while his caddy recovers from back issues.
I don't know. I don't follow golf. I keep up with it 5 times a year. The majors, if it's a Ryder Cup year, and maybe the playoffs. Maybe the playoffs, depending on my mood. The only time that I do love the majors though. Min Woo is hot right now. He is hot right now. Min Woo's playing well. He didn't get picked in our draft.
And he won the Houston Open, right?
Yeah, he did. Rocky says Tony Finau. Yeah, Finau is allergic to winning though.
He is.
Always figures out a way to lose. Rare Candy, who picked Phil Mickelson? Nobody picked Phil Mickelson. He's past his prime. He's over the hill.
Yeah, that's the thing that worries me. I went with the odds with Rory, but Rory on number 10 scares the hell out of me, and Phil although he's won the Masters, but yeah, Phil at this point I think is done.
Texter Brandon, were you an only child or bullied as a kid? I have 5 siblings. None of them are real though. My parents were divorced, so 2 on one side, 3 on the other. Was I bullied? How many lockers do you have to get stuffed into to be
None
bullied?
of them are real. Made me think like, what do you got, imaginary brothers and sisters?
They're all halves. They're not whole.
That was a weird way to phrase that. I was with you there.
Yeah, I like to do that. Homer's caddy. It says Homer's caddy. Homo's caddy quit.
Whoa.
Awning. He had to do voice to text. Like it says Homer's caddy quit awning, and then Thomas picked him up because Tommen's caddy had a back injury.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's what happened. Somebody said I got Fat Perez. Do you know who Fat Perez is?
Pat Perez?
No, Fat Perez.
Is he Barstool guy?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, he can really play though. Like I think he's like a scratch golfer.
Is that the guy that tried to get the hole in one and was going to stay on the simulator?
No. That guy wasn't very good. No, the Fat Perez is somebody completely different, but he can play a little bit. Not like professionally, but for like just like you and me, like he can play a little bit. Queen Bee said Joel for the win. It came from the same number though. Stop spamming blankers. Spam in the chat. Let's get out. I'm just kidding. Let's get out to the HRP listener line. GD said J-Bone got picked on by his sisters. My sisters are tough, though. They're dogs.
I'm a dog.
713-780-ESPN. Only one was Mexican, though. 713-780-3777.
And I'm Mexican.
One of them. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Coward D is on the line. Coward D, I hope April's treating you well. How are you?
I'm doing good. April was treating me well. I'm just here to restore the order that got to tone down the obnoxiousness. Because we don't like the jabs at Joel.
What did I do?
We don't like the jabs at Blankers. We don't like the jabs. We'd rather y'all just coexist peacefully. We don't like the jabs, bro.
What did I do this time?
You jabbed him.
About what? Well, give me an example so I can learn from it.
You literally just jabbed him like before I called. He was like, I agree with you, and then you take jabs at me. That's how the show goes.
But you're not being specific enough. What did I say specifically?
It's not entertaining. It's not entertaining.
Coward D, you have to give me an exact example. Exact example. Be specific.
I just told you. He said that you jab him, and he agrees with you. That's how the show goes. That's literally the example. That's what he said.
That was me being condescending.
I said I compliment your picks and you rip mine. That's
Yeah,
what I said.
and then you take dabs, and that's how the show goes. That's literally what he said.
Should I compliment every golf draft pick he makes? Is that what you want me to do, Coward D?
No, I just want you to stop the jabs, brother. They're not funny.
None of them are?
No, they
not a
really
single
aren't.
one?
No. Did you hear the text? You read the text? You see what they said? It's not funny.
Well, some of them said they were good, but I didn't see those.
In peace.
What's that?
It makes for a much better show, like John and Lance.
They don't jab each other ever? Do John and Lance not jab? You're being a coward right now. Don't hang up and listen. Talk to me. Talk to me, Coward D. He hung up like a coward again.
He gone.
That was kind of like his MO, though. Like, he is kind of a coward.
Yeah,
so like, it's what
he
he's
was
supposed to do.
it. I love the idea that John and Lance never make fun of each other.
I know.
They literally got into the Hall of Fame for 27 years of making fun of each other.
Like, does Coward D ever listen or watch any other shows with multiple people on them? Like John and Lance. Do John and Lance ever make fun of each other? 713-780-ESPN. What's the Inside the NBA show? That's what it's called, right? Inside the NBA.
The
Does
one
Ernie,
with
Kenny and Charles. Yeah, Inside the NBA.
Oh, Inside the NBA. I thought you were talking about the NBA one on ESPN.
No, Inside the NBA.
Yep.
Does Ernie ever talk a little trash to Charles? Does Charles ever talk a little trash to everybody? Does Shaq ever talk a little trash to those other guys? I don't really watch the Stephen A show, but I bet you Stephen A probably talks a little trash to his co-host. Spike and Shannon. It wasn't Spike and Shannon. Who was the guy that worked with Shannon?
Oh, Skip.
Skip and Shannon. Did Skip and Shannon ever, make fun of each other a little bit, trade a little few jabs? There has never been a show in the history of sports on TV or radio where the hosts are kumbaya all the time. And if you think that, Coward D, you're a lot dumber than I thought. And I already had a very low opinion of you. Very low opinion of you. And if you think that, my opinion of you got less. 713-780-ESPN. Should I stop jabbing blankers? 713-780-3776. See what the text line has to say. Fat Phil was a way better golfer than Skinny Phil. He's in good shape, though, Phil.
Is he?
Porky, hog.
Yeah. I haven't seen him recently, but when I said that to Will Doctor, there's no joke that Phil, and it surprised me, but Phil posts squat videos to show that he has massive calves, that he works out because he's taken so much crap over the years about his moobs and his body.
Yeah, he's in great shape. I wish I looked like him now. He's probably, 50?
At
Maybe
least.
50?
Yeah, he's definitely in his early 50s.
Yeah, he's in great shape, Phil Mickelson. And you're right, he used to be kind of, pudgy. A little pudgy. He used to be built like me a little bit.
He had the moobs.
He did. G on Twitch. Someone tell Coward D this is not Crybaby Radio. Alex called Coward D soft. 75 says keep jabbing. Screw the caller. Alex says block phone calls. There you go. Sensei, these guys can't run a show like blank. So, there's a little bit of that. Fat Perez is on Bob Does Sports and a full legend. Bob Does Sports is hilarious.
What is that?
He's like a social media personality. He's just real funny. He golfs a lot. I see him the most though doing food reviews. He's pretty funny. Fat Perez is on Bob. I already read that one. My bad. That caller needs to be bullied. So Coward D, the text line saying that you need to be bullied. Another text. Get this soft Coward D off the mic. Branham asking serious questions followed by Coward D. So comical, says Brody. Texter says this guy. Texter, you jab him the whole show. I'll take the jabs back too, though. I don't mind being jabbed. You have to have balance. Dude, definitely not from the hive. Coward D has post-trauma from high school. He's projecting on you. Tell that guy being a white knight for blankers won't get him a kiss on the mouth for defending him.
Sure won't.
John may have made fun of Mopey once. No, keep it up. Look at Shaq and Barkley. Key from LA. Name of the show is The Killer Bees, not The Coward D's. That's pretty good, Key from LA.
That's well played.
I tip my cap to you, Key from LA. You do have some comedy. The show would be an hour shorter if you didn't. Coward D, I think you're in the minority here. Not that minority's ever wrong. Just because it's popular opinion doesn't mean it's right. I just think that the text line views it a little differently than you, Coward D. That's all that I'm saying. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jasper, you're in the hive. What's up, Jasper?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show as always. We all got to stand up for blankers. That's why I think probably you got a little bit of slack for that, but we also don't want you to change. You be you, Jeremy. Jab away.
All right, there we go. Appreciate it, Jasper. And like to be fair, like I think we all jab each other from time to time. I might do it the most. I'm not denying that, but I can also take it. Brian makes fun of me a lot of times.
Do you?
I mean, more often here, I think. But
yeah, I make fun of Brian a lot too. I like to spread it out. I'm an equal opportunity hater. I am that. Texter says you guys aren't Shaq and Barkley. No, but Blankers used to run with Barkley, so I think that counts. I think that makes it kind of similar, right? Like we might not have the cachet, we might not have the popularity, we might not have the bank account, but because Blankers and Barkley are boys, I think we're kind of Shaq and Barkley.
This is the 121 degrees of separation.
Yeah, more than what it takes to get
Nah.
to Kevin Bacon. So in this scenario, are you Shaq, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm the I'm the big Aristotle.
What's with the Kevin Hart commercial when he just keeps going Shaq-tastic? Shaq this.
I don't know that one. I did love all the
there?
names that he used to give himself when he'd go to like the big cactus when he went to Phoenix.
Yeah, but then and it's a play off of that, and Kevin Hart's like, "What are you doing right now?" And he's like, "Shaq-tastic, Shaq-sational." And he keeps going. And he kept.
I don't remember the name he gave himself when he went to Cleveland. I think Boston was Big Shamrock.
Sounds right.
Well, what was Cleveland? I don't remember the Cleveland name.
I don't remember Cleveland either.
The Big Mistake.
Yeah, well, maybe.
They call Cleveland the Mistake by the Lake?
Yep.
Or is that the stadium?
That's Cleveland.
It's the whole town. It's not just the stadium?
No.
I thought it was the stadium.
No, they just called Cleveland the Mistake by the Lake.
Okay. I thought it was the stadium. But...
Texter, Paul takes sneak shots at every show. It's
He does.
fun.
Yes,
It's
he does.
fun. Like, it's what we're supposed to do. Scotty Scheffler, his menu. Let's grade this meal real quick. Appetizer, cheeseburger sliders, served Scotty style.
What's Scotty style?
I don't know. I have no idea. Firecracker shrimp, sweet Thai chili in sriracha mayo. Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites. The first course after the appetizer was Texas-style chili. No word if there was beans in it. Main course, wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish. And then dessert, they had the warm chocolate chip skillet cookie.
Maybe one of the best menus I've ever heard at the Masters.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I would agree. Like there was a few more things that down at the bottom. I think vegetables. I think they had mac and cheese and Brussels sprouts listed.
Oh, yeah, the sides.
And I could go without the Brussels sprouts.
Yep.
I'd rather sub that in for a different vegetable. But that's really my only note. It's a
I'm
9.5 out of 10.
Don't sleep on Brussels sprouts.
Sure.
You do Brussels sprouts right. They're delicious.
Sure.
I've
they're
never
fine.
been a fan. And growing up, I wasn't a fan. And it's weird that it comes up because Lisa said to me the other day, she was reading some article and she's like, "What's a Brussels sprout taste like? I've never had them." I'm like, "You've never
From
had them?"
California? She's never had a Brussels sprout?
Yeah.
You know who does a good Brussels sprout? J Bar M. J Bar M's
Do
Brussels
they?
sprouts are phenomenal. They're so good. I love Brussels sprouts when they're done right. Now, if you just if you know they're bland and there's nothing on them or whatever, they're awful. But you doctor them up, get me some good Brussels sprouts. The first course, like chili to me, is not a great first course.
But you got the cheeseburger sliders and the shrimp. I don't know that I need anything else.
No, I would agree. I would change the first course. I love chili. I just don't think it's a first course dish. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would change the first course a bit. So, I'm just going to be overly critical. It's what I do. I'll give it a 9-1, though. Very good. I mean, I wouldn't change the entree either. The wood-fired cowboy ribeye.
Perfect.
Yes,
Bingo.
please.
Yeah, I'm done
Medium
right there.
rare. Let's
You
have
keep
a
the
little fun.
redfish because I ain't trying.
I like redfish,
I
but
don't.
give me the ribeye every time.
Absolutely. Great Scheffler's Masters dinner, 713-780 ESPN. Rockets clinched a 2-seed last night thanks to a little help from around the Western Conference. Who needs to eat crow with the Rockets clinching a 2-seed? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Text line. I like the show. Works well with the blend. Branham can't take it like he gives it, though, for sure. I enjoyed the show.
Hey, phrasing!
Child, please. Got thicker skin than a crocodile. Chili is probably a cup, not a big bowl. I still don't love it as a first course. Love chili. I don't think chili's a first course dish. Especially like in April, you know? Like they're playing golf. It's sunny. They just came off the course. They're tired. And then they're getting this big old, like not big, but a cup of chili. Somebody said it was 5-star chili too, so it was spicy.
Okay. I would think it's almost like, because a lot of times like an appetizer, you can get soup. Right? At restaurants and things, if you want super salad to start your meal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a starter.
I'm fine with that with chili, but yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think that I'm going to go overboard on the chili. I hope it's just a cup of it.
Maybe it's some gamesmanship. You got people not used to eating Texas spicy chili. He serves it to all his opponents, and
they all crap the bed.
Have a little, maybe they have a little trouble coming around the
more ways than
holes.
one. They crap the bed.
That's interesting. Like, I hadn't thought about that. That could be. I think maybe there's something to that.
Moon River.
Bubba Watson's getting grief. He's getting dragged for his menu from 11 years ago, 2013 dinner. Traditional Caesar salad, grilled chicken breast, confetti cake.
That's the whole
That's
thing?
the whole menu?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
That's weak.
His sides were green beans, mashed potatoes, corn, macaroni, and cheese served with cornbread.
I mean, I like mac and cheese and cornbread, but that's
you gotta have more options.
Grilled chicken breast is the worst entree ever.
That's a dud. That's a 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst ever. Worst all time, people say. The person who tweeted this says really doesn't get enough hate. I would agree with that. It really does.
Grilled chicken breast. I can't get over
grilled
chicken
chicken
breast.
Even if you're a healthy guy, you just won the Masters the year before. This is a big deal. Go all out, like you're going to a wedding or a birthday party, and give a couple of options.
If it's gonna be grilled, at least make it a chicken thigh. At least a better cut of meat there.
Yeah,
the grilled chicken breast is like the worst. It's the worst possible protein you could pick.
What Brian's telling us is he's a fan of the dark meat.
I do like a good chicken thigh.
I do too. Eric the driver, I'm allergic to shellfish. You don't have to pick the shellfish. It's steak or fish. You're not getting both.
And it's redfish, not shellfish.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Exactly.
Shout out to the fish.
If you're allergic to shellfish, you're not allergic to fish, are you?
I don't think so. That's where I was confused.
Maybe he mistyped or something. Or maybe he is.
I'm not allergic to shrimp, but I'm allergic to crawfish, which is weird. But I'm not allergic to regular fish.
You just don't got a little Cajun in you.
If I had it, yeah. Well, last time I had it in you, I had all kinds of hives and crap. So yeah.
You're allergic to the Cajun. Eric Driver said I'd sub broccoli for Brussels sprouts, but other than that, 10 out of 10. I prefer Brussels over broccoli.
Ooh,
I would take broccoli.
I'd take broccoli, 10 out of 10.
I'd also take, if we're going southern, I'd go fried okra, because a lot of this menu is, leans a little southern.
Yeah, well, you're taking liberties with this now.
Okay, that's the one sub on his entire menu I would make. It's just the Brussels sprouts. It's still a 9.5 out of 10.
Brian out here trying to fry up everything.
Damn right.
They're about to play 72 holes of golf in the next 4 days.
You're eating
fried
chili,
okra.
and it's when they went too far with frying a vegetable.
What was the one part of the menu I took objection to?
Is this dinner on Wednesday or
true
earlier in the week?
No, I think it was last night.
That's what I thought. I didn't think it was the night before, because then it could really be effective if you got them some stuff that.
Some warfare with the chili.
Yeah,
they had a big video. They had a big video of they kept showing Sergio Garcia in the video. Like it was a little bit awkward how much they were showing Sergio Garcia. It was almost like a teaser in a movie where it's like, I wonder if they're going to try to kill Sergio Garcia with how much they were showing Sergio Garcia.
Maybe his chili was spiked.
They showed him on TV. Something I saw part of the live event last week, and they have to wear these team uniforms and everything. And he had a uniform on. It looked like he was like one of the equipment guys for the Kansas City Chiefs. It was red with yellow trim. And I'm like, Sergio's working for the Chiefs. That's the worst outfit ever.
I didn't see that. That does sound awful, though. Texture says fried okra is righteous. I love fried okra. But I've never had fried okra as a side to a steak ever in my life.
It would be first. I'm just trying to go with the Southern theme.
To me, you eat fried okra when you're eating barbecue or you're eating like catfish.
I don't know that I've ever had
catfish for
fried
sure.
okra.
You've
You've never had fried okra?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's good, Joel.
What?
I'm
You've
just
been in the
being
South for
honest.
how
I don't
long?
think that I have.
You've been in the South since the early 90s. You
Yeah.
haven't had fried okra?
Yeah, no.
Oh, man. You got to get out, Joel.
I guess so.
Barbecue or catfish. It goes really well.
Okay. I hate catfish. I'm never going to have catfish.
Well,
but-
okay, barbecue.
I am aghast. You've never had fried okra.
No.
Car wreck of the day nominee.
No honesty nominee.
Have you ever had regular okra?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. I mean, I went back in my gardening days. I used to grow a little okra, and then I would put them on a little frying pan with a little bit of butter, put some salt at the end. Ooh, baby. Love me some okra. I even eat a little pickled okra from time to time. You get those little spicy pickled okras? Oh, yeah, pickled okras. Spicy pickled okras. Ain't bad.
Pickled okras. Go down. Yeah.
I can't
Okra's
believe we
also
have to
pretty
change
good
this.
in a gumbo as well, but I know you're not much
Yeah.
of a Cajun food guy, so.
Fried okra and a big old chicken fried steak. Great call.
Yes.
Great
yes,
call.
100%.
You got gravy everywhere. There's mashed potatoes running wild on your plate. Gravies.
This is Hulkamania. They're running wild.
It was running wild.
The gravy's oozing off the plate onto the little table that probably has one of those little table skirts on it. That's probably red and white checkered. That sounds like a great meal right there.
I know a place in Porter that's exactly that.
What's it called?
I'm forgetting the name. I've only been there a couple times, but the chicken fried steak there is great.
Yeah, it sounds like it's an awesome place that you forgot the name.
I admit it. I've been there twice, but the chicken fried steak's really good. I'll find it. Oh, it's Hofbrau's. Hofbrau's. It just came to
Okay,
me.
yeah, I've heard of Hofbrau's. Yeah, it's right. That's actually right by the Babacoa place I like.
Yes,
It's
it
right
is.
across the street.
Yep.
No gumbo. Yeah, gumbo. You got to put okra in gumbo. That's
Yeah,
a good call. Good call.
100%.
Brian mentioned that. We didn't mention it at first, but Brian mentioned that.
Okra is a
eventually.
vegetable that, I mean, what does it taste like?
That's hard to explain.
Yeah.
It's
It's like when Lisa asked
It
me
is
about
hard to
Brussels
explain.
sprouts, I said it's like a cross between cabbage and broccoli.
See, I like cabbage too. Love cabbage. Cabbage done the right way. Ooh, boy. Plus, you got to have cabbage in your gaddos.
Cabbage the next day. Ooh, boy.
Really?
Cabbage
Never-
can mess with some folks.
I think you have I think your stomach's a little soft.
I don't. I'm not saying it messes with me. I'm saying for coming from the Midwest, people that eat cabbage, it'll clear you out.
This thing right here is a steel trap. This bad boy. Texture says it's not the jabs that you take, Branham. It's the fact that sometimes you get disrespectful when you cut Joel off. You don't let him finish his take and then twist his first few words out of his mouth. Okay, I'll pay attention to that. I'll keep that in mind. A lot of times, Lakers are starting to say some stuff where it's like, where is he going with this? Let me ask to see if it's on the right track. But I'll pay mind to it. I'll take it under consideration. I'll listen to some tape. I'll be better next time, Texter.
I don't know if you guys, we were talking about the Scheffler thing, by the way, and I saw the video of them prepping for the dinner and everything. Not just the baked or the right out of the oven chocolate chip cookie. They like put it in like a shallow bowl and they drop a big scoop of ice cream right in the middle of the cookie.
It's like what you would get at BJ's Brewery. Like that skillet,
Well, I don't know
that skillet
if
cookie
I've never
with the
been
ice
to a
cream on
BJ's
top.
Brewery for that, but I'm telling you, that looks awesome.
What have you been to a BJ's Brewery for?
What?
Joel?
What?
He asked
What do
you said you wouldn't go there for
I
that.
didn't
What
say
do
I
you-
wouldn't go there. I've never been there, but I've
Oh,
heard.
okay.
I actually heard their pizzas are very good.
Yeah, their pizzas are pretty good.
They have a menu where they have like 1,000 things.
Yeah,
I don't.
that is a fair criticism. Their menu is huge.
I don't love going to places where they have 1,000 things on the menu. It's like having two quarterbacks. If you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. If you have 1,000 item menu, you probably don't have 5 excellent dishes.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
just
mean?
go pizza and skillet cookie and check out.
Yeah,
What a dinner
going back
that
after
is.
you said that is an actual
It's a-
skillet.
Yeah, it's an actual.
It's awesome looking.
Yeah, it's an actual skillet. Yeah, it's just
That looks delicious.
kind of like a personal size skillet. It's not a huge one, obviously, but
You know who has some good fried okra? Getting back to the okra topic, Spring Creek. Spring Creek. There are times I'll go to Spring Creek and just get the okra because the rest of their food's kind of meh. But their fried okra, they do it right. Spring Creek.
I thought you were on your way to a sponsorship from them until you said the rest of their menu was kind of meh.
Well, I mean, they can talk me into saying nicer things about it. I can be bought. At Jeremy Branham on Twitter, at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. Yeah. I'd give my email address, but with the way the text line's going today and the hate I'm receiving, I better not give that out. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to this Rockets chatter. Clinch a 2 seed. Who's eating crow? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees and ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Never a better time for me to give you a sponsor read. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing, get your car shopping done fast. The thing that I hate about buying cars is dealing with the salespeople. Don't know if they're lying to me, don't know if they're telling me the truth. They're good at lying, so they're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I never know what's going on. But at Monument Chevrolet, they're so transparent that you can trust them. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they want to help you get into a new vehicle. These families keep coming back because, again, they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a good experience, not a stressful experience where you don't know if you're being taken advantage of or not. That does not happen at Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel over there, friendly atmosphere. They have a fantastic culture. They hire good people that continue to contribute to that good culture. And the salesperson of the week this week is Sammy. Sammy's dedicated, friendly, knowledgeable, and he's a fan favorite with the customers. Monument Chevrolet has listened to what you've been asking for. Truck month has been extended through April. That's right. Employee pricing and only a 2.9% APR on the Chevy Silverado 1500s. This lasts through April 30th, so get over there. It's an unbeatable deal, but there is a catch. Stock is limited. Monument Chevrolet is currently selling record numbers of these Silverados, so if you're looking for a special truck, maybe the Trail Boss Off-Road with the blackout trim. How about the sporty Z71 Off-Road or the Premium Texas Edition? Now you have to get over there fast because they are going to sell out soon. If you're getting a tax return, maybe put that to work. Get a great deal on a great truck now at Chevrolet. Get the fair deal. Get a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time and aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks. No time wasting, no hidden charges. You can check out their inventory online if you want. MonumentChevrolet.com, MonumentChevrolet.com, or get out there in person. 225 and Beltway 8, Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Someone texted and said Astros are winning 4-0.
What?
They have 4 runs. Get out of here. You're trying to trick us. It's April 9th, not April 1st. Game starts at 6:05. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says, how soft are these listeners? Most of them are not soft. There's just a handful of them. I mean, it's Coward D for a reason. I mean, it's in the name. It's in the name. I mean, we come to expect it with Coward D.
He's not the only coward.
Who else are cowards?
There's plenty of cowards that like to kind of hide in their element behind keyboards with no identification.
Let's call them out.
Love to take shots.
Let's name every coward.
Because it gives them extra attention that they don't deserve.
I like to shout out Coward D. Remind everybody how big a coward he is.
I do like that he calls in now with the name. So I think he might be redeemable if he's able to take that joke and run with it. Maybe he's redeemable, but today what he said was pretty soft.
I mean, all of our listeners are like my children. I love them all equally. Coward D is one of my favorite, though. I mean that sincerely. I like Coward D. I think he brings a lot to the show. I like Israel a lot too. Israel's funny. Israel's my guy. Israel. I mean, Israel might cuss when he calls. He might be on certain drugs when he calls.
Always hate a certain Rockets draft pick.
Yeah, like Israel's entertainment, man. I like when Israel. He criticizes us 90% of the time, but I don't care. Like, it's funny. I think it's awesome. 713-780-ESPN. Guys, what do you have? The
Reed
bum
Shepard
drop?
loves him.
My favorite Israel drop's the bum one. Do you have that one?
That bum.
That bum. I love the way he says that. That bum.
Talking about, of course, Reed Shepard, his favorite player in the NBA.
Man, I love the way he said that. That bum. Take the slime out of
bum.
Look at that, so good. Take the slime out of okra with vinegar. Church's has good fried okra. I've never had Church's fried okra.
So wait, so okra is slimy?
If you don't cook it correctly, yes.
Yeah, it can be a little slimy.
But if you fry it up or you cook it correctly, then you're fine.
You know what great spot for okra? I didn't come to mind until just now, because at times it can get a little slimy and grimy whenever you do it this way in a crawfish boil. You put okra at the end like a little crawfish boil, get that flavor in it. Oh, man, so good. I'll have to try Church's fried okra. I've never had that. Chicken Express has some bomb fried okra. I agree to that. I have had the okra at Chicken Express, and it is very good. Kind of affordable, too. Normally, I agree with y'all's food takes, but okra is slimy and disgusting. Well, Eric the Driver, you're not doing it right, my guy. And in fact, you're banned the rest of the show. Hour 18 minutes, no more Eric the Driver. You can text back tomorrow. Crawfish overrated, okra, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, suck, bad word. Yes to chips, queso. He spelled queso with a C. Beef, chicken, some fish.
Spelling queso with a C. Car wreck of the day nominee. I'm going to write that one down.
It's not even close to the.
Wait, who texted that?
I didn't say the name.
Okay.
Just a random texter. Crawfish overrated, though. You know what else? You got timed out. You're banned for the rest of the show. No more text for you. No text for you. No, crawfish overrated. Oh, I guess Blankers doesn't like crawfish, but he's allergic to it.
That's allergic to it. It's not about liking it or not. I love shrimp. I can eat that.
We'll get to the Rockets in a minute, but the text line's on fire today for whatever reason. I don't know why. They're on one. Philip68, ignore the haters. I appreciate you, Branham, and this has nothing to do with you reading all my texts, no matter how stupid. Philip68, there's no such thing as stupid questions, but there is a such
Just
thing.
keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
There is a stupid thing as stupid text, though. Keith, everyone rips John on the morning show now that he lives in California. He also became a man of the corporate people. Do they rip on John now on the morning?
I haven't heard him.
I mean, they make fun of him being hoity-toity in California at times.
Certainly, they don't make fun of each other on that show. Coward D said that they never made fun of each other. Dell, John, Lance, they're just all nice to each other every day for 3 hours a day, right? Certainly, that's the case.
Yeah, I can quickly do an impression of what the show would sound like if they didn't make fun of each other. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
This is really going well.
No, that's the joke. There would be no show if they weren't making fun of each other.
Go with the joke, man.
Grade the joke, Blankers.
It's a freaking bit. I was stunned
the
that
joke.
there was dead silence.
I know.
It was like a 0.3.
Part of me was afraid to do it because there's nothing more scary in radio than dead air.
Brian,
but
do me a favor and turn off your mic the rest of the show. That was brutal. That was a terrible joke. That was awful. But
turn off your mic.
Coward D says that they get along all the time. Texter Branham, no need to read this on the air, so we're going to read it on the air. Don't let the listeners get to you. Your antagonist role works for radio. We all just love Blankers and want him to know we got his back, but we love you too, and would jump to your defense
Blank,
just
man.
as much. I love Blankers. I do love
Was
Blankers.
that drop D as well?
The Joel Blank man?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I thought one day he turned on me, and that's where that came from.
He did once. He did once.
I know he turned
I
on
don't
me
know,
at
man.
least
It's
once.
Milwaukee, so I don't know if I can take your opinion seriously.
That sounds like Coward D.
It
You
does.
think it is? Okay. Maybe it is.
Coward D, call back and let us know if that's you or not. Pickled okra, shredded cheese, and some ranch
And then don't hang
dressing.
up.
I've never had that. That sounds like something you would get at the Masters, though. Pickled okra, shredded cheese, and some ranch dressing. How do you feel about what's the pimento cheese sandwiches?
Yeah.
I've tried them when I was there to say that I tried them when I was there, and I don't like pimento cheese. So I was like, okay, it's not great, but all right.
I like it. I think I like pimento cheese. My wife makes it every now and then, and I'm not a huge like pimento cheese person or just like cheese by itself. Her pimento cheese is delicious. It smacks.
See, I love cheese, obviously. Growing up in Wisconsin, it's hard not to. But pimento cheese, to me, I'm not a fan.
I'll leave Brittany alone, says a texter. Kelvin Cato still catching strays in the Houston rap song makes him worse than Shepard. Okay, so we're talking about the worst Rockets ever. Like Cato and Shepard do not belong in that conversation.
No,
Cato was overpaid, but he wasn't bad.
He was part of a trade that had to be made that then turned into a triple-double in the preseason that way overpaid him. But, yeah, Reed Shepard was drafted, and I think Reed Shepard's still going to be good.
That bum. I don't even like Joel, but your blatant disrespect aggravates me. My bad, man. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm sorry, too, because he doesn't like me. So that's great.
He listens, though.
Yeah,
so.
every day.
Maybe he was just listening to people he doesn't like. I don't know. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Twitchers
Don't turn
do.
the dial. I mean, people at other stations listen to us all the time. Joel and I taste buds almost the same, huh? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, though.
I don't think I have bad taste buds.
I don't
mean,
think
you've never had okra before.
Yeah.
Just because I never had it doesn't mean I haven't judged whether I like it or not. I just am being honest in the fact that I've never had it.
The
I don't
ketchup
think
thing.
I don't think that you have bad taste.
Oh, I love ketchup.
I
and
know.
ain't
I
and
know.
ain't
I saw you
changing
put it
that.
on a barbecue baked
Brian,
potato.
I thought we told you to turn off the mic.
Listen to you randomly.
I don't think that you have bad taste, Blankers. I think that you have. I don't want to say this without being disrespectful. I've disrespected you enough today, according to the texters.
I have Midwest taste buds to some degree. I know that's different from everybody down here, so that maybe that creates that whole you like this or don't like that or whatever. But I don't think I have bad taste buds.
I would say it's simple. Simple.
I don't know. Was that because I don't like spicy
I mean,
foods?
sometimes you eat kind of like a kid. Kind of like ketchup on a lot of stuff, like quesadillas. You know, no fried okra in your entire life. Don't like Brussels sprouts.
I didn't say I don't like Brussels sprouts.
You've never had Brussels sprouts?
I didn't say that either. I've had Brussels sprouts plenty of times.
You said you did. You said you liked them, or
My wife never had them, and
do
she
you
asked
like
me
Brussels
about them.
sprouts?
When I was a kid, I didn't like them, but I think they're fine now. Would I pick them on a menu to eat them? No. I like broccoli better.
Sometimes I think you have, the taste of like a 13-year-old child.
Sweet.
That's not insulting. I'm not trying to be insulting. I mean that with all respect possible.
I'll eat calamari. I don't understand how that's a 13-year-old child. No 13-year-old child that I know of wants to eat calamari.
That's true. That is true. That's a good counterpunch. I would agree. All right. 713-780-ESPN. I mean that with all due respect, though. I mean
I don't
that
know
with all
how
due
having the palate of a
Respectfully.
13-year-old child is complimentary.
Respectfully, I think you have the palate of a 13-year-old.
It's hard to say respectfully.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of taste, who's eating crow on the Rockets, clinching a 2 seed yesterday? We'll try it this time. We've teased it the last 2 breaks. We'll see if we can actually get to it this time. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I have great taste in my human resources and payroll companies. HR&P is fantastic. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HR&P provides human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between, HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Also, their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you and familiar with your company. We use HRP here at Gal, so I can attest to the customer service. Fantastic. Anytime I have a question, quick response, easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Shadow Jordan rule violated. Astros play the Mariners at 6:05 tonight. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Get to that in a second. Queso guy with a C. He just
yes.
He's trying to defend himself. He said queso, autocorrect, LOL, love you guys. What is being autocorrected to CUESO? Like how would that be autocorrect? Like what is your Siri doing? Queso? Like what do you mean? How is that autocorrect? Siri doesn't autocorrect to words that don't exist.
The only way it would autocorrect to that is if you spelled it that way many, many times and it's predicting your text.
If anything, autocorrect failed you because it didn't autocorrect. It auto-wronged.
Yeah,
your phone's backwards.
I think, I was going to say the better thing would to say you were trying to do voice to text, but I would think, voice to text would certainly correct it, right?
I don't voice to text, so I don't know.
I've never voiced texted,
I do it.
So I don't know.
I do it, especially when driving.
No. Yeah, I never do anything on my phone when I'm driving. It's very dangerous. Honest question that I've been meaning to ask for a long time. Do y'all only work 15 hours a week and get paid a full salary, or do you make time in other ways to get 40 hours a week? Well, I get paid like $10 a week, so.
Well, that's a lie.
It's very
$10 a week. I think it's unfair to say that we only work 15 hours a week, though. Like, we don't only work on the show from 3 to 6 Monday through Friday. It's in fact, that's insulting. You've insulted me. I spend most of my day. You're blocked the rest of the day. No, I mean, I wake up at 4 a.m. every day and get started on the show. I work from 4 a to 7 or 6 p. I'm prepping for the majority of my morning, starting at 4 a.m. every day.
I do love that, by the way. I love that argument I love to make that point with my wife. Whenever, like, at night the game's on and I'm sitting there on the couch watching it, and she's like with the kids going, "Can you?" And I'm working here. I mean, I'm working here.
Yeah.
That could be a sensitive subject in the household at times.
It can, but it's true. It is very true.
It is true.
I love the rebuttal though when she's like, "Can you do that? You should be." And I'm like, "I'm working here."
Yeah. Plus, I have another job. That queso with a C ticked me off. Wouldn't an autocorrect for queso be cheese dip? No, like autocorrect doesn't work that way. It's just trying to predict the word that you misspelled. Like, it's not going to change the word completely.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that.
This is starting to hurt my head a little bit. Key says, I would love a show with Branham, Blankers, John, and Lance. See who Branham can get riled up the most.
Ooh, lately it's Lance.
Yeah, you get Lance riled up pretty quickly.
I walked by the other day thinking I'd jab at him just to think that, that it was all, he's not really serious. You're not over it. My goodness, the hat came off, the head shake, the
what did I do? What was it this time?
All about the stuff that I missed when he was really fired up about you.
He's still mad about that? He took me out of context. That's on him. He needs to look himself in the mirror and be like, man, I have to reevaluate myself.
Yeah, he was.
Because that was his own doing. He riled himself up for something I didn't even say, that weirdo. I think it runs in the Zerline family, though. Does Blank like his fish sticks fried or baked?
I mean, is that even a question?
Yeah, someone texted it.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, he's trying to give you the whole.
I get it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I used to like fish sticks when I was a kid.
My kids still love them.
Do they?
Yeah.
They come by it honestly?
They what?
They come by it honestly.
Passed down through the DNA?
I guess so, yes.
A better excuse is say you got in a car crash instead of blaming autocorrect for queso. Yeah, that's just unexcusable. Like,
I don't buy that excuse at all.
I think you're a liar now. Like, at first I thought you were just a bad speller. Now I just think you're a bad liar. In fact, I think you're both.
Oh, there's no doubt to both at this point.
I'm calling BS on that.
Wasn't the two guys the Charlotte Hornets radio guy that got fired and someone else that got fired because they blamed autocorrect for the fact that they social media bad words?
Yeah, I can't remember who did it or what team, but yes, I do remember that.
One of them was the radio guy for the Hornets, I believe.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man.
Yeah, because then even when you do
just
that,
don't
they're
talk
like, well,
like
it
that.
normally pulls from words you use frequently, so.
Yeah. Someone's calling you out for your being allergic to crawfish but not shrimp.
Okay.
How are you allergic to crawfish but not shrimp? They both have iodine.
Okay, don't they have other things too? I mean, I don't know. All I know is that I literally had to go to the hospital for eating crawfish, but I've eaten shrimp my whole life.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the science behind that. I'm not smart enough, quite frankly.
I know the science behind what it felt like to have hives and go to the hospital, and it sucked.
Lamont says crawfish is a gossiping food. Artest solid okra too. Yeah, I can see that. Crawfish is kind of a food that you eat while you're hanging out. It's a social food. It's very rare where I have crawfish by myself now that I think about it. In fact, it's probably only been like once or twice in my entire life.
Yeah, you would never make crawfish for yourself. You might order some to go, maybe, but you would never make it for yourself.
Is always where it's like everybody comes over for someone that's making crawfish.
Yeah,
right?
But you can pick up crawfish at places you like, but I really haven't done that. I've done that maybe twice in my life, and I think both times have been Crawfish Shack. Like, I've been in the Crosby area. I was like, okay, well, there's my chance. Love trying to get over there like once a year. Go over there on the weekends. You'll be waiting an hour. Says pimento cheese has too many syllables. What about other foods? I mean,
it's 3 syllables. That's
like,
not.
I know, pimento cheese. It's 4 syllables, Lamont. Are you not eating other foods? But if you go entire pimento cheese, like, what foods exist that have less than 4 syllables? Okay, lasagna has 3. I guess you can eat lasagna. Spaghetti. Oh, okay. Maybe there's more than I thought. Maybe Lamont's onto something here. Okra, crawfish, shrimp, steak. You know what? Lamont might be onto something.
So what is it about the 4 syllables?
Barbacoa, 4 syllables. There we go.
Barbacoa. That's 4.
Yeah, 4 syllables.
Fajitas, 3. He says pimento cheese has too many syllables for him.
Enchiladas would be 4.
Enchiladas. Is that too many, though?
I don't think so.
Pimento
No.
cheese.
Again,
well, Lamont's saying 4 though.
Fettuccine.
Fettuccine.
4.
Yeah, Lamont wouldn't be able to eat that one.
That sucks to be Lamont then.
So Lamont, instead of having the taste like the palate of a child, he's got the palate of anything that's 4 syllables or greater. He's out on. Huh. The more you know. Interesting.
How's Brandon Baby's palate? Does he eat a lot of just about anything and everything, or is it very limited?
Everything. No, he eats everything. He eats everything.
I got one of my kids has literally the palate of like a 4-year-old, and I got another kid that eats everything.
In fact, he'll take off the turnbuckle and eat the cotton from the turnbuckle. That's how nuts he is. He will eat whatever. It's ridiculous. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's up, Gary?
Hey, I'm born and raised in Louisiana. Been there all my life. My family, my wife, my children. We throw crawfish balls all summer long. I have only eaten peeled crawfish that we've had to peel once in my life. I eat them in crawfish etouffee. I don't like peeling and communicating. It takes you like popping peanuts. I am a crawfish etouffee aficionado. That's over a bed of rice and sauce and what have you. But I do not eat where you have to peel them.
Too much work, so therefore you don't do stone crab either.
It is 100% too much work. And my family looks at me like I'm a unicorn.
Hold on, Gary. Hold on a second.
You put it over a bit,
you put on these parties and you entertain and you bring everybody. Are you doing the boil yourself?
No, my wife and family, we invite family over, and one of the family members boil crawfish. So they pay. Look, we chip in for sacks of crawfish. You know, the people that are coming over, they chip in for sacks. And one of our my wife's cousin, Chad, he'll bring over the whatever, and then they'll boil them and eat them. And I'm looking at it. I just do not. And my family, they look. I mean, they're used to it now. But like I said, everybody chips in. Now put it over. Go to Papa Do's and get some crawfish etouffee with some rice and some sauce. I'll eat that. Oh, that's my favorite meal on the planet. I just don't do the peeling. I'll entertain, and they'll be on my back patio. And I'm like, it's just too much work. I'd rather peel peanuts.
I got you. All right. Appreciate it. Drop the address the next time you're having that boil, though, Gary. I'll swing on by. I thought he was doing the boil. Like, I thought he was doing the boil,
like
hosting the party. And then he's like, oh, yeah, but the crawfish is too much work. What? Like, that's where I was going with that. Like, if he was doing the boil and then he's like, oh, the crawfish is just too much work, that wouldn't add up. But he's not doing the boil. So I can see that.
A lot of people have that feeling about stone crab, and I love stone crab. And it is a lot of work, but it's worth it.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. We're up against it. Troy, we'll take your call on the other side. A lot of people want to talk about crawfish and stuff. Rockets can wait. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
These shows when the Astros are playing just go off the rails. Whoops. Astros 605 713-780 ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Troy, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Troy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Troy!
Hey, to Joel's
Chilling.
point. What's going on, brother? How are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
So, I'm good. So, to your point, I had to have an iodine contrast medical deal done and found out it damn near, when they put the iodine in me, it damn near killed me.
Jeez.
They had to bring Benadryl in and all this stuff and put it in an IV. Anyway, I can eat 20 pounds of shrimp and don't break out. But about half the time I eat crawfish, I break out.
Preach it, Troy.
I think there's different kinds. Huh?
Preach it. I'm with you. See, that's exactly people questioning me that was impossible to.
Did you
Thank
nearly
Troy.
die with an iodine contrast?
No.
Troy is my
I
voice of
seriously-
reason, Jeremy. Slow down.
They had to come. My face started swelling up. My throat was swelling shut.
Man.
The nurse come running in there. She panicked. Went and got another nurse. They got a doctor. He come running in there with the syringe with Benadryl in it, popped it in me, and it took about 2 minutes for
You
the
had
whole thing to go away.
You had 2 nurses in there?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
They freaked out. They had never seen nothing like that. So
That's nuts.
Sure, it was the
I can't have
iodine.
any kind of, huh?
Sure, it was the iodine. They ain't
Yes,
never seen
sir.
anything like that.
Yes. No, they hadn't seen it. The doctor had seen it evidently, and he knew exactly what to do. In the meantime, I couldn't breathe. My ears were like swelling, and it was just a bad deal.
Well, Troy,
My
we're happy
throat
that
was
you're
swelling
alive.
shut. Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you. But
We're
anyway,
happy
I see
you're
where you're
alive.
coming from. So anyway,
Appreciate you,
I'll
Troy.
hang up. Not a problem, brother. You guys take care.
Be good, buddy.
Apparently, that person that said that's an idiot. Does that idiot texter not know that crawfish, freshwater, shrimp, salt water? I guess he is an idiot. My wife can eat certain shrimps from certain regions. She swells up. My wife has a shellfish allergy, cannot have shrimp or crab, but can have crawfish. Look at that. There you go. That texter doesn't know what they're talking about. For a good decade, my parents hosted a crawfish boil where I, someone who wouldn't eat one of them, would boil around 350 pounds of crawfish. Well, you're a good boy. You're a good boy doing that for your parents and their friends. Imagine thinking peeling food is too much work. LOL. I agree. I don't think it's too much work.
No, we used to talk about. We talked about it previously too, but the fact that like from the stone crab perspective, Trulux used to do that deal where you had all you can eat stone crab. Whew, I don't need the sides. I don't need much more. That's well worth it, and it's a lot of work.
I am curious what you why you break out for crawfish but not shrimp.
I may have outgrown it because it was when I was. I don't know, but that's the way it was.
Yeah, I just wondered the science behind it. I believe you. I believe what you're saying. I just wondered the science. Aaron in Mid-County, crawfish and shrimp may contain iodine, but they're not made of iodine. Dumb texture. It could be something else blank's allergic to. I got your back, says Aaron in Mid-County. So I think what we've learned here is that original texture is dumb. He's just not smart. Remember we said earlier, there's no such thing as dumb questions. But
We don't know who that texter's name is. So we got Howard D. Do we have? If we had a name, we could be dumb so-and-so.
Dumb so-and-so?
Yeah.
I'll work on it. Yeah. He was very, very dumb, though.
They didn't identify themselves?
I'm not sure what they identified themselves as. It's 2025, Blankers.
They?
Be considerate.
They?
HEB. I'm in HEB now. Do we believe that he's actually in HEB now? JT Ag. Is he in HEB listening to us?
There's a chance.
Are we believing that?
I believe that there would be a chance, yes.
Do you listen to stuff whenever you're at the grocery store?
I do not.
Yeah, I don't either. I would ask Brian, but he's on mute.
I do know that there are some people that do.
I do. I listen to podcasts.
Are you for real?
Yeah, 100%.
In the grocery store?
I listen to podcasts with my earbuds. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that move.
What's the downside? Tell me the downside.
Well, you could not hear people, and you could walk into them.
You could hear people still. They're not. I don't blast them so loud that it completely drowns out everything around me.
I was walking the other day. In fact, it was in this press box. We had a little intern over there who had those earbuds in, and I was walking up, and he just turned right into me. I was like, "Hey, brother, how you doing?"
Did you hug it out? Or?
Was that exact quote?
Yeah. So I'm not a big. I don't love the headphones in public places. I feel like you become oblivious to things. Like you lose one of your senses, and I feel like you should be in touch with all your senses when you're around people. IMO.
See, I'm with you, and that's why I think I told you this once before. There's a woman in our gym that carries a tripod and workout around, and when she's working out, there's a lot. We're all like, "Are we in these videos? Is she filming videos in the gym and doing this?" And then I asked her one day, I'm like, "Are you like filming with everybody in the gym?" She goes, "Oh, no, this is my personal trainer. We do it via Skype." I'm like, "You're kidding, right?" She goes, "No." And then I saw her walking into the grocery store and she had her earbuds on and she had the phone out. I'm like, "Please don't tell me you got a personal shopper too that's doing the grocery shopping for you. That's just weird."
Didn't they get rid of Skype?
I don't know what it is, Jeremy. I'm just using it for reference to quickly say that they're doing like a video chat thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
But like then she's in the grocery store doing it too. I'm like, can you not live without like video chats?
Yeah. I do Zoom a lot, like in meetings and stuff. Always like doing the one earbud. Okay, that's tolerable. I can live with that. When I work out, I have one earphone in and the other one open just to be aware. Okay, that is fair. That is the way to go. Ryan, I listen to industrial heavy metal when I'm at HEB on Bunker Hill. I have to amp myself up to deal with the absolute chaos that occurs in that parking lot and store. I guess that's fair too. I 100% put my earbuds in when out in public. I don't like humans talking to me. Yeah, I can relate to that part too. But I go one earbud, but usually none in public. I'm not an earbud or ear headphones in public like Brian. Brian's cool though. Of the three of us, Brian's easily the coolest.
Without question.
That's why you go one ear button, the other ear is free. Ear button? I keep one earbud in. Answer is yes, I'm listening while I'm at HEB. My guy. I like that. I podcast too. People won't try and talk to you. Look at all these antisocial people. I need to be a little more social. You're like the Twitchers right now. Lance McCullers only eats pre-peeled crawfish. Why are we always hating on Lance?
It always comes around at some point to Lance bashing.
Talking about the shows on here, I only listen to the Killer Bees, do not like the bench, and can stomach Paul and Dell. How about the bullpen? You like the bullpen, Texter? The bullpen likes to do shows. I use the outside the ear ones. Works really well. All right. There you got it.
You got company behind you, by the way.
They're working.
I think I got to get some AirPods.
Why is that?
Earbuds. I think I need them.
I'm always worried they're going to fall out of my ear and I'm not going to be able to find them.
That's another thing that happens all the time. Like there's constantly the people that see, I guess they play music in the gym. I don't need them in the gym, but there's the people that do that with the earbuds, they fall out in the gym all the time. Like, whoa, don't step on them. Like, don't wear them in the gym.
It feels like it's not very practical. Like, I don't really think that they're practical. I really don't. Like, if you wanted to go over the ear Bluetooth, that makes more sense to me. Like, it feels easier to maintain and keep. I don't know. I'm also not cool. So don't listen to anything I say. 713-780-ESPN. Let's see if we can talk about the Rockets in the 2 seed and us eating crow. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, if you didn't catch the show on Friday, we were out at the beautiful River Ranch in Dayton, and it's phenomenal. And my man, Michael Luster, is the sales guy in charge of getting those properties sold out there. And he did that whole thing so that people in Houston know there's an escape from the hustle and bustle of the big city that is very close by to the big city of Houston, Texas, in Dayton, Texas, and it's fantastic. You can get a home from the 200s to the 500s in Dayton, Texas, which is about 45 minutes, 25 to 45 minutes from the Houston downtown area, and you can get to the escape of your world. You can get out of the big city. You can get into the country lifestyle. You can get a beautiful property with a 3-car garage. And the best thing is all the amenities that come with it. In the community, they have their own lagoon, Angel Lagoon. It is a massive body of crystal blue water, white sandy beaches, swim-up bars. It's all fantastic, and it's all for you if you have a house in that community, as well as a fitness center, a dog park, pickleball courts, daycare center. It's all right there for you, and it's all out of the way of the hustle and bustle of the big city life. You may work in the big city, but you always crave and want to be out in that relaxation-like atmosphere of the country. You can get there in Dayton, Texas, if you check out River Ranch Dayton. Do it right now. Go to riverranchdayton.com. They got some great pictures of the lagoon and all the different styles of houses. And call my man Michael Luster if you're really interested, because he will hook you up. He'll have ways to get you out of your lease and take care of the other things so you can get into the house that you want to get to in Dayton, Texas. 870-754-9164 gets you in touch with Michael. 870-754-9164. And again, visit riverranchdayton.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Will we talk about the Rockets? It's the great mystery. Dustin, I can't go to the grocery store without listening to my AirPods. See, I just send the wife to the grocery store. AirPods guy is much better than speakerphone guy at the grocery store. He's the worst. I agree with that.
That is the worst.
I agree with that. I sat down the other day. In fact, I put this in the rundown, but Brian said it didn't make the cut.
You can't talk, Brian. You shut
a little passive aggressive.
You shut your mouth. You're not supposed to talk.
Was it passive aggressive or was it aggressive aggressive? Because I feel like I told it right to you. I don't know if that was passive aggressive.
Well, it'd been more aggressive if you'd mentioned it before the show. Like, hey man, I want this in.
Yeah, I would agree that that's more aggressive, but I wouldn't qualify that as passive aggressive.
Just not as aggressive as it could have been. How about that?
Yeah, maybe just aggressive. I went to get my oil change, and in the oil change place, they have like a little area you can get a coffee, hang out, whatever. And I sat down and I do my old changes before shows because I find it to be a good place to actually work because the Wi-Fi is pretty good. I got a coffee there. I have nothing else to do. So like I'm killing two birds with one stone. I find it to be very productive. And I'm working for about 15, 20 minutes and this guy sits next to me. He's a boomer. He's probably your age. And he just starts watching like sitcoms on his phone as loud as can be.
No headphones?
No headphones.
Ugh.
No headphones. And like I got up and I moved. Like I wasn't dealing with that. I'm trying to work here. And I can be a little grumpy from time to time, especially when I'm trying to do my thing. So I got up and I walked away. Showed that guy who was
I
boss.
can't stand people that do that. The other thing I don't understand is like when you're in the parking lot or somewhere and the person is using their speakerphone in their car, but it's so flippin' loud that everyone in the parking lot can still hear the conversation, at least the people on the phone they're on the phone with, because they got their volume so loud.
Yeah, but that one doesn't bother me as much. Because like, what are you doing? Like you're either getting out of your car to go wherever you're going or you're getting in your car to leave.
It's still obnoxious. Like, why is your volume that loud so that everyone can hear outside of your car the fact that you're on the phone?
Yeah, I can see the annoyance in that. I just, on a scale of 1 to 10, I wouldn't have that high because you're about to leave. Like that's not for that long. The period's pretty short. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, right. It's not for an extended period of time. I just don't understand it. Like if you're in the car and you have the Bluetooth and it's going through, I don't understand why it has to be that loud. You should be able to hear them so that you don't, everybody else around you outside the car can hear it.
Yeah, maybe they're hard of hearing, Blinkers.
Maybe.
They're hard of hearing. You said earbuds, apparently. That's a dog in a kid's movie, Blinkers. If you didn't hate kids, you'd know. Blank wants earbuds. Wasn't that the basketball playing dog?
Yeah, I hate dogs too. I hate kids, dogs.
They didn't say that you hated dogs. They didn't say you hated dogs. They said you hated kids.
I know, but Airbud, dog. So
they didn't say
let's
you hated
not
dogs,
limit Airbud. He also played basketball and football.
The dog
in baseball, in soccer.
I never watched those movies. I don't like bad movies.
Because you hate dogs?
I hate bad movies.
I would, yeah. You don't watch Jason Statham movies, so
that's a
you
pet
definitely don't like good movies.
Always think those people just look stupid. Beekeeper came up the other day when I was golfing.
Oh, really?
My uncles were talking about Beekeeper. You know, that day I won that long drive contest.
I hadn't heard about that.
My theals were talking about Beekeeper. I'm like, man, I can't believe these nerds over here talking about Beekeeper.
Do they like it?
I used to look up to my theals, and now I don't.
Wow.
It changed my opinion on them. Rockets clinched the 2 seed, Blankers. They got a little bit of help yesterday. Which one of us is eating crow now that the Rockets have locked up the 2 seed in the West?
I asked Brian this. I figured someone put it on there for me, but I've been pretty clear in the fact that I didn't think that they were going to get the 2 seed. I did not think that they were going to. So if it was directed at me, I've already owned it multiple times. I'm happy that I was wrong from the start of the season. I thought they were a play-in team. I thought that they might get to 50 games at the most, and now they're over the 50-win plateau, and they've wrapped up the 2 seed. So yeah, for all those things, and if I missed any, please fill in the rest of the blanks. But yeah, I completely misjudged all of that.
Yeah, I don't think I had them as high as the 2 seed. I've probably been more optimistic about the Rockets than you have all year long. I didn't think they'd get to the 2 until here pretty recently. So I think that, the entire city's probably eating crow. Like, was anybody predicting the Rockets to finish second in the Western Conference at the start of the year?
I
doubt
can't imagine that they were. And if they were, you're either lying or you got lucky.
See, I thought they were going to make the playoffs. But then like whenever, who do you think they're going to make the playoffs over? Like there are a lot of teams in the West that are like playoff worthy. I thought they would figure out a way to get into the top 6 because I do like this roster and I thought that they would take the next step. Now, the 2nd seed and the amount of wins that they have is pretty stinking high. I didn't think they would get to the. Now I did have an over total on them. I had an over ticket on their win total.
What was that, like 44?
Yeah, it was pretty low.
Yeah.
Like, I felt like it was an easy bet, actually.
Yeah.
Like I was running to the window to place that one. But to get to over 50, like I wouldn't have predicted that. I thought 50 was the highest possible win total that they could have. And if you would have told me at the start of the year their highest possible seed, I probably would have said 4. So they've exceeded my expectations as well, even even being more optimistic about them than maybe others.
And I mean, I want to be clear in the fact that I wasn't hating on them. I was trying to be as honest as I possibly could in my take on the fact that I just didn't think they were there yet. I love the nucleus. I love everybody. The fact that they've built this young roster, even the veterans that I questioned, like Van Vliet, who's not playing great, and the fact that Dylan Brooks I thought was grossly overpaid, though he's been valuable. I think that this roster right now is only going to get better. That's why I would be super picky and selective on if you're going to try and make a move after this season to try and get a go-to superstar type guy. That's why I've said I don't want Kevin Durant. I want someone that fits with everybody else, age-wise, ability-wise, otherwise. So I'm extremely happy with the fact that this turnaround has been quick. And this roster makes the future look extremely bright.
There's some people that think you hate the Rockets.
I believe me, Jeremy, I'm well aware of that. I mean, I get reminded that all the time. And I've been as honest as I can be. So, if you don't like honesty and you think that's hate, cool. I got a ton of friends that still work with that team. I gave a ton of my life to that team. I want to see that team succeed.
I like that you have friends. I think that's good. I don't think that you hate the Rockets. I think you give your honest opinion with everything.
Yeah,
quite frankly.
Try to.
Yeah, I don't think you hate the Rockets. No, I think you root for them. I think you want them.
And
to
we're going to see, from the playoff perspective too. It's like contender, pretender. You're the 2 seed. I know you should be a contender. I'm waiting to see what they do.
If the Rockets and the Bucks played in the NBA Finals, who would you pull for?
Probably the Rockets.
That wasn't a yes.
Right, because I have allegiances to both. I used to work for both teams.
I know. That's why I asked you that. I thought it was a tough question. It'd be hard for you to answer.
Yeah, but probably
Let's
the
make
Rockets.
it a triple threat match with the Portland Trailblazers.
Blazers are less for me now.
Okay.
Yeah, it Rockets and Bucks is tough.
Did Lillard, did he change that for you?
No, but I didn't want Lillard when they got Lillard, and I thought it was a bad fit. Now I just hope he's healthy, for the rest of his life, and he's going. I guess he's, from my buddies telling me things, that he's on the road to recovering, which is great. I just think it's a bad fit, and I thought that the fact that in the mix of all that Holiday ended up going to the Celtics, because that was one hell of a cagey move by Boston. Once, because he was traded as part of the Lillard deal to Portland, and then Boston swooped in and got him, and I think that's why Boston's got a chance to win for the next several years, because they just scooped up a dude that was the glue of that Bucks team, and I think the Bucks screwed up.
If Jokic leaves Denver, do you know who the Vegas favorite is for the to land the best center in the NBA currently?
Thanks to Brian, I do now.
Houston Rockets. Is that for real? Is that sincere? And if it is, what would you be willing to give for the Joker? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, it's tax season, and I know that everybody's worried about their income tax right now, but right after that is May 15th, and May 15th is the deadline to protest your property taxes. You need to protest your property taxes because it will save you money. It's close to an 85 to 90% opportunity for you to win and save money on your property taxes and save money for you. You got to go to the right people. You got to go to Century Property Tax Consultants today, because they have over 60 combined years of experience. Century Tax Consultants, they're here to help you win big. And that could be residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties. They are going to fight to reduce your taxes. And the best part of all of this is they don't get paid unless they win for you. No savings, no charge. How do you beat that, and why wouldn't you get in contact with them right away? They're going to take care of you. They're going to do the work for you. You don't have to go to, a lot of people don't want to fight their property taxes. They don't want to go to the courtroom. They don't want to put the case together. They don't want to actually put the fight down. They would just rather win. That's why you get to CPROtax.com. CPROtax.com, they do the work for you, and you don't pay unless they win. Century Property Tax Consultants are the best in the business. Like I said, the experience, it speaks for itself. Over 60 years, that's what you want. The variety of all the different kinds of property that they have done this for, from residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties, that's why you want them on your side. You don't pay unless they win, and they win a whole bunch. So check them out today. Go to CPROtax.com. That's CPROtax.com. Century Property Tax Consultants. Don't pay more taxes than you need to.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Rockets are 41-18 with Fred VanVleet, 11-9 without him. Seems odd since he's been average, but stabilizes this team. He's an NBA champion. So there's a pro Fred VanVleet text. Rockets are even more impressive because Golden State and the Lakers were playing teams until they both acquired stars at the deadline. Why does the Rockets hype not feel like they're the 2 seed? If the Texans were a 2 seed, it would be major news. Probably the difference between NFL and NBA.
Yeah, right now it's not a basketball town by any stretch of the imagination in terms of pro basketball. Let's put it that way.
I also think that sports fans, not only in this city, but everywhere, are slow-moving ships. I think it usually takes a long period, longer than just one season, like a long-ish period of success. And it probably even takes a little bit of postseason success if it's not NFL. Like the Astros, like the first time that they went to the playoffs in 2015, like it probably felt a little bit like this until they got to the playoffs. I do think that the playoff hype will help the cachet.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people, and we talked about this even during the year, that people aren't aware of where they are in the NBA season. I'm not sure people realize that there's 3 games left before the playoffs even begin. But once the playoffs start, people will dial in a little bit more. And obviously, if the Rockets do well in the first, as the playoffs start, I think people will kind of focus on it.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Hey, Blinkers. Did you get a ring from the championships in the night? You got maybe it was typed to text or autocorrect.
Okay.
Did you get a ring from the subtitles?
Yeah, I've got rings for the Comets, the Rockets. Didn't win any for the Thunder Bears.
Where do you leave them?
I'm not going to tell people that, Jeremy.
I'm trying.
Rockets in a safe, Comets scattered throughout the house.
No,
the dog
not
bowl.
true. And I definitely never will wear them.
You never put them on?
No, I don't wear jewelry.
I don't either. I'm with you on that. I think generally people take the truth as a negative opinion. You're supposed to just say your team is the best for people to always like you.
That's true.
Yeah, there's some truth to that.
Yep.
Whenever you give the hard truth, people usually don't like that. Thankfully, we don't care. I don't think Joel hates the Rockets. I think he's just slow to jump on the train. He's a seeing is believing type. You think it's a fair text?
I think there's some truth to that too. Yeah.
I think it's a fair assessment. I think it's fine.
I think we've talked about it in the past too. I think, because this team and the majority of this team hasn't been in the playoffs before. Now we want to see when the playoffs start, when it's a truly different game and it's ramped up and it's all those things. Let's see how they do, because there have been teams before that have overachieved for the regular season and then fall apart in the playoffs. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I just want to see how they handle it.
Do you think it's going to happen?
I don't feel good about them in the playoffs. I'll just be honest with you. I don't. This first year with all these guys experiencing it for the first time, I've said this before. I'm not running from it. I don't feel good about. I don't think they're contenders. And I don't feel good about them this year.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You can't be right or wrong until it actually happens. So,
matchups matter too.
To see. Yeah, we'll get into. We'll start looking at matchups a little bit later. 713-780-ESPN. How excitable a guy do you think Brian is?
Brian McDonald?
Yeah, like on a scale of 1 to 10, like
I think
how excited is
short
he
of being you, I don't think he has a ton of emotion.
You don't have a ton of emotion. I like to emote.
I don't.
I feel like you haven't figured me out.
I don't believe that at all.
I'm a big emotion. I wear my heart on my sleeve.
Chance.
I think.
In the amount, how long have you guys worked together? 3 years now?
I think 5 or 6.
I don't know. It feels like 10, long. But yeah.
Well, I think how many fingers would you need to count the emotes from Jeremy?
1. And it's normally when the Cougs lose.
So Brian, you say Brian doesn't emote much. He's not a very emotional guy, Brian.
Aside from the excitement level of a new Jason Statham movie coming out.
I do emote for Jason Statham, yes.
I think Brian was flat out giddy today at 10:41.
I was surprised.
Flat out giddy. We get a text in the group chat here, and Brian sent us Jokic next team odds. So if he moved on from the Nuggets, next team odds: Rockets 4-1, Thunder 5-1, Pelicans 6-1. And then you guys had a full blown conversation about Jokic if he moved on. Blah 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 blah. What did y'all think about this here?
Well, Brian, you start if you were that excited.
I was surprised.
Giddy.
I mean, I think that's my overwhelming emote is just surprise, and I don't really believe it. The odds that we got were from Bet Online and the Jimmy Shapiro emails that we get. But I guess I get the connection, maybe if because surely the Nuggets might want Şengün. Obviously, the Rockets would get their star, their closer, all those sort of things. I see some of the connections, but I just don't believe Jokic is actually going to leave. So I think it all kind of falls apart there. If he did leave, would it be the Rockets? Maybe, but I was surprised, and I don't really believe the report overall. Oh, not report, but the odds.
Yeah, I think for me, I was very surprised that it came out, and everybody's still trying to like dissect what happened in Denver with firing the coach and the GM. But I think that he would have to ask for a trade. Denver would be ridiculous, just stupid to want to unload him and get rid of him or trade him. Now, if he forces their hand, then from an odds perspective, you look at what team has the most to give up to get a guy like Jokic. And I think that the Rockets and the Thunder, I don't think are going to do anything, but the Thunder have a ton of young players. But the Rockets combination of having Phoenix's picks and having a roster full of young talent, and Brian, to your point, having a guy that some people call Baby Jokic that could be a temporary replacement and be a young up-and-coming center, I think that's why the Rockets have the best odds.
Yeah, I agree with most of that. I think Brian's putting too much thought into this. Like, how does Vegas make money? Like, how do not entirely Vegas, but how do sports books make their money?
By getting people to bet.
By increasing the volume of sports bets. So if you have some sort of strife or drama that occurs on any team in any sport, what's a sports book going to do? They're going to put up odds of the star player leaving the team and what could his next team be. Why? Because that's going to get a few bets. And if they get a few bets, it means that they're making a few bucks. And then you place the odds based on like who has the assets to get the player, which is why I think your assessment was right. Like the Rockets, of all the teams in the NBA, their odds are very, very, or their talent is very, very good. They have a lot of tradable pieces that could make them an attractive team to acquire a star. That's why the Oklahoma City Thunder are there, because the Thunder have a lot of young pieces that they could use to attract a star. So I like the chances that the Rockets get the Joker, I think, are extremely low. I agree with you and Brian too, that the chances they move on from the Joker are very, very low. They probably wouldn't do that. Then the Rockets would have to put all those pieces together to go and get him. That's probably also unlikely. Like this to me was just a sports book who put some odds out there trying to get some traffic on their bets.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think from the Denver perspective, I mean, there's some things that are kind of leaking out there after the owner's son, who runs everything, said that he was planning on firing both Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, the GM, at the end of the year anyway. So why not do it now? But it's like, Brian and I were talking about it yesterday in the final hour. Like, you would at least run this by Jokic, and supposedly they didn't. They just gave him an FYI. The announcement's coming out shortly that we're firing both these guys. I would think that in that case, when your star is a multiple-time MVP and world champion for you and the centerpiece of everything you do, you might want to give him a heads up or talk to him a little bit.
Yeah, especially the NBA, where it seems like, stars are making those decisions. It's a very weird deal what's going on there in Denver. I can't really make sense of it either. But like, to play out the conversation just for the sake of it, for the fun of it, like, what is the most you would give up here for Jokic?
I mean, I would give up. I would be fine giving up Alpi. I would be fine giving up Jabari, or if you don't want to if you want to try it, I mean, until they say no, you can give up the Phoenix pick this year and maybe another one of those Phoenix picks and Reed and Cam, if that suffices. If you got to give up more, then it's a tougher conversation, but I'd be willing to give up all that if I knew that I was getting a guy of that caliber.
My trainer, Cam. Şengün, Brickmore.
My trainer.
That Joe's.
Joe George.
Şengün, Brickmore, Shepard, and picks for Jokic.
What was that one?
Şengün, Brickmore, Shepard, and picks. That's probably not enough, huh? Like, you would have to include.
You got to get, plus from a salary standpoint, he's under contract at a big number. You're going to have to give up Fred or Dylan, and
you would think, either Fred or Dylan would have to be included to make the salary work.
You have to come within 15%, so you got to give up one of those guys.
That's easy to do, though. Like, the Rockets have a lot of big contracts. Like that's not like that's the sweetener.
You can give up both of them if you wanted to, or you had to.
The Goon. I've never heard Şengün referred to as the Goon. Have you?
No.
Yeah, it doesn't play like a goon.
I kind of like it though.
Maybe on the morning show when they offended everybody in
Whitmore and 4 first. See, I don't feel like that gets it done. Give up both 25 picks, both 26, 1 of 27 for Joker. Okay, no players.
You can't. That doesn't work.
Right, but they figure out the salary. The salaries are easy to figure out. Like they have the Rockets have enough movable pieces to figure that. That's not the hard part. The hard part here is the young assets / picks that Denver would be willing to accept.
The other problem is that if you're Denver, yeah, it'd be nice to say he's worth all of this, but if he's holding you hostage and says, I want out, you got to do something. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how strong of a bargaining chip that they have to say that they want more and more and more. I mean, you're going to have to weigh what every team in the league is.
They're not even answering the phone call unless Şengün's on the table.
I think that's part of it for sure.
And then the conversation is what else? Obviously, Şengün, a veteran to make the salary caps match, and what other young player
Şengün's contract
is
about to go up too, but yeah.
Plus, the Rockets would want to trade Şengün over others because they're acquiring a center.
Right.
Like Şengün and Jokic, like to me, they wouldn't be able to coexist. Like to me, you can't have them both on the floor at the same time. Like you can only have one of those guys. So like the Rockets would want to send him too. Like even if they had the
Jabari
option.
would be a great complementary piece if you had him.
Yeah. See, as a Nuggets fan, Denver would ride if we didn't get a Min and Green plus more back. See, I agree with that. Like, I think that's what it would take. I think it would take, like, as Rocket fans, it's easy to throw in, like, the pieces that are, like, we like, but we can include them in a trade. But the reality of the situation is it would have to be a massive package to get Nikola Jokic. Huge.
I think.
Like, it might, maybe not a Min and Green, but one of, like, to me, it'd be one of them, Şengün, and picks. Like, that's what the package would have to look like.
Luka have commanded that then?
But Luka was the whole, like, the Dallas Mavericks are idiots. Like, I don't think you can use the Luka trade as the parameters of a trade for another superstar because the Mavericks were widely criticized the moment it happened. Like, to me, that's not the barometer.
Well, but I think from the standpoint of if it comes out that he's demanding a trade, that means you have to get rid of him. And if you're, then you start going into, how much bargaining power do you actually have if this guy says he's not playing for you anymore and he wants out?
But there'd be so many teams lining up for him.
You would think. I mean, I would think that you substitute Green for Şengün. I think Şengün has to be in the deal instead of Green because like there's no place for Şengün here, and he's probably going to want out. And I think that Denver needs a center regardless, and he would be a fit with what they still have left when you think about Porter Jr. and some of the other guys and Murray.
I think that the minimum would be Şengün, either Jalen or Amin, either Reed or Cam, either Jabari or Eason.
That much?
Yes.
I don't think it's that much.
4 core players plus picks?
Yeah, I think that's too much.
Absolutely. For Jokic, yes.
I don't think so.
And also, like, those aren't 4 core players. Cam and Reed aren't core
Cam
players.
And Reed aren't core.
And Jabari and Tari might be, but I mean, those guys are coming off the bench right now. So, like, to me, and Alpi and Jalen might not be super mega stars. So, like, those are 2 really good players. Maybe like Alpi was an all-star, Jalen maybe emerging to be an all-star. So it's 2 all-stars, a prospect, a good young player, solid young player, for arguably a top 3 player in the NBA. I think that's what the realistic package looks like. I think the rest of Houston's trying to undersell it because they want to get the Joker for cheap, and it ain't realistic.
I think that seems to be too much, but I think that the interesting thing would be, would you trade both Green and Şengün, keeping them in as part of a deal? Because I think that would be kind of risky on the Rockets' part to trade both those guys.
I don't really want to do. I don't want to mess with the core. Like, I like where they're at. I think that they're improving. I think that they have a championship contender on their hands. I don't want to have this seismic shift for a 31-year-old, no matter how good he is.
Yeah,
that's kind of my stance.
I'm with you. Like, I think that, again, fit matters, and that's what I've been harping on. I don't want to blow the whole thing up to that level. I understand, and I think Durant's price tag's a lot less. I think that, depending on if the other guys that are out there, maybe even a Ja Morant discussion happens at some point where Ja Morant's going to be shopped, and I don't think it would cost that much. But if you got to give up that much of this young core that you've built up, I think it's too risky.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any rumors that come out, or not even rumors, just like fake trade proposals. Blank hates the Rockets. Branham hates Altuve and Whataburger. None of that's true.
None of it.
I don't hate Whataburger. I don't hate Altuve.
In-N-Out better.
What anger is an emotion? Branham gets mad all the time. There you go. I think Contreras. Oh, we'll read that next. Jokic and a min would be nasty, though. They would be nasty. They'd be really nasty. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One thing that's always a car wreck is spending too much on your property taxes, overpaying for those property taxes. Being a homeowner comes with great responsibility. Also comes with great costs. Homewell's here to help you with both those things. Let them take a little off your plate, but also save you some money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and I do not want it to be you. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you, their cutting-edge technology on your side. That way you can start saving some money. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvest it, whatever you want to do. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results, and again, no upfront cost. You only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Zero risk, all reward. You're not paying anything if they're not going to save you any money. So you have nothing to lose here. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. Here's some numbers. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer saving over $1,100. Pretty good payout, huh? And all you have to do is spend 3 minutes signing up at ownwell.com. Now, the deadline is May 15th, so keep that date in mind. Act now. Do this right away. Why wait until May 15th? Just do it right now. You heard me. Ownwell.com. Less than 3 minutes to sign up. It's easy to do. Ownwell. OWNWELL.com. That's ownwell.com. Car X of the day, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. What are your car wrecks of the day? Blankers, what you got?
Jeremy, I said this the other day when you had to skip out early, but the Pirates are going to pirate. And first, they didn't tell the Clemente family when on the right field wall they had Clemente 21, and they took it down for a alcohol sponsor and didn't tell the Clemente family. Now it turns out they aren't done pirating. At a scrap brickyard people started to find the bricks that people paid for, like they do at Minute Maid Park, where out front they do the bricks that honor. You can put like, hey, this goes to my granddad who was a big Pirates fan, and you could buy the bricks, and then they're part of the whole walk into the stadium. Pirate fans started to find those bricks at a scrap brickyard, and the Pirates had to come back and go, oh, oops, our bad. We didn't tell you. We're redoing it. We're getting better bricks, and we're going to do it again, but no one believes them.
This is a hard one, though. You had to have communication with the Clemente family.
There was Roberto Clemente Jr. came out with a letter that said, we had no idea, nothing. We've had a good relationship with the Pirates. Hopefully we can have a discussion about this, but we're not happy right now.
Yeah, they should have had the conversation. Like, I get the capitalist community, make the money, but at the same time, you got to have the conversation. Hey, we're about to do this. We just want to let you know that this is going to happen. We're still going to have some sort of way to honor Clemente. We might just move it, something like that. You need to keep them in the loop. I'm okay with taking it off the wall because that is prime real estate, but you should have that communication, in my opinion.
And then with the bricks thing, people were paying thousands of dollars to buy these bricks, and they don't even know that they're not there anymore. But the Pirates, but don't worry, they'll come back.
That feels like that could be a lawsuit.
Sounds like it.
Feels like that could be a lawsuit. I'm going to nominate freaks that sleep with the blanket tucked under their mattress. I ran a poll on this today. Yesterday, like Jasper of all people said that he sleeps with his blankets tucked under his mattress, which he didn't strike me as that kind of guy. I didn't know Jasper was a square. I didn't realize that. So the Twitter poll I took on this,
yes,
87% of people say no. 13% of people say yes. If you were in that 13%, I feel bad for you because you're not getting great comfort at night.
Your feet hate you.
Mm-hmm. Hate you. What you got, Brian?
If you haven't heard it, there's some amazing audio that came out of the minor leagues with the Jupiter Hammerheads, a part of the Marlins system. And they had a game the other day, I guess it was yesterday, where their pitchers combined walked 22 batters, and their play-by-play guy, Brennan Erlinson, did not hide his emotions.
It's only my 5th season, and I've been in baseball, a little under a decade because of my college days. I've never written so many RBI walks in a book before. Listen, I know that I'm supposed to be optimistic about our team here, but, I mean, come on, guys. Like, I could go out there. Let me loosen up my shoulder. I'll go help things out because you got to put it over the plate. You got to give your defense a shot. You have not been given a shot all game. We're broadcasting for maybe 2 people right now. That's for sure.
Hey, these two people are thoroughly mentioned and entertained right now.
Huh.
Next pitch, misses outside, ball 4. Well, why not? 21 walks today. The payoff pitch from Reyes, outside, ball 4. So there's the 3rd walk of the inning, the 22nd walk of the game, and that'll load the bases for Manuel Beltre.
So I don't know if he still has a job, but he was not holding back.
Will he get another one?
I don't know.
I don't mind any of what he said except for we're broadcasting for 2 people.
Yeah, that was probably the worst part.
The other stuff to me was fine. Like, I mean that sincerely. Like, he's telling, you do have to put over the plate. Like, you got to throw strikes. Like, the part where he said, like, I'll go throw was probably unnecessary.
That was lame. Yeah,
I think some of it, you know as well as I do, there are teams and executives at teams that don't like that.
Oh, no, they won't like that tape. But I didn't have a problem with most of it. There were some, like the 2 people in the I'll go lace them up. That was too much. Yeah, that's pretty funny though. That's pretty rough. Zion Williamson's off the court drama. Would you say that Jack Easterby would not have been fond of Zion Williamson?
Indeed, yes.
A whole lot. Alex
One
wants
fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Alex wants to nominate Lance Zierlein for not believing in Branham's take on Altuve in left field. Branham knows ball, says Alex. I'm not going to kiss my butt there, Alex. Checks in the mail. Another text says, I think Contreras is Spanish for car wreck. His 8th inning is painful to watch. Astros don't play till 6:05, man. What are you talking about?
We can't forget a texter spelling queso.
Oh,
with
yeah.
With a C. Yeah.
Queso with a C. Good call. That's
the winner right there.
That's my winner. I vote for that as well.
I'm with you. That wins.
Unanimous.
Well,
unanimous.
There you go.
Sounds good. All right. Queso with a C. You're the winner of Car Wreck of the Day with a Q. He's Brian doing all the hard work. Thank you for that. Blank, Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow from East River 9. Comic Cast coming up at 8. Coming up at 7 o'clock, the great Brad Gilmore and his manager, Booker T. Keep it here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.